Hello friends. This is Phoenix. What if? How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto become the elemental master. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Stop, a blonde boy screamed. What did I ever do to you people? The blonde boy ran away from an angry mob that was chasing him. People chased the blonde boy for no reason that he knows of. He was clueless as to why the people were so mean to boy had spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks on both of his cheeks. The boy looked like he was only 5 years old. The boy was named Naruto Uzumaki. Hokage Tower. The third Hokage sighed. He looked in his crystal ball and saw Naruto being chased by his own villagers. He was sadly disappointed in them. Just because Kyuubi was in Naruto doesn't mean he is Kyuubi. The Hokage pressed a button and suddenly Hitaki Kakashi was there within a blink of an eye. Kakashi, Sarutobi stated, Naruto is getting chased by these stupid villagers. Stop them. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Kakashi disappeared looking for Naruto. With Naruto ran around a corner and dived under a dumpster. Naruto watched the villagers run past him. Luckily they were just villagers. If they were ninjas, Naruto would be dead. He got his head under the dumpster and looked around. Once he knew he was safe, he got out and started to run to his apartment. Once Naruto got to his apartment, he saw something unfamiliar. Outside his door was a blue crystal ball. Naruto, being his curious self, grabbed the ball and was suddenly enveloped in a white light. Kakashi finally appeared at Naruto's doorstep. He looked around and couldn't find Naruto anywhere. He closed his eyes and couldn't even sense his chakra. Kakashi started to panic. He couldn't let his sensei's son get kidnapped. He couldn't let Naruto die. Kakashi disappeared, heading straight to the Hokage Tower. Unknown area, holy! Naruto shouted. Naruto fell down on the ground. The place had multiple small towers. The whole area was enveloped in darkness except the mini tower. Imagine Madara's dimension thingy. Naruto looked around trying to figure out where he was. He traveled all of Konoha, but he never saw this area. Naruto stood up and ran around. He found the blue ball. He touched and touched it again, hoping to go back to his apartment. Instead of traveling back, he jumped back, seeing a hologram. The hologram was a woman. She had white hair and her eyes were hazel. She was short for her age, but she was very beautiful in Naruto's opinion. If you watched Angel Beats, think of Angel. If you haven't, search Angel Beats up in Google. Who are you? Naruto asked. I am Kyoko Suzuki, the girl now known as Kyoko said. I am one of the elemental masters and killer of Tadashi Saito. Naruto suddenly got scared. He was beaten, but he was afraid of dying even though he was dreaming about being a ninja. He shook it off. This was only a hologram. Who's he? Naruto questioned, and what's elemental masters? He is the guy that almost destroyed the world. People who are chosen by the crystal ball are people who are worthy, brave, and strong enough to accept this challenge. The crystal ball is always correct when choosing the elemental masters, Kyoko replied. As for your other question, elemental masters are people who are born to protect the world. They're people who can master the 5 elements: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. These people were born to kill off the new person to plans to destroy this world. And since the crystal ball chose you, you are the person destined to kill that person. Naruto was looking at her in pure astonishment. To be able to save the world one day? That's even bigger than being Hokage. A question appeared in his mind. Who will help me? Naruto blurted out. You will need help, of course. You will need specific bloodlines. The Byakugan and the Sharingan. Those 2 people will help you achieve your goal. You will also need teachers to help you master the elements. Naruto nodded. He knew the 2 people he wanted. His best friends, Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. He knew Hinata ever since he was 4 years old. He remembered how he met her. Flashback. Hinata Hyuga crawled out of the Hyuga compound. She just went through another intense training session with her father. He was never mean to her. That was until her mother died. Hinata knew how much they loved each other because they loved showing public display of affection. Hinata wasn't surprised that her father was harsher. She understood. To her surprise, she actually made it out of the compound without getting detected. She ran away from the compound as fast as she can. She just wanted to get away from that wicked place. The Lavender Eye Girl loved her home, but she didn't love it at the same time. Hinata finally made it to the park only to find people playing ninja. Hinata walked up to the group and started poking her index fingers together. Anyo, Hinata started to say, "See, can I play W with Y, you guys?" "No." A boy yelled out, "Go away, you weird eye girl." All of the other boys and girls nodded in agreement. Hinata ran away with tears flowing out of her eyes. Everyone made fun of her because of her eyes. People never made fun of her with her bodyguard. The villagers knew about Hyugas. The villagers can only know that they are Hyugas by their eyes. That's it. Hinata slumped down on a swing and started to swing slowly and not very high. A few minutes later, a blonde boy came by and slumped down on the other swing set. The boy looked sad. The boy turned to face her and said, "Do you want to play with me?" The boy asked. "I saw how they treated you." The blonde boy pointed toward the group. "I think your eyes look very beautiful." Hinata blushed. "He's cute," she thought. "IW would L like that," Hinata blurted out. The kid stood up and put his hand out. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage of this village." The boy, now known as Naruto, yelled. "I am Hinata Hyuga." Hinata took the hand and shook it. "Let's go," Naruto shouted out. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand, making her blush. Naruto took Hinata to the sandbox and started to play. 2 hours later, a big man came up to Hinata. "Father," Hinata said. "Hi." Hinata's dad. Naruto stood up and yelled. For a minute that Hiyashi saw the fourth Hokage replace the image of Naruto. "It's him," Hiyashi stated in his mind. "Hello," Hiyashi said. "May I ask your name?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki, new best friend of Hinata Hyuga and future Hokage." Hiyashi looked at Naruto. The stare made Naruto uncomfortable. "Hey," Hiyashi thought, "I knew it. No doubt about it. It is nice to meet you, Naruto. I am taking Hinata. We must get home," Hiyashi said. "No problem," Naruto yelled. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and helped her up. She blushed. Hiyashi didn't fail to notice the blush. Looks like Hinata has a crush on Naruto, Hiyashi thought. "Can Hinata come play tomorrow?" Naruto asked. "Sure," Hiyashi stated. "Yada!" Naruto shouted in glee. Hiyashi and Hinata walked home. Hinata and Naruto finally made a best friend. Naruto ran back to his apartment hoping to see another fun day tomorrow. As with Hinata, Hinata failed to notice the new difference in her father after discovering Naruto. End of flashback. Naruto smiled at the remembrance of how he met Hinata. Hinata was always a sweet and shy girl. He never understood why she was always blushing and fainting around him. She was sometimes weird in his opinion. She was still a good friend though. Naruto closed his eyes and started to remember how he met Sasuke. He met Sasuke when he was only 4 years old, about a few months after he met Hinata. Flashback. Sasuke Uchiha was sitting on a port in a lake. He was depressed. His dad never thought of him enough. It was only about Itachi, his big brother. Itachi this and Itachi that. They never acknowledge him. Not even once. That changed today though. He mastered the fireball jutsu and it was even bigger than his father's. His father finally acknowledged him. Sasuke was still sad though. That was the only time his dad noticed him. Just because he mastered a jutsu. The duck-butt kid just stared down at the lake looking at his reflection. Naruto Uzumaki was walking around Konoha. He just got done playing with Hinata Hyuga, his best friend. Naruto changed ever since he met her. She gave him joy. Naruto grinned very big that his eyes were almost closed. Naruto's eyes darted toward the side, seeing a boy staring down at the lake. Naruto decided to go over there and ask him what's wrong. "Hey kid," Naruto asked. "What's wrong?" Sasuke looked up, seeing a blonde kid with whisker marks. He saw him around before being chased by villagers, but he never actually talked to him. "Nothing," Sasuke replied. "Well, if it makes you feel any better, how about me and you go to the park tomorrow with my friend?" Naruto suggested. "It's a lot of fun." Sasuke thought about it for a moment. All he ever did was train. He really needed a break. "Sure," Sasuke said. "What's your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage." Sasuke stuck out his hand and said, "Sasuke Uchiha, of the Uchiha clan." Naruto shook his hand. See you tomorrow, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded and walked away. He glanced at Sasuke. He was still on the wooden bridge. Naruto decided to leave him alone. Naruto did notice that Sasuke took a peek at him. Both of the guys grinned. End of flashback. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kyoko. Kyoko was waiting patiently. Naruto's eyes changed in mood. He only had one thing in his eyes: determination. I will do it, Naruto shouted out. The blonde boy pumped in his fist in the air. The future Hokage and now the brand new elemental master. Kyoko grinned. She was positive he would change the world one day. Well, since you're ready, I think I will go now. Kyoko started to leave, but Naruto had another question. Who will teach me to master the elements? Naruto questioned. You will have to learn that in the future, Kyoko said. Before I forget, here. A scythe suddenly appeared in Kyoko's hands. She tossed it to Naruto, who caught it. The scythe had a black pole with red strips every 4 inches. The blade was silver and shone like a star. Thanks, Naruto said. No problem. You will need it, Kyoko said. Oh, and by the way, change your clothes. It screams out, kill me. She finally vanished, leaving an eager to train Naruto. Naruto had a huge smile on his face. He was now the chosen one to save the world. This position is even way bigger than being Hokage. His smile wasn't as big when he was walking through the village. All the villagers had a different emotion of their face. It was once hatred, but now it is fear. On Naruto's back was his scythe. He called it Red Death. The villagers were looking at his back and was afraid that he would unleash it at them. Naruto reached to his apartment and got his keys out of his pocket. When Naruto opened it, 10 pair of eyes locked onto him. There in his apartment were 5 Anbu people, including Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi rushed over to him and hugged him. All of the Anbu in the room were shocked. There was Hitaki Kakashi, the emotionless Anbu, hugging Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi? Naruto asked. Thank Kami, you're alright. Kakashi sighed. Kakashi set Naruto down on the floor and nodded to the other Anbu. The Anbu disappeared before Naruto could even blink, leaving Kakashi and Naruto alone. Explain what happened to you, Kakashi demanded. Naruto then explained what happened, with precise detail. He told Kakashi about Kyoko, Elemental Master, and killing the person who was about to destroy the world. Kakashi asked Naruto about the scythe on his back. This is a gift from Kyoko, Naruto replied, but I hate it when it's on your back, it's annoying. Well, I am going to report to the Hokage what happened to you, Kakashi stated. Good night, Naruto. Kakashi then disappeared, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto jumped on his bed and fell asleep immediately. Next morning, Naruto woke up feeling very happy. Everything that happened yesterday flooded into his brain. He smiled. Naruto decided that since it is a new destiny, it should be a new him. Naruto wondered, that note she gave him on my scythe. Maybe I should do that. Naruto grabbed the note that was on his scythe and read it. Change your clothes, please. If you want to save the world, you have to be sneaky. Naruto nodded. He quickly put on his clothes and grabbed his scythe. He got out of his apartment and locked the door. He ran to the clothing department. Naruto ignored the comments and glares he was getting while walking to the department. He didn't know why people treated him like that. Naruto arrived at the department and opened the door. The manager saw him and yelled out. Get out of my apartment, you filthy demon. The manager literally kicked him out of his store. Forgot about that, Naruto sighed. I need help. A light bulb appeared above his head. Hinata. Naruto ran to the Hyuga compound and was greeted with bows. The only clan that respected him was the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was like his home. Naruto went to find Hinata. He found Hinata in her room still sleeping. Well, it is only 9 a.m. Naruto thought. Naruto poked Hinata's cheek. She stirred. Naruto shook Hinata and Hinata's eyes started to open. Hinata opened her eyes and was greeted with blue eyes. Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Hinata blushed. Ohio, Naruto-kun. I need help, Hinata-chan, Naruto pleaded, but first you need to know what happened. Naruto started to explain what happened last night. The only thing Hinata did was nod. I understand, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Looks like I have to help my best friend save the world. You bet. Naruto shouted. Can we go? Hinata nodded. Naruto went out of the room to let Hinata change. A few minutes later Hinata emerged out of her room fully dressed. Naruto and Hinata ran to Hinata's father's office. "Father!" Hinata exclaimed. "Come in, Hinata-chan," Hiyashi shouted. Naruto and Hinata opened the door. Hiyashi wasn't shocked to see Naruto with her. They were best friends and spent all the time together. "Hiyashi-sama," Naruto said and bowed. "Naruto," Hiyashi said, "you don't need to bow." "Well anyway," Naruto said as he got up, "I want new clothes, but people won't let me in. Can you help me?" Hiyashi knew how the villagers treated him. It disgusted Hiyashi. Hiyashi just wanted to break every bone in every villager inhabiting this place. "Sure, Naruto," Hiyashi stated. Naruto, Hinata, and Hiyashi walked to the clothing department. Once they got inside, the manager glared at Naruto and yelled out. "For the last time, get out!" Before the manager could do anything, Hiyashi was right in front of him, Byakugan activated. "You will treat this boy with respect like every other citizen in this village. You understand?" Hiyashi whispered deathly. But he is a the manager started to say, but was interrupted. "No, he isn't, and if you complete that word you will be going against the third law. If you break that law it is punishable by death, which I will be happy to do. We just want some clothes and we will be gone," Hiyashi stated. The manager nodded. The manager had sweat rolling down his face the whole time. Hiyashi smiled and the three of them started to explore the store. Naruto couldn't help but have orange, or at least a color related to orange. A few hours later, the three of them emerged from the door. Naruto now had on a crimson-red short-sleeve shirt on with the swirl symbol on the back. He had black shorts on with lots of pockets for scrolls, kunai, shuriken, etc. He had black sandals on. His scythe was still strapped to his back, much to Naruto's annoyance. "Thank you so much, Hiyashi-sama," Naruto shouted. But what, Naruto?" Hiyashi questioned. "I kind of need to go to the library to work on some ninjutsu and taijutsu. I don't need to worry about genjutsu because I already know I suck at genjutsu." It was surprising for Naruto to know all of that. He is only 5 years old and he doesn't start the academy till he is 8. "I will be happy to help you, Naruto," Hiyashi exclaimed. Naruto smiled. The three of them walked to the library in only about 5 minutes. The librarian shouted at Naruto, but Hiyashi stepped in. A few minutes later, Naruto, Hiyashi, and Hinata walked out of the library. Naruto was holding a pile of jutsu and some taijutsu scrolls. He also had a scroll about using a scythe. He didn't know that he actually picked up a fuinjutsu, sealing, scroll too. "Thank you again, Hiyashi-sama," Naruto yelled. "No problem, Naruto," Hiyashi said. "Anything else you need?" Naruto thought about it for a moment and said no. Naruto left the two Hyugas and ran to the training grounds. When he arrived, he saw Kakashi there looking at the memorial stone. Naruto knew about Kakashi's life. Kakashi was like a father to him. He cared about him when all of the villagers didn't. He took care of him after he was beaten. "Hey Kakashi," Naruto said. Kakashi looked up to find Naruto with a bunch of scrolls. "Hey Naruto," Kakashi said, "what up with the scrolls?" "Since I need to master the 5 elements I need to train hard," Naruto shouted with a huge smile. "May I help you?" Kakashi asked. "Sure," Naruto said, "thanks." "Well, since you need to master the 5 elements, you need to know your element," Kakashi stated. "Huh?" Naruto questioned. "Every ninja has an element. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. I have lightning and water. I can use all 5 because of my Sharingan. How will I figure out my element?" Kakashi slipped a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Naruto. "What's a piece of paper going to do?" Naruto asked. "Put chakra into the paper," Kakashi said. "How do I do that?" "This is going to be a long day," Kakashi thought. Kakashi then explained everything about chakra and how to use it. A few hours later Naruto finally managed to put chakra into the paper. If you slice the paper it is wind. If it turns to ash it is fire. If it becomes damp it is water. If it turns to dirt it is earth. If it crumples up it is lightning, Kakashi stated. "Around the time you are a Jonin, you can have 2 chakra affinities. Some genin can have 2 though. It takes time though." Naruto focused and put chakra into the paper. The paper split in 2. "Looks like your affinity is wind," Kakashi said. Let's get started. 3 students walked into the academy doors. One student wore a red short and black shorts. His name was Naruto Uzumaki. On his left was his friend. She wore a white hooded jacket and a purple shirt underneath it. She had black pants on. Her name was Hinata Hyuga. On Naruto's right was his other friend. He wore a black shirt with a high collar. On the back was an Uchiha symbol. He wore white shorts. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. These 3 people were best friends ever since they were 5 years old. Now it was time to enter the academy and become ninjas. Naruto has been training with Kakashi Hitaki for the past 3 years when the Anbu captain was not on missions. About a month after they started training, Sasuke and Hinata joined the training program. The training program was very long and harsh. Kakashi made the trio do Anbu exercises, which consisted of 50 laps around the Leaf Village, 1,000 push-ups, and sparring. The trio had to fight one-on-one with Kakashi and had to land at least 10 hits on him. Eventually the trio did it and Kakashi made it even more intense. Naruto shuddered how that training was. It paid off though. Naruto looked at a paper attached to the doors. The paper showed the classes and the people in the class. Naruto found his name. He also found Sasuke and Hinata's. Guys, Naruto said, we are in the same class, room 1B. Smiles appeared on all of their faces. Let's go, Sasuke suggested. All 3 of them nodded and headed to their room. It was on the 1st floor. They slowly opened the door and stepped into the room. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata looked around to find anyone they knew. They found a few people like Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Kiba, etc. They found 3 seats and sat down waiting for their teacher. They talked about what it would be like being in the same team. The discussion soon stopped when 2 men walked into the classroom. One of the men had a scar running across his nose. The other one had white hair. Hello class, my name is Iruka Amino, the one with the scar said. This is Mizuki. Iruka pointed to the man on his left. We will be your teachers for the next 4 years. Any questions? No one raised their hand. All of the students wanted to hurry up and begin their life at the academy. Okay now, Iruka said, does anyone know any jutsus? 4 hands shot up. The most surprisingly one was Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka always heard about Naruto. He was known throughout Konoha as the #1 knucklehead of Konoha. I forgot. Let's go outside to check it out, Iruka said. Soon all of the students crowded outside. Everyone was murmuring about Naruto. Naruto was supposed to be the dead last. That was all the teachers could say about him. That was all the parents could say about him too. That and demon. Sasuke Uchiha, you go first, Iruka stated. Sasuke walked up a few feet behind a tree. He sighed and closed his eyes to focus. Suddenly his eyes shot open and he started to weave through signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke shot out a huge fireball out. The fireball raced to the tree and the flames engulfed it. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and went back to Naruto and Hinata. Immediately, the Sasuke fan club formed and quickly made a hug banner saying, "We love you Sasuke-kun." Nice job Sasuke, Naruto said as he high-fived him. Good job Sasuke. Hinata congratulated. Up next Hinata Hyuga. Hinata walked up to another tree and mimicked Sasuke's action. She wove through a set of hand signs and yelled out. Water style. Water blast. The water on a nearby river rose up. On Hinata's command, the water blasted toward the tree, destroying it completely. Very impressive, Mizuki said. Up next Shikamaru Nara. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. Shikamaru stood in front of Iruka and muttered. Shadow possession jutsu. From where Shikamaru stood, a shadow started to creep toward Iruka. Once the shadow connected to Iruka, Iruka started to slouch like Shikamaru. You can let go now Shikamaru, Iruka commanded. Shikamaru did as was told and went back to the line. Once he got back to the line, he fell down on his back and went to sleep. Finally Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka said, ignoring Shikamaru. Naruto stood in front of a tree. Naruto closed his eyes to focus. His hands started to weave through hand signs and his eyes were still closed. His eyes finally opened up and he yelled out. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind blasted to Naruto. The wind gave Naruto multiple scratches on his back since the wind was coming. The wind completely knocked over 3 trees. Everyone's eyes were wide except Sasuke and Hinata's. Shikamaru was being Shikamaru. Iruka and Mizuki would have been flying if they haven't applied chakra to their feet. They had to catch the kids from flying all over the place. Half of the girls from the Sasuke fan club quickly formed a Naruto fan club, much to Hinata's disappointment. They made a banner that said, "You are way better than Sasuke. Looks like I am better than you, Sasuke Teme." Naruto joked. The two of them always said bad words to each other, but they knew it was just a joke. They were best friends forever. Sasuke said and smirked. Nice job, Naruto," Iruka said as everyone got settled down. "Let's get back to the classroom." Everyone did as instructed, and followed Iruka. Some of the girls followed Naruto and Sasuke. The two boys sighed. This was going to be a long 4 years. Everyone except Mizuki went back to the classroom. This will be harder than I thought, Mizuki thought. He quickly followed Iruka to the classroom. In a couple of hours, the class ended. They talked about taijutsu and ninjutsu mostly. About halfway of the class, a lady came in and told the girls to follow her. Iruka explained to the guys that the girls will be doing flower arranging to help blend in. They also talked about the ninja world. Like where the countries are, the country's reputation, etc. Naruto and Sasuke decided to go train in the forest. Hinata also accepted, wanting to get away from her father. She was strong, but her father didn't think she was strong enough. She was second place in the class and her father didn't think that was enough. Neji was Rookie of the Year, so Hiyashi wanted Hinata to be the Rookie of the Year too. In a few minutes the trio ended up at the forest. The forest consisted of a lake, river, practice dummies, and some trees. Naruto and Sasuke and Hinata noticed people following them. All 3 of them knew that fangirls were watching them, and Hinata became mad. She didn't do anything though. Hinata had her Byakugan, so she could tell where they were. The trio decided to just ignore them and they started to train. "Oi Sasuke," Naruto said, "let's work our combo." "Sure," Sasuke replied. Naruto and Sasuke were working on a combo that can kill around 20 enemies. They have been working on this combo for about a month now and they think they can master it today. Naruto and Hinata also made a combo too. Sasuke and Hinata haven't made a combo, because the water will extinguish the fire. Naruto created 30 clones. The clones piled up together. Naruto and Sasuke stood a few yards away from them because the attacks were mid-range. Naruto started to create some hand signs. He ended on the ram sign. Naruto stuck out his 2 palms and yelled out. Wind style. Divine down current. A vortex of wind struck out of Naruto's palms and started to make the clones float and fly back. The clones crashed against a tree, but surprisingly they didn't poof away. Naruto had trained extra hard on his clones so that they didn't poof away easily. They could withstand a few hits now. Sasuke created hand signs and ended on tiger. He set a ring around his mouth and yelled out. Fire style. Running fire. A stream of fire shot of his mouth and started to surround the clones. The fire mixed in with the wind, creating a massive inferno. The clones poofed away, leaving only 2 clones. Naruto quickly dispelled the clones and looked at Sasuke. Looks like we did it, Sasuke Teme, Naruto said with a smile. Looks like it, dope. Sasuke replied. Hinata-chan, Naruto asked, let's work on our combo. Okay. Hinata confirmed. Naruto, again, created 30 clones. Naruto and Hinata stood a few yards away from the clones. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and yelled out. Wind style. Wind tornadoes. Naruto stuck out his palms and multiple tornadoes started to form. This jutsu was kind of like divine down current, except this jutsu made much more tornadoes, but the tornadoes were slightly weaker. The wind tornado was blowing the trio's hair. Hinata quickly formed some hand signs and yelled out. Water style. Water blasts. From the nearby river and lake, water started to rise up. Hinata commanded them to go and hit the tornadoes. Once the water hit the tornadoes, water started to spray around like a sprinkler. The water hit the clones and the clones were set flying to the trees. The clones poofed away. The water tornado soon disappeared. We only can hold it for about 2 minutes. That should be enough to beat the enemies, Naruto stated. Yeah. Hinata replied while blushing. Sasuke noticed the blush and smirked. Everyone knew about Hinata's crush on Naruto, except Naruto himself. He was too dense to figure it out. Sasuke always wanted to pair them up, but he decided it would be to Uchiha-like. Hinata-chan, you're red. You okay? Naruto asked. Naruto put his hand on Hinata's forehead, making the blush increase. Hi. Hinata said, and she turned away. You guys want to train more? I got to work on fighting with my scythe, Naruto said. Nah, I am going to train more on my fire jutsus, Sasuke said. He pulled out about 10 scrolls from his pocket. I am going to do the same for my water jutsus. Hinata stuttered. Hinata usually doesn't stutter, but Naruto actually touched her. The three of them nodded to each other and separated a lot of yards from each other. Naruto created about 150 clones. The real Naruto commanded them to separate into 3 groups of 50. One group worked on the scythe, the other group worked on ninjutsu, and the other group worked on taijutsu. The clones would disperse in 1 hour. Naruto ran to his apartment, leaving the clones alone. First Naruto went to get some ramen. In about 1 hour, Naruto got to his apartment, went to his bed, and went unconscious because of all the clones' memory. Time skip 4 years. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata walked inside the academy building. Today was the day to see if you're ready to become a ninja. Naruto and Sasuke were tied in first place in the class. Hinata was second. It was acceptable because Naruto and Sasuke like competing with each other in training. They push each other to their limits. Hinata doesn't often train with them because of her father. Her father abuses her instead of training her. This made Naruto and Sasuke pissed off. They wanted to practically rip off the balls of the Hyuga head, if he had any. The 3 friends walked inside the classroom to find everyone actually quiet for a first time. Everyone was quiet because it was time to do the test. The test made everyone very nervous. Only a few people were confident. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. That's it. The trio walked up the stairs and sat down, enjoying the quiet. Eventually, the 2 Chunin instructors came into the room, noticing the class being very quiet. Iruka, I think we are in a genjutsu. Our class is actually quiet, Mizuki said. Huh? Iruka laughed. Iruka's laugh turned into a dead serious face. That made everyone even more nervous. The first part of the test is a written exam. The second part is the jutsu test. We will start right now. Put all of your effort into this test, Iruka said. Iruka got a pile of papers and handed half of the papers to Mizuki. The 2 instructors handed the papers to the students. The papers startled the students because it was so thick. The students scanned through the test. Done. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata said at the same time. It hasn't even been 5 minutes yet. They were done already. They ignored the shocked faces of the other students. Even Mizuki and Iruka were stunned when they handed the paper. The 2 men graded the test and saw that it was 100%. Damn. Iruka and Mizuki thought. 1 hour later all the students finished. Iruka and Mizuki immediately went to the jutsu portion of the test. One by one, students walked out with pride. Sometimes the students came back inside the classroom sad. Eventually it was Sasuke's turn. Good luck, Teme. Naruto said. Good luck, Sasuke, Hinata said too. Sasuke smirked. He went outside and went back inside with a shiny new headband on his forehead. Grats. Naruto and Hinata said. Thanks. Up next was Hinata. The same thing happened. Hinata came in with a headband around her neck and a smile on her face. Naruto jumped up and hugged her, making Hinata blush. He whispered congrats. Don't faint, Hinata thought repeatedly. Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka called out. Wish me luck, Naruto said as he walked out. Okay Naruto. Iruka started to stat, clone and transform please. Naruto made the hand sign for the transformation jutsu and changed into his dad, the 4th Hokage. If only Naruto knew that his dad was the 4th. His life would have changed so much. Naruto, instead of doing a clone jutsu, made 100 Kage Bunshin pop up, scaring all the teachers in the academy. How did you learn the Kage Bunshin? Iruka yelled out like a question. Library. I couldn't do the normal Bunshins because of my massive chakra reserve, Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone. You pass. Iruka said as he gave Naruto his headband. Naruto grinned. He walked inside with his headband strapped to his forehead. Congratulations Naruto-kun. Hinata congratulated. Grats Dobi. Sasuke said and smirked. Naruto stuck out his tongue and made a raspberry. N. I think that is what it's called. In about 20 minutes, all the students were done taking the jutsu test. Half of the class was sad and the other half was happy. They literally made sides. On one side of the classroom was graduates, while on the other side was failures. Iruka and Mizuki came inside. Well, since Hokage-sama already made the team formations, me and Mizuki will call them out right now. Iruka stated. This statement made the breaths of the graduates stop. They were going to learn their teams right now. Okay, here are the teams. Iruka said as he flipped through the papers on his clipboard. Team 1 will be. Iruka kept saying the teams until he called Naruto out. Team 7 will be consisted of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's breath stopped. Sasuke Uchiha. A smirk formed on both of the guys' faces. Their heart skipped a beat once Iruka recited the next name. They couldn't believe this was happening. And Sakura Haruno. Silence. What? Naruto and Sasuke yelled out at the same time. Why? The teams will be unbalanced. The team shall consist of the strongest, smartest, and the weakest. Sakura is the weak and the smart and you guys are the strongest. If Hinata was in your team, Team 7 will be too overpowering, Iruka said. Me, Sasuke, and Hinata have the best teamwork ever. Doesn't that count? Naruto yelled. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sorry guys. Just got to deal with it. While Iruka was talking to Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata was crying. She had so many tears that it can be formed into a river. Even though Iruka already explained why they weren't on the same teams, she was still wondering why. All three of them worked very well together. Their teamwork was flawless. Naruto even said so. Naruto saw Hinata crying, and came over to her. He put his arm around her, and she put her head on Naruto's shoulder, crying her heart out. Naruto had a few tears. Even Sasuke had tears. Being an Uchiha, he had to control his emotions. Right now he was failing. Iruka looked at the trio and sighed. He practically knew that this was going to happen. He looked at his clipboard and began reciting the teams again. Team 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. None of the three said anything. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shoji Akamichi, and Shikamaru Nara. None of the three said anything. Iruka recited all of the teams. Your squad leader will be here in 20 minutes. Just stay here. Iruka and Mizuki left the room, leaving the special trio to mourn. All of the class didn't say anything. Everyone knew how Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were best friends. Everyone knew the teamwork was the best. The class decided to stay silent and wait for their teachers. Eventually Hinata's sensei was here. Team 8. I am Kurenai Yuhi, please follow me, Kurenai said. She noticed the girl crying and decided to talk to her later about what happened. Shino and Kiba rose up from the seats and followed Kurenai. You got to go Hinata-chan. Naruto cried. This was heartbreaking. Hi. Hinata said as she rose up. When Naruto told her something to do she will do it. Goodbye Hinata-chan. Naruto said as he hugged her. Hinata didn't blush. She was too sad to. Surprisingly, Sasuke hugged her too. He whispered see you later. Let's hang out later okay? Naruto asked. Hinata simply nodded her head and she left along with her team. Naruto and Sasuke went back to their seat and sat down saying nothing. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno was feeling very left out. Her team didn't want her. Sakura was one of the girls that was still in the Sasuke fan club. For once in her life she was not annoying Sasuke. She felt like they needed their own time and decided to not saying anything. 2 hours passed and no one said one thing. Finally, a masked-wearing Cyclops ninja came through the door. That ninja was a former Anbu captain and was named Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi was very surprised. Usually when he was late, the team would yell at him. Yo Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi said and waved. Hey, they both muttered. Kakashi knew Hinata was not on their team. He had to debate on which team Hinata should be on. He sighed as he remembered the flashback. Flashback. All of the Junin were here gathered in the Hokage's office. All of the Junin knew why they were here. They were here to pick out some genin teams. The Junin were all talking about what teams they will be assigned to. The Hokage walked in and everyone grew silent. Sarutobi sat down in his chair and looked at the Junin. You all know why you were called here, so, Sarutobi stated, does anyone want a specific team? A red-eyed woman stepped up and said, I would like Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. I would like to form a tracking and location team. Kakashi's eyes widened. He couldn't let the trio be separated, he had to do something. Wait! Kakashi yelled out. I want Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi, Sarutobi said, Kurenai's team is perfect. Hinata the power, Kiba the fail, and Shino the smart. If you put Hinata on Naruto's and Sasuke's team, that team will be too overpowering. I would recommend Sakura Haruno. She is a smart and a weak combined. She is just another crazy fangirl. She will just make us slow down. Sakura has never even trained with us. Come on Hokage-sama. The trio will be crushed. Kakashi debated. The answer is a final no. Kakashi. Hinata Hyuga will be placed in Kurenai's team. Sakura Haruno will be on your team. Kakashi sighed. He knew he couldn't argue against the Hokage. Kakashi went over to the wall and put his back on it. Naruto and Sasuke walked up the stairs to the rooftop. Both of them were still gloomy because Hinata was not on their team. How can this happen to them? They were the best friends, and they separate them. Naruto opened the door to find Sakura sitting down on some stairs. Kakashi was leaning on his back against the rail. About time you showed up. Kakashi joked. Naruto and Sasuke didn't reply. They both sat down on the stairs and waited for the former Anbu captain to speak up. They are still depressed. Kakashi thought. Let's get to know each other. Tell me your name, dislikes, likes, hobbies, and dreams. Kakashi said as he shook away his thoughts. Why don't you go first, sensei? Sakura asked. Fine, Kakashi said. I am Hitaki Kakashi. You don't need to know my dislikes, or likes. My hobbies and dreams are none of your business. We only learned your name. Sakura said. Your point? Kakashi said. I already know you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded. Pinky, you go first, Kakashi said as he pointed to Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are, she looked at Sasuke. My dislikes are, she glared at Naruto. My hobbies are, she looked at Sasuke again. My dreams are, she looks at Sasuke. Sasuke rolled his eyes in annoyance. Naruto chuckled. He knew how Sasuke was always annoyed by fangirls. It annoyed Naruto too. Another crazy fangirl. Just as I predicted, Kakashi thought. Naruto. Kakashi said. Naruto looked at Sakura. Kakashi and Sasuke already knew him, so there was no point looking at them. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are, my friends, and training. My dislikes are annoying fangirls. My hobbies are training and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to be Hokage and the best elemental master there is. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke nodded as well. Sakura was just confused. What was he talking about? Elemental master? What's that? I will explain later, Naruto said as he noticed Sakura's confusion. Sasuke. Kakashi said. I am Sasuke Uchiha. My likes are, friends and training. My dislikes are annoying fangirls. My hobbies are training and hanging out with friends. My dream is to help my friend become the best elemental master there is. My other dream is to revive my clan, and kill a certain someone. You just copied Naruto, Sakura stated. By the way, you want to go out later? So, Sasuke shot back, it's true, no by the way. Sakura became silent, tears streaming down her face. You got to go used to this, Sasuke and Naruto thought. Kakashi decided to break up the drama and said, tomorrow morning meeting me at training ground 7 at 8 a.m. Do not eat breakfast or else you will throw up. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. Naruto and Sasuke nodded to each other. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of wind. Sasuke disappeared in a swirl of fire, leaving Sakura alone. Sakura felt left out, walked out. So un-ninja-like. Naruto and Sasuke appeared where Hinata goes where she usually is sad. The forest next to the park. The trio found a small cave and marked it their own area. The mark was the Uchiha fan. Where the fan was a swirl representing Naruto. Representing Hinata was the Hyuga symbol, surrounding the fan. They carved the symbol into the rock with a kunai. Naruto and Sasuke went inside the cave, and found Hinata sitting down in a ball position, crying. Naruto immediately leapt to Hinata and hugged her like he did in the academy. Sasuke sat down across from them. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Hinata-chan, Naruto started to say, even though we are in different teams, we can still hang out together. Sasuke nodded in agreement. I know that, it's just that, Hinata cried, it's so sad and disappointing that we are in different teams. I know. Me and Sasuke are sad too. Sasuke nodded, we just got to deal with it. We can handle this, Naruto said. I agree with Naruto. Sasuke said. If you guys agree, then I can agree. Hinata stuttered. Now that we got that out of the way, how about you tell us about your team? Naruto suggested. Hi. Hinata said. The trio talked for hours until the best friends fell asleep. Next day the sun shone down on Naruto's face, waking him up. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. Today was the day for Kakashi's test. He didn't know what it will be, but he knew it was going to be hard. Kakashi was always saying, look underneath the underneath. Naruto did his normal routine. Took a shower and got dressed. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of wind, heading to Sasuke's apartment. Once he got there, Naruto knocked on the door. Sasuke opened the door and let Naruto come inside. Why do you have breakfast out? Naruto asked as he walked into the kitchen, noticing the breakfast laid out. Kakashi-sensei is always 2 hours late. Since it is only 7 o'clock right now, I might as well eat, Sasuke replied. Can I have some? Naruto asked. Sure. Naruto took a seat across from Sasuke and started to eat. It wasn't ramen, but it is better than nothing. About 30 minutes later, the two friends finished. Sasuke put the dishes beside the fridge and left with Naruto. So what are we going to do now? Naruto questioned as Sasuke locked the door. Let's go to the training ground to warn Sakura. She will have to know about Kakashi's tardiness, Sasuke suggested. Weird, Naruto said. I thought you hate her. I do, but we are teammates, Sasuke stated. Naruto nodded. Naruto and Sasuke sprinted to the training field. When they were running through the village, some of the villagers were giving glares to Naruto. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto knew why. Once they arrived at the training field, they saw Sakura leaning against a tree. The most surprising one was Hitaki Kakashi. He was actually there on time. Shimada. Naruto and Sasuke thought. Don't worry. I am just a clone of Kakashi. The real Kakashi got sick. The test will be held tomorrow. The Kakashi clone said. The clone dispersed. Well, this was a waste of our times, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked, do you want to go on a date with me sometime? Naruto rolled his eyes. No, Sasuke said. Sakura started to run home crying. She should be used to this. She asked Sasuke out, like, 100 times already, literally. Let's go check on Hinata-chan. Naruto said. We can all go training. The Sakura incident seemed like it didn't even happen. Sasuke nodded. Let's go. The two disappeared in a swirl of fire and wind. With Hinata walked along with her team, bruised. A lot. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino barely passed their test. Kurenai made a genjutsu which made the Kyuubi pop up. When they get hit, it wasn't an illusion hit. It was an actual hit. Shino noticed that something was off. The forest where they were all supposed to meet up only had about 20 apple trees. Kurenai said there was only 30. Kurenai also said that if something was not supposed to be there, you are in a genjutsu. Once Shino found that out, they began working on a plan. It took several minutes, but the team managed. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, but she couldn't find the weakness. Kurenai-sensei explained yesterday that there were layers of genjutsu. The more layers the user applies, the harder it gets to crack it. Once the team were near Ichiraku, the team departed. Kiba went to go to his house, as well as Shino. Hinata stayed at Ichiraku, waiting for Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of Hinata, startling her. Naruto quickly apologized. "Hinata-chan," Naruto said, "wanna go training?" Sasuke quickly said, "I don't think she can't, she seems very wounded." "I'm fine." Hinata said, "I am just tired. Your well-being is important than training, Hinata-chan." Naruto said, "Go to the hospital and get yourself fixed up." Hinata was disappointed, but nodded. Hinata limped to the hospital. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "That just leaves us." Naruto said. Sasuke nodded and the two headed to the forest. In a few hours, the two best friends were seen heading towards Ichiraku ramen shop. Once the two sat down, the two of them both ordered miso ramen. In a couple minutes the ramen arrived. The duo dug in the ramen. In a few minutes, Mizuki arrived. Mizuki breathed deeply and sat down. He pretended to act like he cared. "I see you guys are still down about the whole Hinata thing," Mizuki said. "Of course we are," Naruto said, "we are the best friends." "I know, so I decided I should help you guys," Mizuki said. "How?" Naruto questioned. "Well," Mizuki started to stat, "if you can steal the forbidden scroll, and learn a jutsu, you can have Hinata on your team instead of Sakura." "Really?" Naruto yelled. Sasuke didn't say anything, he kept a close eye on Mizuki. "Something's up," Sasuke thought. "Yup," Mizuki said, "just steal it and give it to me and I will report it to the Hokage." "No problem," Naruto yelled. He grabbed Sasuke's wrist and sprinted out of the shop. Mizuki noticed a suspicious look Sasuke gave him before he left. "No problem," Mizuki thought, "there are only genin." Mizuki then left the Ichiraku shop with an evil grin. Hokage Tower. Naruto and Sasuke slid past the Jonin guards, undetected. Naruto and Sasuke ran up the stairs, and opened the door a little to sneak a peek inside. No one was inside. "No one is inside," Naruto said. "Let's go." "I still don't think this is a good idea," Sasuke said. He was worried. Something about Mizuki made him feel suspicious. "It's okay," Naruto said, "Mizuki-sensei even said so." Naruto and Sasuke slid past the door. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to see if he could find a chakra signature. Pretty soon, Sasuke found a safe inside the wall. Sasuke broke the safe open, and told Naruto he found it. They both dashed out the door and headed to the forest. The third Hokage, also known as, to Naruto, Old Man, walked into his office. He just got back from taking a stroll through the village. It was a beautiful night, so the Hokage decided to take a walk. When the Hokage sat down in his chair, he noticed something was off. He quickly realized what it was, and pressed a button, summoning Enbu and Jonin and a few Chunin. "The scroll of forbidden seal has been stolen. Get it back at once," Sarutobi demanded. "Hi!" the ninja group yelled out. All of the ninja quickly jumped away, not knowing it was Naruto and Sasuke who stole the scroll. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting down looking through the scroll. They had no clue that dozens of shinobi were out looking for them. They both had no clue that they are the most wanted people right now. Naruto was now seen looking through the scroll with Sasuke right beside him. Sasuke found a cool fire jutsu and decided to learn that. He still didn't like the feeling he was having. Naruto would have noticed it too, but he was too excited. Naruto found a jutsu and started to copy the seals. When Naruto was about to finish the hand signs, Iruka arrived. "Naruto?" Iruka asked. "What's up?" Naruto asked. "Why do you have that scroll?" Iruka screamed and questioned. "Mizuki-sensei said if me and Sasuke can learn a jutsu from here, Hinata will be on our team." Iruka looked at Sasuke, to find him nodding. "Damn it, Mizuki," Iruka thought. Before Iruka knew it, he felt a very sharp pain on his back. He slowly turned his head to find a giant shuriken stabbed in his back. "You're too late now, Iruka," Mizuki yelled out as he jumped out of the trees. Iruka felt weak and started to fall to his knees. He fell flat on his face. "Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked as he fell to his knees. He glared at Mizuki and yelled, "What was that for?" Mizuki didn't respond. He dashed to the scroll. Once he was in arm's reach, Sasuke tackled him to the ground. "Naruto!" Sasuke yelled out. Naruto nodded and created a clone. He told the clone to go grab the scroll and get out of here. The clone nodded and dashed off with the scroll in his hand. No, Mizuki said. Mizuki ran to the clone. Wind style, great breakthrough. A blast of wind made Mizuki slam through a couple of trees. Mizuki stood up and got rid of the wood sticking out his skin. Mizuki dashed to Naruto, fist raised. Naruto didn't respond. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fireball hurled toward Mizuki, making Mizuki change course. He jumped up and attached himself to a tree. Rookies of the Year are proving their title, Mizuki stated. HN. Naruto decided it is time to get serious. This will be his first real fight. Time to bring out Red Death. Naruto thought. Naruto bit his thumb and made blood leak out. Naruto applied the blood to his seal on the wrist. Suddenly about 2-yard scythe appeared in Naruto's hand. Naruto swung his scythe about his head and got in his special stance. Mizuki. Naruto said as he charged. Mizuki was surprised at the sudden show of weaponry. Mizuki got out 2 kunais. Sasuke did the same as well. Mizuki dashed to Sasuke, deciding he will be the easiest. He ignored Naruto for now. It was difficult to fight 2 rookies of the year at once. Mizuki ducked and kicked Naruto in the stomach, sending him flying to a tree. Mizuki charged at Sasuke. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, managed to evade all of Mizuki's attacks. Sasuke ducked and swung with his right hand, making a dash appear on Mizuki's shirt. Mizuki quickly got back on his move and attacked Sasuke. Naruto tackled Mizuki to the ground and got ready for his fight. Mizuki got up and swung. Naruto blocked it with the butt of his scythe, and swung the blade at Mizuki's head. Mizuki ducked and swung at Naruto's shin. Naruto did a backflip and ended up at Mizuki's back. Naruto quickly put the curved part around Mizuki's neck. Sasuke appeared in front of Mizuki, and stuck out his 2 kunais. Done. Naruto said. Give up. Sasuke said. Hey, Mizuki said. Dai Uchiha. Mizuki poofed out of existence. Clone. Naruto and Sasuke thought. Before Sasuke knew it, he had a giant shuriken sticking out of his back. Sasuke struggled to stand up, but lost. He fell to his knees and fell flat on his face. Sasuke. Naruto yelled. Get up. Sasuke didn't reply. Get up, Sasuke. Naruto pleaded. Nothing. Sasuke. Naruto cried. Naruto steadily got up, with his fists clenched. His body was shaking. This was too much to handle. Naruto felt something change in his body. He felt like something new happened. Before Naruto knew it, he screamed out in pure rage, body crackling with electricity. His body filled with rage. He never felt this way before. Losing someone important to you. This fight was pushing him to his limit. He was worn out and he was furious. Lightning bolts crackled around Naruto Uzumaki's body. He has awakened his new element. Lightning. Naruto dashed toward Mizuki. What Mizuki yelled made him stop his tracks. Have you ever wondered why the villagers hate you, Naruto? Mizuki said. Naruto didn't respond, but his curiosity got the better of him. Yeah, I always did. Well, this is the reason. You are the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi is sealed inside you. You're just a human-formed monster, Mizuki yelled out. Naruto felt even more sad, but yet angry at the same time. Why did the 4th Hokage have to seal the Kyuubi inside him? There were plenty of babies in the village. Why him? It was the 4th Hokage's fault. Naruto shook away the thought. Avenging Sasuke was more important than thinking about this. I'm not a monster. Naruto screamed. A lightning bolt blasted out of Naruto's body, and raced toward Mizuki. Mizuki was still startled by the sudden electricity that he didn't have enough time for dodge. The lightning struck straight at him, sending him flying back. This feeling, Naruto thought as he observed his body. Lightning, my new element. Naruto applied lightning to his feet. His feet soon started to crackle. Naruto raced toward Mizuki. He was literally running fast as lightning. Naruto ed his fist back and punched Mizuki as hard as he could. Mizuki, however he did it, grabbed the fist and pulled Naruto in. Mizuki punched Naruto's face and Naruto skidded back. I don't know any lightning jutsus, Naruto thought, but it seems like I can control the lightning. Let's see. Naruto pointed two fingers at Mizuki. Naruto closed his eyes and shot a fast lightning bolt at Mizuki. The lightning bolt tackled into Mizuki and Mizuki, again, flew back. Mizuki got up and threw the big shuriken at Naruto. Naruto ducked under it and charged. Naruto attempted to kick Mizuki's face, but Mizuki blocked it with his wrist. Mizuki grabbed Naruto's ankle and slammed him down to the ground, making a small crater. Mizuki continued his assault, as he kept punching Naruto into the ground. Naruto rolled out of the way and kicked Mizuki's feet. Mizuki fell to his knees and Naruto kicked his back to the ground. Naruto got his scythe and put the curved blade around his neck. Mizuki quickly improvised and, with his surprising flexibility, kicked Naruto's back. Mizuki sprang back up to his feet and threw several shuriken. Naruto blocked some of the shuriken with his scythe. About 2 shuriken hit him. One on his shoulder and the other one on his right arm. Mizuki smirked. "You know I can beat you. I am after all a rank higher than you." Mizuki laughed. Naruto glared at Mizuki. Naruto dashed forward and clicked a button on the bottom of the scythe. Suddenly the blade of the scythe detached itself and Naruto caught it. Naruto threw the curved blade at Mizuki, which he blocked with a kunai. Now Naruto sprinted toward Mizuki, with a new staff in hand. Naruto swung the staff at Mizuki's side. Mizuki ducked under the swipe and kicked Naruto's feet. Naruto sidestepped and uppercut Mizuki. Mizuki flew up to a tree. He attached himself to the tree, looking Naruto. He is more than what meets the eye. Mizuki thought to himself. Suddenly his eyes widened when he heard something from behind him, and it was coming fast. Mizuki quickly did a backflip and saw the blade of the scythe was going to stab him. Mizuki looked at Naruto to find the palm of his hand looking at him. The blade flew at his hand and Naruto caught it. He quickly attached the blade back to the staff. "Wow!" Mizuki thought in astonishment. Naruto glared at Mizuki. He lifted up his hand and stuck out his palm. A lightning bolt bolted out of his palm and sped toward Mizuki. Mizuki didn't have time to dodge as he took the full hit of the attack. Mizuki was sent flying back and crashing through several branches of trees. Mizuki finally crashed himself to a tree and flew back down. Mizuki crashed on the ground and Naruto appeared out of nowhere and put one foot on Mizuki's back. Naruto put the blade part of the scythe around Mizuki's neck. "Damn it," Mizuki thought. Naruto smirked at his accomplishment. He actually beat a shinobi a rank higher than him. He sure was feeling proud of himself. He would have danced in victory, but the situation was too serious. Naruto glared at Mizuki and whispered in his ear, "I can kill you right now, but I chose not to. You broke the third Hokage's law and revealed the secret. That is punishable by death. I would be happy to do that, but I would leave that to the Anbu and the Hokage," Naruto said. About 1 minute after that, the Anbu and the Hokage came. The Anbu arrested Mizuki, and the Hokage commanded them to go. The Hokage and Naruto were now alone. "Tell me," the Hokage demanded, but was interrupted as Naruto fell to the ground, unconscious. "Looks like I got to get the information out of Mizuki. If he doesn't talk then I will have to resort to Ibiki," Sarutobi thought. The old man walked away with Naruto in his arms, heading toward the hospital. Next day Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he was regaining conscious. Naruto opened his eyes to meet with white tile ceiling. Naruto immediately recognized where he was and groaned. "I hate hospitals," Naruto thought. He tried to get out of his bed, but his body was restrained. Naruto noticed that he had multiple cords attached to his body, and some wires attached to his wrist and ankles. "I knew you were going to try and escape, Naruto," Sarutobi said as he walked in. Naruto blushed in embarrassment. The old man's face turned serious. Seeing the serious face, Naruto got very nervous. "Calm down, Naruto. Just explain what happened," Sarutobi commanded. Naruto nodded. He started to talk about the confrontation in Ichiraku, him and Sasuke stealing the scroll, him and Sasuke fighting Mizuki, him awakening his new element, and beating the crap out of Mizuki. Sarutobi nodded. Naruto's eyes widened. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled out. "Where is he?" Naruto struggled to get out of the bed. Sarutobi struggled to hold him down. His age was getting to him. "He is all right. Just give him a few days rest. His back will be as good as new," Sarutobi said, trying to calm down Naruto. That did the job. A few moments later, Hinata barged into the room and started to hug Naruto. Naruto was startled at the bursting through the door and hugging him. Naruto heard a few sobs and noticed she was crying. Naruto put both of his arms around her, trying to soothe her. Sarutobi left the duo to give them a moment. Hinata's sobs were the only thing being heard in the room. All Naruto could do was put his arms around Hinata and soothe her. "I'm here, Hinata-chan, don't worry," Naruto soothed. Naruto was very surprised though. He never had anyone to take care of him. No one worried about him. His whole life was torture. He now knew why he was tortured, beaten to a bloody mess, robbed, attempted murders, and everything you can think about it that had something to do with torture. Only Sarutobi, Hinata, Sasuke, and Kakashi took care of him and worried about him. Naruto also made a mental note to talk to Sarutobi about something. "No. It's just that why you could have died," Hinata cried. "I won't die until I can become Hokage, Hinata-chan," Naruto said. Hinata just kept crying, until her tears ran out. She left her head up to see a smiling Naruto. Naruto, no matter what the situation, smiles. Even if he is going against a powerful opponent, he smiles. It was just his personality, but it was very surprising that he always smiles. It is also kind of creepy though. Hinata smiled as well. "I guess I should leave. You need why rest." Hinata stuttered. Hinata opened the door and walked out. "Wait!" Naruto yelled. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked curiously. Can you get me some ramen?" Naruto asked while rubbing the back of his head. "Haha. Sure," Hinata said. She walked out the room to get ramen for her Naruto. Key word is her. Naruto just sat alone in bed. He could do nothing from now on until he get out of this place he calls hellhole. Oh, how Naruto hated hospitals. Next day Naruto Uzumaki was laying down on his hospital bed. He was so very bored. He couldn't do anything in these damn hospitals. He got short visits from Sasuke when he got out, Hinata mostly, Kakashi, and Sarutobi. Hinata spent most of her day in Naruto's room. It's not like she could do anything else anyway. Naruto sighed. Kakashi was out on a sudden mission. Sarutobi was in his office. Sasuke was probably training, and Hinata had training with her father. Moments later, Naruto sparked an idea. The doctor said his chakra was back a few days ago. "Why didn't I think of this before?" Naruto shouted. Naruto formed a cross over his heart and whispered, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." A second later, about 250 Narutos appeared. The room was only capable of holding 50, so some of the clones were outside on the trees. Naruto looked around, admiring his handiwork. Naruto shouted, "Split up into groups of 50. Sneak into the library and get scrolls about lightning and wind jutsus. One group of 100 on lightning, one group of 50 works on wind, and the other 100 works on the jutsu we found in the scroll. Disperse in 2 hours, move out." "Hi!" The whole group shouted in simultaneously. The clones sprinted away and headed toward the training grounds. The village was confused because of all the Narutos running around. 2 hours later, the real Naruto passed out. 3 hours later, after Naruto passed out, Naruto's eyes fluttered open. Once his eyes were fully open, Naruto sat up. He remembered the information that the clones sent him once he passed out. Naruto smiled at what he learned. Naruto learned 7 lightning jutsus and 8 more wind jutsus. Oh, the lovely work of clones. Clones can work so very fast. Naruto started to frown at the progress about the jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. The clones barely did anything. All they did was complete the hand signs. Naruto frowned about how the hand signs were complicated. Naruto shrugged and sighed. He put his head back on his pillow, started at the ceiling. A few moments later, Kakashi walked into the room. Kakashi sat down on a chair next to the bed. "What's up, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked. The Hokage informed about what happened. "I'm very proud of you. You managed to defeat a shinobi a rank higher than you, and you managed to get the lightning element. I shall teach you some lightning jutsus later," Kakashi informed. "How about now?" Naruto said. "Huh?" Kakashi questioned. "I can use my clones," Naruto stated. "True. Make 100 clones and we will be on our way." Kakashi said. Naruto did as instructed and summoned 100 clones. The clones were waiting outside hanging on the trees. Kakashi nodded. Kakashi remembered something that was important. Naruto. Kakashi said. Naruto asked. You, Sasuke, and Sakura will be taking the genin test once you get out, which will be in a week, Kakashi informed. Okay. Naruto said. Let's go, clones. Kakashi shouted. Kakashi jumped out the window and the clones followed him to the training ground. More training for me then, Naruto said as he started to go to sleep. Naruto's eyes opened slowly. Once his eyes were open, he figured he was in his room. Naruto's brain flashed back about what happened. About a month passed since the Mizuki incident. A week passed since Naruto was out of the hospital. Naruto got up and did his normal routine, took a shower and got dressed. Naruto changed his clothing since he didn't think it looked very cool. He now wore a red short-sleeve shirt with his swirl on the back. He wore a dark blue long-sleeve shirt under his shirt. Since the fourth Hokage was Naruto's idol, he decided to copy his image, but slightly different. Naruto wore a long black coat with blood-red flames running along the edges. He had the kanji, wool of fire. Naruto also wore black shorts with lots of pockets for weaponry and scrolls. He wore a fingerless glove on his right hand and had bandages on his right arm, the one Sasuke wore in Gaara vs. Sasuke. Naruto strapped his headband on his forehead and worn it proudly. Naruto then strapped a pair weights on his legs. A few days during his training with Kakashi, he figured him and Sasuke were slow. Since that day, the duo wore leg weights on their ankles. They also had smaller weights on their wrists. Today was the day when Team 7 would be doing the real genin test. The test that will ultimately decide if they are fit to be a shinobi. Naruto ran out the door and locked his apartment. Naruto jogged over to Sasuke's apartment to see if he was still there. Naruto ran to Sasuke's apartment door and banged on the door. Yo, Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Moments later, Sasuke opened the door fully dressed. His uniform consisted of a black shirt with a high collar and the Uchiha symbol was on the back. He was wearing dark blue shorts with lots of pockets for weaponry. He wore a fingerless glove on his right hand. His headband was on his forehead. He had bandages on his right arm that looked exactly like Naruto's. He decided to change his appearance because he made genin. What do you want? Sasuke asked. We have the bell test in 1 hour. Kakashi said 8 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock, Naruto explained. Dude, Kakashi-sensei is always 2 hours late. He will be there at 10 o'clock. No worries, Sasuke said. True, Naruto said. What do we do now? How should I know? I was just about to go meet you. Sasuke exclaimed. Naruto thought about it for a moment. Sasuke was speaking the truth. He actually had no clue what to do. I can't think of anything, Naruto said. Same. Sasuke agreed. Both of them shrugged. Sasuke led Naruto inside and Naruto sat down on the couch. What are we going to do for 3 hours? Naruto said. Sasuke HMED. I got it, Naruto shouted. To the training ground, Naruto yelled. Sasuke had no time to respond as Naruto grabbed his arm and sprinted away to the training ground. A few moments later, Naruto jumped into the training ground seeing Sakura sitting on top of a post. What took you guys so long? Sakura yelled angrily. None of your business. Sasuke retorted. Sakura put her head down in shame. Sasuke was never going to accept Sakura, but she didn't give up. Deep down she knew it will never happen. Sakura went back to the post and stayed silent. Naruto, Sasuke said while turning to Naruto, why are we here? How should I know? Naruto replied sheepishly. Before Sasuke could respond, Kakashi appeared. You're on time. Holy shit, Naruto and Sasuke yelled. Yo! Kakashi greeted. Kakashi's face turned serious. Naruto and Sasuke never saw Kakashi this serious before. Sure, they trained with him, but his face was like he was in Anbu. Naruto and Sasuke walked over to the gravity-defying haired ninja. Sakura jumped off the post and joined the trio. Kakashi got out a timer out of his pocket and placed it on the post Sakura was on. He timed it and set it at 12 o'clock. He also pulled out 2 bells. This is your objective, Kakashi said. Get these 2 bells before 12 o'clock. If you don't, you guys are going back to the academy. Come at me with the intent to kill. Oh, and by the way, there is only a 66% chance of passing. Sensei, Sakura started to say, there's only 2 bell though, we're 3. Your point being? Kakashi shot back. Your test begins. Now, the 3 genin disappeared into the forest. Naruto and Sasuke together, and Sakura alone. Kakashi went to a tree and leaned his back against it and got out his perverted book. Naruto and Sasuke, want to try doing that combo? Naruto suggested. Hey. Sasuke grinned. Naruto and Sasuke dashed toward Kakashi. Kakashi saw the 2 running toward him and sighed. These 2 were going to be troublesome. Kakashi, surprisingly, put his book back into his pouch and got ready. Kakashi knew about their skills and the 2 of them combined could almost beat him. Naruto created 10 clones, and the clones attacked Kakashi. Kakashi blocked and dispersed every clone out of existence. Kakashi looked back to find Sasuke weaving through some hand seals. Fire style. Flaming Hawk. Sasuke yelled. Sasuke formed a ring around his mouth and spat out a 2-yard fire bird out of his mouth. The bird raced toward Kakashi and Kakashi ducked under the hawk. That's the best you can do? A C-rank jutsu? Kakashi asked. Naruto, right beside Sasuke, created even more clones. The clones attacked Kakashi while Naruto and Sasuke started to weave through hand signs. Once the clones were done, Kakashi glanced back at the duo. Sasuke was gone, leaving Naruto. Naruto just got done with his hand signs and yelled. Wind style. Divine wind current. A wind tornado shot out of Naruto's hands and crashed into Kakashi. Kakashi started to float up into the air and started to get several cuts on his body. Kakashi cursed under his breath. I shouldn't have told them to come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi muttered. Sasuke. Naruto shouted. Sasuke appeared from behind the bushes and yelled out. Fire style. Running fire. Sasuke spat out a line of fire and started to surround the wind tornado. The fire enveloped the tornado and the tornado started to make a flaming inferno. Kakashi could only scream out in pain as he was being burnt and cut to death. A few moments later the inferno died down and Kakashi fell down to the ground. Kakashi was motionless. Naruto and Sasuke walked up to Kakashi and grabbed the bells. The bells poofed away and also did Kakashi. Shadow clone. Naruto yelled. Earth style, double suicide decapitation. Hands appeared under Sasuke and Sasuke got dragged into the earth, leaving his head. Naruto managed to jump back before he got enveloped. Kakashi jumped out of the ground, harmless. Naruto ran back to the forest to stay hidden. Kakashi leaned back against the tree and took out his book. Sasuke groaned in annoyance. Naruto was dashing through the forest looking for Sakura. Naruto figured that the team couldn't get the bells unless they worked together. Naruto created a few bunchins to look around for Sakura. Moments later, a bunchin dispersed and Naruto sped toward the direction. A few minutes later, Naruto jumped in front of Sakura, startling her. Naruto baka. Stop scaring me, Sakura yelled. She was threw a punch at him, but Naruto caught her wrist. Quiet down, Naruto said. Sakura did as obeyed and stayed silent. Look, Naruto began to speak, we need to work together. We can't beat Kakashi-sensei without using teamwork. We need each other. Sakura snorted, huh? Sasuke-kun can do way better than you and I combined. He can handle it by himself. Oh yeah? Naruto replied. Then why is he in the earth right now? Naruto grabbed Sakura by the wrist and pointed to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled. Damn it, Sakura. Shut up. Naruto growled. Sakura looked at Naruto and back to Sasuke. For once in her life, she had to agree with Naruto. Naruto looked at Sakura for a few moments. Follow me. Naruto spoke. Sakura did as instructed and followed him. Sasuke and Kakashi. You know Sasuke. Kakashi began to speak, that was kind of easy. Shut up, sensei. Sasuke groaned. Kakashi just smiled and read again. His moment was closed as he saw, from the corner of his eyes, clones starting to attack him. More specifically, Naruto clones. Kakashi closed his book and got ready. A swarm of clones enveloped Kakashi. The only sounds heard was beating and poofing away. Smoke enveloped the area and Sakura made her way to get Sasuke out. Sakura dug Sasuke out and Sasuke grabbed her and ran off. When Kakashi was done, he waited for the smoke to be gone. When the smoke was cleared, Sasuke was gone and the real Naruto was there standing in front of Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. "You know you can't beat me alone, Naruto," Kakashi explained. "I know." Naruto smirked. Sasuke jumped out of the bushes and yelled out. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fireball shot out of Sasuke's mouth and sped toward Kakashi. Kakashi did a front flip and dodged the fire. Naruto sped toward Kakashi. Naruto kicked Kakashi's knee, causing him to bend over. Naruto then kicked Kakashi's chin, causing him to fly up in the air. Naruto bended over, and Sasuke jumped on Naruto's back and punched Kakashi's face. Kakashi blocked it with his wrist and slammed Sasuke on Naruto. Both of them crashed down onto the ground. Sakura, disguised as a rock, suddenly appeared and attempted to grab the bells. Kakashi, however, grabbed Sakura's wrist and threw her to a tree. Sakura slammed into the tree, causing the tree to snap in half. Naruto got up and started to weave through some hand signs and yelled out. Lighting style. Lightning arrow. A lightning bow appeared in Naruto's hand. Naruto quickly shot out a lightning arrow and it sped toward Kakashi. Kakashi ducked under the attack and suddenly Sasuke kicked him on his cheek. Sasuke nodded to Sakura. Sakura nodded back. Sasuke disappeared. Sakura jumped up and threw multiple shuriken at Kakashi. Kakashi got out a kunai and blocked every shuriken. Earth style. Double suicide decapitation. Suddenly arms shot up and grabbed Kakashi's ankles. Kakashi got enveloped underground and from underground, Sasuke grabbed the bells. Sasuke jumped out of the ground and looked at Kakashi. "How did you know that jutsu?" Kakashi asked. "My Sharingan, of course." Sasuke smirked. Naruto went up to him and gave him a high five. Sasuke threw the bell to Naruto, much to Sakura's disappointment. Kakashi got out of his trap and grinned. "You all pass," Kakashi said. "How?" Sakura asked. "The whole point in this test was about teamwork. If you don't learn how to work with a team, you will have a 75% chance of dying." Kakashi explained, remembering his past. Kakashi's response was silence. "Remember these two lines as well," Kakashi said. 1. Look underneath the underneath. This left Sakura confused. Naruto and Sasuke, during their training, knew what he meant. The other one is, probably the most important one too. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The three genin couldn't say anything. They sunk those two lines, especially the second one, in their hearts. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura knew if they didn't have the best teamwork, they would die. If someone gets kidnapped, and if they don't rescue that person, they are worse than scum. Naruto looked at Kakashi. "Sensei," Naruto started to say, "I will never do that, you have my word for it. I never go back on my word. That's my Nindo, shinobi way." "I agree with Naruto." Sasuke agreed. "I agree with Sasuke-kun," Sakura said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Kakashi smiled at his team. Kakashi suddenly got reminded of his old team. Naruto took up an image of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Sasuke took up Obito, an Uchiha like him. Sakura took up an image of Rin Inuzuka, his former crush. Kakashi sighed and grinned underneath his mask. "Okay. Since you guys are officially my team, I have to tell you guys something. It's about the rookie teams. Every team is designed to have a special ability. Team 8, Hinata's team, is designed to be a tracking team. Kiba's sense of smell, Hinata's Byakugan, and Shino's bugs. The Ino Shika Cho team is designed to be a distraction team. Shikamaru's ability is to trap people in his shadow and make the enemy mimic his moves. Ino with her mind jutsu and Shoji with his pounding jutsus. Our team is designed to be a power team. Naruto and Sasuke know some pretty destructive moves. Sakura is our book smart person in this team." Kakashi finished. The three genin simply nodded. The teams that Kakashi just explained made complete sense. Sakura lowered her head in shame. Out of every rookie team, She was the only one that didn't have any destructive moves in his head. Ino, her rival, always explained that she was weak compared to her. Sakura never agreed with her, but deep down she knew Ino was correct. That was the weak of the rookie team. She was the weakest kunoichi in history of the Leaf. Okay, now that we got that settled, I will explain our schedule. We will work every day except Saturdays. That Saturday is your break day. Our first month together will be focused on our physical appearance. We will run around the village, do numerous amount of push-ups, sit-ups, and every workout I can think of my Anbu days. Kakashi explained. Naruto and Sasuke nodded. They both knew the exact workout Kakashi was talking about. Sakura paled. Running around the village? That's impossible. Our next month will work on ninjutsu. The month after that we shall work on taijutsu. Got it? Kakashi finished. The genin nodded. Your training begins tomorrow. Be right here at 9 a.m. Kakashi stated. The genin nodded. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of wind. Sasuke disappeared in a swirl of fire. Sakura shrugged and walked off. Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived at the training ground. Kakashi saw that the two of them were sweaty. The Cyclop ninja smirked under his mask. He ordered that the three of them should run around the village 55 times. Sakura's face paled when she heard the order. Kakashi shouted at them and they started to run around. It's been an hour and 30 minutes since the three genin left. Kakashi noted that Sakura wasn't with them. Kakashi has been counting the times Sakura ran around. She was only on her 6th lap. Kakashi sighed. He had to make Sakura be just like Naruto and Sasuke. Fit and powerful. Sakura was only book smart with nothing else. He looked through the files of Sakura when she was in the academy. She passed every thinking thing they did. She barely passed the physical part of the academy. Naruto and Sasuke aced everything in the academy. While you guys are waiting for Sakura, take a 5-minute break. Kakashi said. The two boys nodded and walked over to a tree post. They sat down and put their back against the old tree. Kakashi threw 2 water bottles each to both of them. Naruto and Sasuke caught the water bottles. Naruto nodded to Sasuke and they opened their bottles. They looked at it and suddenly splashed it all over their body. Kakashi smirked underneath his mask. Once all the water was gone, Naruto and Sasuke drank the other bottle Kakashi gave them. Moments later, Sakura passed by. Her whole face was red. She never been through this much of work. Sure, she had lots of homework, but they involved thinking, not physical work. Kakashi sighed. Sakura, stop, Kakashi commanded. You're not used to it, so I'm giving you a break. Kakashi tossed over a pair of water bottles in Sakura. Sakura caught it and splashed 1 bottle of water over her body. Sakura drank the over bottle. Okay. 1,000 push-ups. Then right after that, 1,500 sit-ups. Go. Kakashi demanded. Naruto and Sasuke immediately got on their stomach and started doing their push-ups. Sakura groaned and started to do the push-ups. Kakashi smirked. He knew that this was very painful, but it will pay off. A month later. Wind style. Wind repelling shield. Naruto shouted. The wind hardened in front of him and started to swirl around. Kakashi swiftly threw a kunai at the shield. The kunai raced toward the shield and got caught in it. The kunai swirled in the wind. The kunai suddenly shot out of the shield and dashed toward Kakashi. Kakashi caught the kunai and put it back in his pocket. Good job, Naruto. Kakashi congratulated. Naruto grinned. The whole area was surrounded with his clones. Kakashi was the one that taught Naruto the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. During his training, Kakashi noted that Naruto had extremely high massive chakra pool. That was the problem with the Bunshin no Jutsu. That jutsu required small chakra. With Naruto it was impossible. Kakashi tossed a huge lightning jutsu scroll at one of the clone groups. The clones nodded and dashed off. Kakashi threw a wind scroll at the other group. The clone group raced off. Kakashi saw Naruto take out a water bottle and drink it. Kakashi shrugged and went over to Sasuke. Fire style. Flaming fist. Sasuke yelled. Fire formed around Sasuke's fist and acted like a glove. The fire fist was a bit bigger than Sasuke's real fist. Sasuke slammed his fist into a tree and the tree burned into flames. Kakashi smirked. Sasuke was a natural at fire jutsus. It was in his blood. The Uchihas had some sort of innate ability for fire jutsus. Kakashi tossed a fire scroll at Sasuke and Sasuke caught it. He began to work on it right after he drank some water. Kakashi walked over to Sakura. At the beginning of the month, Kakashi gave the chakra slip to Sakura. The chakra paper turned wet. Sakura's element was water. When Kakashi taught Sakura a water jutsu, she learned it in less than an hour. Kakashi figured that she was a natural at water jutsus, like an Uchiha with fire jutsus. Water style. Five-headed dragon. Sakura screamed. From the lake behind her, a five-headed dragon slowly rose up. The dragon's body was swinging around like a wild monkey. Sakura commanded the dragons to attack those trees in front of her. The dragons shot toward the trees and completely annihilated it. Sakura smiled and wiped off her sweat. Kakashi noticed Sakura's developed once she joined Team 7. She had more muscle ever since the team was formed. Her bravery grew. Her personality grew. Plus, Naruto and Sasuke accepted her. Kakashi smiled and tossed a water scroll to Sakura. Sakura caught it and set it aside. They went over to the lake and splashed the water at her face. Month after that, Naruto growled in annoyance. He has been working with his stupid taijutsu form for a couple hours with his clones. Naruto tried again and the wind started to form around his fist and foot. The wind hardened, but quickly disappeared. His new taijutsu form was supposed to make the wind cover his whole arms and legs. Naruto looked over to his clones and saw that they were struggling as much as he was. Same body, same mind. Sasuke was also struggling with his fire taijutsu form. The fire was supposed to cover his whole arms and legs like Naruto's. Sasuke never had the use of clones, so he was struggling more with his form. Sasuke tried again, but the fire only appeared on his fingers and toes. Sasuke sighed and drank his water. Sakura never had a taijutsu form. Sure, she knew plenty of taijutsu forms, but Kakashi-sensei told her that she had to make up her own. If she just copied one off of a book, an enemy might know that style and immediately find the weakness. She tried to copy Naruto's and Sasuke's form, except with the use of water, but it was hopeless. Her water couldn't do anything. A few moments of thinking passed. Kakashi was watching Sakura from a tree a few yards away from her. Sakura's eyes widened and she immediately began to work on her form. Kakashi smiled and disappeared. Month later. Stupid cat. Back the mother # seeing off. Naruto yelled as he struggled to hold the cat in his arms. It has been 3 months since Team 7 formed. It has been 1 month since they started doing missions. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura got along pretty well. In fact, Sakura still asks Sasuke out, but not that much anymore. Sakura's muscle developed as much as Naruto's and Sasuke's. Kakashi noted that Sakura had worked her butt off trying to keep up with them. Kakashi finally managed to break out the real ninja of Sakura Haruno. Naruto and Sasuke were still the same, except with more muscle and more new jutsus. The other teams had started doing missions since 2 months ago, but Team 7 caught up to everyone else. Team 8 did a total of 33 D-rank missions. Team 10 did a total of 27 D-rank missions. Team 7 passed all of them. They did a total of 38 D-rank missions. Kakashi smiled. His team worked really hard to get to where they are right now. Naruto still had his rock-hard determination. Sasuke worked hard as Naruto. Sakura tried to do as much as Sasuke. Naruto, getting annoyed, quickly tossed the cat to Sasuke. Sasuke caught the cat by surprise. The cat started to claw Sasuke's face and Sasuke quickly tossed it to Sakura. The cat calmed down and started to rest in Sakura's arm. Sakura shrugged and started to pet the little cat. The cat purred. What the F***? Naruto and Sasuke yelled simultaneously. Now Naruto and Sasuke. Watch your language, there are children here. Kakashi informed in a calm manner. The trio were walking through the village, heading toward the Hokage Tower. Naruto and Sasuke grumbled in annoyance at the cat's behavior. The third Hokage assigned Team 7 to catch Tora, the evil cat of the wife of the fire daimyo. Every team in Konoha history had this mission. Every team describes the cat as evil, vicious, angry, annoying, every bad word you can think of. Moments later, Team 7 made it to the Hokage Tower. The team walked up to the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Enter. An old man voice said. Team 7 opened the door and walked inside. The room consisted of a desk with about 6 drawers and, the worst possible thing to a cage, paperwork. Hiruzen Sarutobi was behind the paperwork. Sarutobi set his pen down and looked at the team in front of him. Naruto managed to adjust working with Sakura. Sasuke also did as well. Sandame also noticed Sakura's development. I see you completed your mission, Sandame stated. Hi. Team 7 said. Seconds later, a fat lady barged into the room and grabbed the cat. The lady crushed the cat into the hug and the hug seemed to suffocate the cat. Naruto and Sasuke grinned. Serves him right. They both thought. My baby, the lady said as she walked out. That's the fire daimyo's wife, Sarutobi replied. This is your final mission. You have to pull out some weeds. Kakashi went up to the Hokage and was about to grab the paper when Naruto yelled. No, our team is awesome. I say you give us a better mission. A mission that requires action, and getting out of the village. I don't see how pulling weeds, babysitting, chasing a stupid cat, helps us become better ninja. I thought ninja are supposed to protect people and fight. I want a mission that requires some action. This made Kakashi stop in his tracks. Sakura tried to punch Naruto to the ground, but Sasuke caught her fist. Sarutobi looked at Naruto, questionably. Naruto. Kakashi yelled. Sarutobi chuckled because of Naruto's outburst. No, Kakashi. I agree with Naruto. Your team has made excellent progress. Sarutobi said, much to Kakashi's shock. Sarutobi dug through some papers and got out a slip of paper. Here is a C-rank mission. You have to protect and escort an actress named Yukie Fujikaze from being captured. She is shooting a film in the land of snow. Protect her from some bandits and that's it. Sarutobi said as he gave the slip to Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened when he heard the name, Yukie Fujikaze. Kakashi shook the thought and grabbed the slip of paper. When will the mission start, old man? Naruto asked. Sarutobi sighed. He knew Naruto would never stop calling him that. He was the only one in the village, other than his son, that managed to get away with calling him that. Tomorrow. Go to the main gate at 9 o'clock a.m. The fire shadow replied. Team 7 nodded and walked out. Sarutobi sighed and turned his chair so he can look out the window. I got to agree with Shikaku Nara. This is troublesome, Sarutobi admitted. Team 7 Kakashi and his team was walking around Konoha streets. Naruto was very hyper and excited about his next mission tomorrow. Sasuke was excited, but didn't show it. Sakura was excited. She wanted to test out her abilities. Sure, she and her team spared, but they weren't going at her with the intent to kill. Team. Kakashi said. Team 7 looked at Kakashi. Yukie Fujikaze is a renowned actress. Her movie is out right now in the cinema. All three of you go watch it. Hi. The three shouted simultaneously. Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. The three shinobi nodded to each other and dashed off to the cinema, Naruto leading. Minutes later, the trio was at the cinema. Naruto looked at the ticket person and looked over to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Sasuke never understood why all of the villagers hated him. When they walk around the village, they would always send glares at him. Sasuke shrugged and went to the ticket person and asked for 3 tickets. Sorry, this movie is sold out, the person said. Sasuke grumbled in annoyance and went back to the group. Sasuke told the group that the movie was sold out. We're not ninjas for nothing, you know, Naruto stated. What do you have in mind? Sasuke grumbled. Naruto gave him a foxy grin. I have a bad feeling about this, Sakura thought. Minutes later. This is hopeless. A voice said. We're lost. Another voice said. Let's give up. Another voice said. No, don't give up. Naruto cried, while standing on the ceiling. Shut up, Baka. Sakura yelled while banging him on the head. No, we aren't lost. Never give up, a female voice said. Yeah. Naruto shouted. Sasuke smirked at Naruto's antics. The three of them snuck into the cinema, undetected. Being ninjas can do you wonders. Team 7 saw the whole thing upside down, since they were on the ceiling. About an hour, the movie finally ended. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura released the chakra on the feet, making them fall down. Once the three landed on the ground, the trio dashed off. Moments later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were in some sort of area. The area consisted of several wooden boxes, a gate, some buildings, and a billboard. The billboard had a picture of the famous actress, Yukie Fujikaze, her allies, and some rainbows. Naruto was staring at the board, drooling. I wish I can be like her. Naruto whispered to himself. Sasuke heard him though. So you want to have boobs? Sasuke taunted. Sakura blushed, with some soft chuckling. Shut up Teme. Naruto shouted to him. Their quarrel got interrupted when they heard galloping. Horse galloping. It was coming from behind the gate. The trio's head turned toward the gate, wondering what will happen. Holy shish. Naruto started to yell as a horse flew over their heads. Naruto's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw who was on the horse. It was the famous actor, Yukie Fujikaze. When the horse finally landed on the ground, several other horses jumped over the gate. The horses seemed to be chasing Yukie. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto yelled. Sasuke and Sakura nodded to each other. Sasuke and Sakura got out a kunai and the trio dashed over to the horses. The villagers started to scream in anger as the horses were galloping through the streets. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Several Narutos appeared and started to attack the people on the horses. The clones kicked the faces of the people and the men got knocked off the horses. Naruto nodded to Sasuke and Sakura and dashed off to go save the renowned actor. Naruto created even more clones and the clones charged to the other men. The clones got several wires and set traps, a great distance away from the horses. A few seconds later, the horses tripped over the wire, sending the men flying into a lake. Lightning style. Lightning transportation. Naruto yelled. Naruto suddenly disappeared and reappeared right in front of the horse of Yukie. This jutsu let him teleport to a required location. The horse came to a stop and made its horse sound. Yukie whipped the horse and the horse charged at Naruto. Naruto jumped up and dodged the horse. The horse was speeding its way away from Naruto. Naruto, being a ninja, was able to catch up to the horse with ease. It's you, it's you, it's you. Naruto shouted. Oh my Kami. Yukie rolled her eyes in annoyance and whipped the horse again. The horse went a little bit more faster. Naruto saw the change in speed and sped up a little. Yukie got annoyed and whipped Naruto. Naruto yelled in pain and made his way toward a lake. Naruto tripped over a rock and got sent rolling down a hill. Naruto fell into a lake. A few moments later, Naruto emerged from the lake, angry. What the hell was that for? Naruto shouted. The Kyuubi container saw that Yukie was gone. Naruto grumbled in anger and went to rejoin with his team. Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura, you done? Sasuke asked. Sasuke finished his final knot on the man's wrist. All of the men got beat up and tied up. All the men groaned in pain. Almost Sasuke-kun. Sakura replied. One of the men tried to get out, but Sakura whacked him on the head. The man groaned in pain. A few seconds later, Naruto joined the scene. Naruto looked at the group of men and sighed. I think you guys overdid it. Naruto noted. Your point? They tried to attack Yukie Fujikaze, Sasuke stated. True. Naruto said. Naruto sat down on a man's head, much to the monk's annoyance. Naruto surveyed the area and felt confident of his handiwork. A few moments later, Kakashi arrived at the scene. My. What happened here? Kakashi asked. Killing time. Sasuke replied. Naruto grinned. Kakashi started to untie the ropes that were holding the men. Naruto got confused and asked, what are you doing? These men are our clients, Naruto, Kakashi stated. They are the cast and the crew. Oshish, T. The trio said. Kakashi smiled under his mask. If this was his old team, he would have done the same thing. Well, at least Obito would. Kakashi finished untying the ropes and looked at the team. He was surprised that the team actually managed to defeat these men. These men weren't ninja, but they do have muscle. A few moments later, a man with a beard showed up. What happened? The man asked. Well, Kakashi started to say, my team thought your men were attacking Yukie. Being ninjas, they attacked the men. The man gasped. The man looked at Team 7 and sighed in relief. He hired good ninjas. What's your name? Naruto asked. I am Sandayu, Sandayu replied. Hello Sandayu-san. I am Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, Naruto said as he shook his head. Sasuke Uchiha, of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. Sandayu nodded. He heard plenty of promising stuff about the elite Uchiha clan. They were the best clan in Konoha until they went extinct. Sakura Haruno. Sakura said, feeling left out. She was the only one that didn't have any extracurricular in her name. Sandayu nodded. Follow me. I will give you guys the details of the mission, Kakashi stated. The three genin nodded. Sandayu saw some promising stuff in those genins. He had no doubt that they could do their job. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and nodded to him. Naruto saw the nod and did as instructed. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple Narutos suddenly appeared and the clones picked up the crew. Kakashi put his shoulder on Sandayu and everyone disappeared. Moments later the team and the crew appeared backstage of the cinema. The backstage had plenty of posters of Yukie's new movie. There were cameras, lights, and everything that involves a movie. People were packing up for the travel. Okay Naruto, Kakashi said, but I think Sandayu should explain it to you. Naruto turned his head toward Sandayu and waited for the explanation. Sandayu took a deep breath and said, this is our first movie abroad. Yukie is a bit of a diva. Before Sandayu could continue, the director walked into the room. These leaf ninjas are very impressive. They took down the men that we hired to capture Yukie like it was taking candy from a sleeping baby. The director, Akinori Oshiro, spoke. Thanks, Kakashi replied. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, this is Akinori Oshiro. He is the director of the movie. I thought Sandayu was. Sakura said. He's the manager, Kakashi replied. Sakura nodded. Land of Snow is pretty far away, Sasuke said. Sandayu recommended it. He says the glaciers in the Land of Snow turn 7 different colors in the spring, Akinori said. That's just a myth. There really is never spring in the Land of Snow, Kakashi stated. That sucks, Naruto said. Winter all year? Must be freezing there. The rest of Team 7 nodded in agreement. Kakashi, from what I heard, this isn't your first time in the Land of Snow, am I wrong? Akinori stated. No, you're very correct, Kakashi whispered. He saw the team looking at him in wonder. I don't want to talk about it. Team 7 shrugged and decided not to push the topic. Is Yukie always such a diva? Sakura asked. Yup, Sandayu answered. I don't really care, Akinori spoke. The woman is a born actress. There was a pause in the group. Sandayu nodded his head slightly. Once we announced that we were going to the Land of Snow, she ran for the hills, Akinori said. Sandayu became silent. Kakashi noticed this, and made a mental note to talk to him. Go to the main gate tomorrow at 9 a.m., Kakashi said. You will be there at 11 o'clock, sensei, Naruto stated. Kakashi smirked under his mask and disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. Naruto and Sasuke nodded to each other and disappeared in a swirl of wind and fire to go train. Sakura dashed out the door. Their mission is going to be one hell of a mission. Team 7 and the movie crew were waiting for Hitaki Kakashi. Team 7 was used to the famous ninja being late, but not the crew. Naruto was taking several glances at the crew, finding them playing cards. Naruto also noticed that Sakura had a new outfit on. She now looked like a mini Anko. They don't know Anko. I just can't describe Anko. She also had a long staff on her back. Naruto changed his clothing since they were going to a cold area. He still had his red shirt on, but he had a black long-sleeve shirt under it. Sasuke still had his black high-collar shirt, but had a black long-sleeve shirt under it. Sasuke had a sword strapped onto his back. Kakashi decided to give the team weapon training. Kakashi already knew that Naruto had a scythe. He gave Sasuke a sword, considering that his family was good with swords. Sakura never had a weapon, so Kakashi gave her a staff. A simple weapon. Kakashi managed to give them good teachers. Naruto had a scroll with good techniques, so Kakashi didn't bother giving him a teacher. Sasuke was being trained by him since he used to use a sword. Kakashi, after doing some research, found a staff trainer. Her name was Anko Mitarashi. Anko looked familiar to Kakashi, but Kakashi couldn't place his tongue on it. The trio were all packed and ready for some action, but Kakashi was ruining their fun by making them wait a long time. Sasuke sometimes thought that if Kakashi was really famous, he should be on time. Sure, Kakashi had this lazy appearance on every day, but Team 7 never saw Kakashi in action. Can a lazy ninja actually be a famous ninja? The group was broken out of their thoughts when a crew member walked up to them. "Is your sensei always this late?" he asked. Team 7 just nodded. The guy sighed and walked back to his group. "It's already 11:15, Sakura said. "He should have been here 15 minutes ago. We were supposed to meet at 9, and Kakashi-sensei usually arrives exactly 2 hours after that. What's taking him so long?" "Probably still looking at the memorial stone," Sasuke replied. Sakura tilted her head in confusion. "You know how Kakashi-sensei always makes these stupid excuses?" Naruto said. Sakura nodded. "He doesn't oversleep, he actually goes to the memorial stone. That's why he is always late. He just stares at the memorial stone for hours." "How do you know this?" Sakura asked. This time Sasuke spoke. "Me and Naruto were tired of him being late all the time, so me and him spied on him." "Why does he go to the memorial stone?" Sakura asked. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other for a moment. After Naruto and Sasuke spied on Kakashi, during their training, they asked him why he stood there. Naruto and Sasuke still remembers the shocked face Kakashi had. "Well, not face, but eye. Seeing as you're our teammate, we should tell you," Naruto said. He nodded to Sasuke and Sasuke continued it. "It was back when Kakashi was a Junin." "When?" Sasuke said, but got interrupted. "Kakashi-sensei is already a Junin though," Sakura informed them. "Kakashi-sensei was a Junin when he was supposed to be a Genin," Naruto replied. "Anyway, Kakashi-sensei's team was assigned to destroy a bridge. During the infiltration, his teammate, Rin, got captured. His other teammate, Obito Uchiha, suggested to get her back, but Kakashi was against it." "A few mi," Sasuke said, but a hand was over his mouth. He looked up to find Kakashi behind him. "We will tell you the rest of the story later," Kakashi strictly told them. Team 7 nodded. "Finally you're here," Sandayu shouted. Team 7 turned their heads over to the cast and crew. Kakashi's sweat dropped as he looked at the glares he was getting. "What took you long, Akanori asked. I was lost on the road of life," Kakashi replied while rubbing the back of his head. Truth was, he didn't really go to the memorial stone today, he overslept. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi. He never uses that excuse unless he overslept. The two just shrugged. "Anyway, let's go," Akanori said. The cast and crew nodded. 4 men were around a carriage. The 4 men grabbed a big stick connecting to the carriage and lifted it up. Kakashi told the team the formation they were going to be in. Kakashi in front of the carriage, Sasuke on the right side, Sakura on the left, and Naruto in the back. Naruto created a cage bunshin to go over and ask Kakashi a question. "Naruto, go back to your spot," Kakashi commanded. I'm just a cage bunshin," the clone said. Kakashi nodded. "How long will this trip take?" "At the rate we're going, I saw 3 days," Kakashi informed. The blonde-headed clone nodded and dispersed. The real Naruto's head shot up, but not from the clone's memory. It was from a pile of snow on the trees. Snow? The land of fire never has snow, Naruto thought. Kakashi and Sasuke had the same thought in mind. Sasuke activated his Sharingan just in case a fight was going to happen. Kakashi still had his lazy appearance on, but was more on guard than usual. Once the group passed the snow started to rise up, appearing 2 human figures. They had spiky black hair, a mask covering their mouth. They wore a black shirt and dark blue pants. They had some sort of camouflage cloak over their body. The scary thing was that they both had 2 claw gloves and a spiky chain in the gloves, somehow connecting the 2 men. The 2 men nodded to each other and attacked the nearest one. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several Narutos popped into existence and attacked the 2 men. The men jumped away from each other, in the process extending the chain. The 2 men ran forward, destroying the clones with the spiked chain. The man on the right was suddenly kicked in the face and was sent flying back. Right in front of him was Sasuke Uchiha. The other man got tackled with a swarm of clones. Go ahead. A Naruto clone shouted. Kakashi nodded. He trusted Naruto's and Sasuke's skills. The real Naruto was studying the guy in front of him. He took note of the claw and the chain. The deadly weapons had some sort of purple liquid crawling out. Poison, huh? Naruto thought. Naruto turned his head to Sasuke and shouted. The claw and the chain has poison in them. Don't get scratched. Sasuke nodded to Naruto and attacked his prey. Naruto looked back to where his clones were and saw that all of his clones were gone. Naruto's eyes widened once he figured out who that guy was. Demon Brothers of the Hidden Mist. Chunin level. Missing ninja from the land of snow, formerly from Kirigakure, village hidden in the mist. Naruto stated. Are you a fan of mine? The guy asked. No, I'm your killer. Naruto replied as he brought out his scythe. Naruto noticed the chains were gone from his glove. Sasuke must have cut it. Naruto thought. I will like to see you try, the man asked. Before we fight, what's your name? Maizu. Maizu simply said and charged. Maizu swung at Naruto's head, hoping to finish this fight quick and easy. He underestimated a genin of Konoha. Naruto suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Maizu's eyebrow raised in question. Where did he go? His question was answered when he heard footsteps coming behind his, and it was coming fast. He ducked under a swipe for his head. His eyes looked up and saw a scythe. Maizu jumped back and started to weave through hand signs. How do you do hand signs with those gloves on? Naruto asked. Water style. Water dragon. A water dragon erupted from the ground and attacked Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and he weaved through his own seals. Lightning style. Lightning arrow. A sky blue lightning arrow suddenly formed in his hands and an arrow in it. Naruto shot the arrow at the dragon and the dragon dispersed. The lightning arrow went through the dragon and raced toward Maizu. Maizu jumped back and once upon contact with the ground, charged at Naruto. Naruto clicked a button on the button of the staff part of the scythe. The blade suddenly detached itself and Naruto gripped the blade. Naruto threw the blade at Maizu. Maizu was shocked about the blade being detached. Maizu jumped up slightly and twirled his body and swung at Naruto's chest. Naruto put the staff in front of his chest and Maizu's claws were trapped in the staff. Naruto kicked his face and Maizu's face slapped sideways. Maizu shacked with his claw and managed to jump back before Naruto could hit him again. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind suddenly blasted behind Naruto. Maizu's feet was suddenly lifted from the ground and his body was slammed in the ground. His body was getting small cuts because of the wind. Maizu grunted in annoyance. This genin was a surprise. He's managing to beat him, so far. Maizu charged again at Naruto, but Naruto didn't respond. Once in arm reach, he swiped for his head. The claw was barely an inch away from Naruto's face, when the arm suddenly stopped. Naruto opened his hand and gripped the blade that took of Maizu's head. Naruto looked at Maizu's head and kicked it. Naruto sighed and dashed over to Sasuke. Sasuke. Fire style. Flaming hawk. A 2-yard bird shot out of Sasuke's mouth and attacked Gozu. Gozu ducked under the fire jutsu and attacked Sasuke. Gozu was the faster than Maizu, so Sasuke could barely know what happened. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated so he saw through the swipes. Sasuke found an opening and kicked Gozu's chin. Gozu was sent flying back, but during the flight back, he was smirking. Sasuke's eyebrow rose in question. Sasuke's eyes widened once he saw the ground. Kaboom! Sasuke was sent flying back and was slammed through several trees. An explosive note was on the ground. Finally on the 5th tree, Sasuke stopped. He made a dent in the tree, but didn't break through it. Sasuke stood up, panting. He had several cuts from the trees, and some bruises because of the explosive note and the slamming the trees. Gozu grinned. Taking advantage of the pause, he charged quickly, hoping to finish this quickly. Sasuke got out of sword swung at his gloves. The gloves came off and revealed his hand. Sasuke quickly caught off his hand and kicked his stomach. Gozu screamed in pain as he gripped his wrist. His hand was cut off by a genin. He only had one hand left and he had to finish it quickly. He couldn't do any hand signs, so that was out. Goza's thoughts really got disconnected when his head was chopped off. Sasuke caught the blade that sliced Gozu's head. "Thanks, dope," Sasuke retorted. Naruto jumped off the tree branch he was on and snatched the blade out of Sasuke's hand. "You were too injured to do anything, so I finished him off for you," Naruto informed. Naruto put Sasuke's arm behind his head and started to walk back to the group. Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi was getting worried about Naruto and Sasuke. The two have been gone for a really long time. Sure, he trusted Naruto and Sasuke's skills, but the demon brothers left Yukigakure years ago. They could have trained and be about Chunin level by now. Kakashi was positive that the duo was about high Chunin level, but not even close to Chunin level. Kakashi noticed that Sakura was fidgeting. Sakura has been more focused on being a ninja, other than being Sasuke's fangirl. There was a slight fangirl left in her though. Sakura was positive that those two could defeat the enemy, but couldn't help but worry. Her worries were lifted when she heard slow footsteps coming. She lifted her head up and saw that Naruto was carrying Sasuke. Sakura launched herself at Sasuke, not yet noticing that Sasuke was injured. Naruto was flung away by Sakura and was caught by Kakashi. Naruto grumbled in annoyance and Kakashi helped him get up. Sasuke was tackled to the ground and grunted in pain. "Sakura!" Kakashi yelled. "Sasuke's injured." Sakura lifted her head up from Sasuke's chest and looked at his body. Sakura's eyes widened and quickly got out her medical kit, while saying sorry. Sasuke merely grunted. Kakashi chuckled and walked over to Sandayu. Sandayu noticed his serious expression and some sweat was starting to roll. "May I talk to you for a minute?" Kakashi asked. Sandayu nodded and got up from the ground. Kakashi walked into the forest, making sure that he wasn't in speaking or hearing distance. "I noticed that ninjas attacked us. Hokage-sama said that it was a C-rank mission. C-rank missions are only supposed to have bandits in them. Care to explain yourself?" Kakashi informed. Sandayu sighed. He knew this was going to happen during the trip. A normal person couldn't hide anything from an elite ninja. "I think we should talk about it with your team. I think it's best that way," Sandayu said. Kakashi merely nodded and followed Sandayu back to camp. Once Kakashi and Sandayu reached camp, they found that Sakura was treating Sasuke's wounds and Naruto eating a cup ramen. Kakashi told the team to come over to where Sandayu was. Once the group was here, Sandayu began to explain. "Yukie's real name is Koyuki Kazuhana, the daimyo of the Land of Snow. She is a princess," Sandayu said. "We're protecting a princess?" Naruto asked. "That's one hell of a change." Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Her uncle, Dodo Kazuhana, killed his brother, Sosetsu Kazuhana, Koyuki's father. Dodo wanted to be the daimyo of Yukigakure, so he killed Sosetsu. He tried to kill Koyuki, but Kakashi saved her in the nick of time. Team 7 looked at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and began to explain his own story. "When I was an ANBU, I was assigned to protect Koyuki. During my mission, Dodo attacked the temple. I grabbed Koyuki was ran away," Kakashi said. Team 7 nodded and turned their head back to Sandayu. "Well anyway, Dodo now figured out Koyuki-sama's location and is sending ninjas to kill her." Sandayu finally finished. "This mission has been bumped up to an A- rank mission. To continue this mission is your choice," Kakashi said. Wait, Naruto said. "Dodo wants to kill his own niece?" "Hi." Sandayu replied. "I want to keep going. I want to teach this dude a lesson." Naruto replied angry. He never had a family, but he was positive that you do not kill your own family. Sasuke was thinking about this carefully. He knew the very feeling of a family member killing other family members. "I want to keep going. I know what Koyuki is going through. Let's go," Sasuke informed. Seeing that Sasuke wanted to keep going, Sakura nodded. Thank you so much," Sandayu said. He went to his knees and bowed. Team 7 merely nodded and awaited Kakashi's orders. "I will take the first shift. Take a good night's rest. Naruto, you go after me. I will wake you in 3 hours. By the way, once we reach Yukigakure, I will need to send for reinforcements," Kakashi informed. Naruto nodded and followed Sasuke to the tent they were sharing. Sakura went back to her own tent and Sandayu went back to the cast and crew. Kakashi sat down near the fireplace and reached over to his bag. He pulled out a picture and looked at it. The picture consisted of a blonde-haired shinobi, a guy with goggles, himself, and a girl. "I think this is a reincarnation of Team Minato, Minato-sensei," Kakashi said as he put the picture back. Next day it has been a full day since the ninja encounter. Team 7's guard skyrocketed. Kakashi told them that they could be ambushed any minute. Naruto could finally get some action. He always wanted to fight other ninja. Sure, he fought the demon brothers, but they were weak in his opinion. Sasuke was also excited about fighting other ninja, but he only wanted one objective: find Dodo Kazuhana and kill him. He hated people who killed their own clan. It reminded him too much of Itachi. Sakura was kind of excited. She fought Naruto and Sasuke, but they weren't going at the intent to kill her. In this mission, the ninja she would fight would. Sandayu and crew were also worried. The rest of the cast and crew had no clue why ninja encountered them. Sandayu and Akinori were the only people in the cast that knew that Yukie was Koyuki. Akinori never spoke up it though. He knew that it was Koyuki's business, not his. 2 days later, it's been 3 days since the team left Konoha. The team never been to the land of snow, but they knew when they reached there. They just noticed the change in climate. They reached up a hill and looked at the land of snow. Once on top of the hill, Kakashi bit his thumb until it bled and weaved through hand signs. Kachiyose number jutsu. Kakashi slammed his palm on the ground and a small dog wearing a blue vest appeared. "Hello Kakashi. Long time no see." The dog said. "Hey Pakun. I need you to deliver a message to the Hokage." Kakashi replied. He took out a scroll from his pocket and an ink brush. He quickly wrote down a note and stuffed it in Pakun's vest. "Where are we?" Pakun asked. "Yukigakure, land of snow." Kakashi replied. Pakun shrugged and dashed off. While Kakashi was talking to his dog, the rest of them were looking at the view. There was an ocean gap between the hill, but they still got an awesome view. There was several snow mountains and behind the mountains were huge mirror-like glaciers. "Damn, it's cold," Naruto said. Team 7 nodded in agreement. Akinori spoke loudly enough so everyone could hear him. "We have to go on a boat and reach the other side, let's go." An hour later, they finally reached the other side. They got off the boat and didn't even walk 2 steps until they heard a rumbling sound coming from the mountains. Everyone looked over to the mountains and saw 3 figures standing on top of the peaks. There was a girl with cat ear-like hair, a fat guy, and a guy with a ponytail. All 3 of them wore some sort of armor with a circle in the center. Kakashi's eyes widened once he figured out who those 3 were. "Roga Nader," Kakashi said. "Hitaki Kakashi. Man who copied over 1,000 jutsus," Nader replied. "Let's make it simple. Hand over the princess and we will let you live." "I'm afraid I can't do that," Kakashi said. He pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan, the one that made him famous and feared all of the elemental nations. "Naruto, create clones and get the cast and crew back to the ship. Sakura and Sasuke, you take the girl. Naruto, you take the fat guy. I call Nader," Kakashi commanded. Team 7 noticed the venom in his voice when he said, "Nader." Team 7 shrugged and did what they were told. Naruto created some clones and the clones did what Kakashi told them to. Sakura and Sasuke dashed over to the girl and Naruto went over to the fat guy. Kakashi did a quick leap over to Nader and glared at him. "Let's hope you don't run away again, Kakashi," Nader mocked. "I plan not to," Kakashi yelled. Kakashi pulled out several shuriken and threw them at Nader. Nader threw back his own set of shuriken and charged at Kakashi. He attempted to kick Kakashi's head, but Kakashi grabbed his ankle and threw him at a pile of snow. Nader regained his balance in the air and shouted out a jutsu. Ice release. Tearing dragon, fierce tiger. The snow from the mountains suddenly turned into ice and formed into a tiger. The tiger charged at Kakashi, who was weaving through his own hand signs. Water style. Water dragon no jutsu. From the nearby ocean a water dragon erupted from the ocean and launched itself at the tiger. The tiger and dragon collided and started to wrestle with each other. The tiger turned the dragon into ice, destroying it, but the tiger also got destroyed. Kakashi threw a kunai with an explosive note at Nader. Nader smirked and just jumped over the kunai, only to find Kakashi charging at him with lightning crackling in his palm. Lightning blade. Kakashi thrust out his arm and attempted to put a hole through his chest, but Nadir swatted it away. Nadir grabbed Kakashi's arm and kicked his face. Kakashi was sent flying back to the mountain. Taking advantage of Kakashi being the snow mountain, Nadir wove through several hand signs. Roga Nadir. Wolf Fang Avalanche. The mountain Kakashi was in started to rumble. Wolves started to appear at the top and started to run down the mountain. Kakashi jumped out of the mountain and started to weave through the exact same hand signs. Roga Nadir. From the other side of the mountain, wolves started to run down the mountain. Once upon contact with the ground, the wolves turned their wolf bodies and charged at the opposing side. The wolves tackled each other, until all of them dispersed. Nadir felt that he was getting exhausted. Nadir did one last jutsu and yelled out. Ice style. Ice needles. The snow from the ground rose up and turned in ice needles. The needles raced toward Kakashi, who swatted them away with a kunai. Kakashi noticed that Nadir was running away and shrugged. He jumped down the mountain and headed back to the boat. Naruto ducked under a punch and kicked Mizor's legs, hoping to trip him. Mizor jumped and punched Naruto's face, sending him flying back to a pile of snow. Naruto got up, feeling a little dizzy because of the punch. Mizor weaved through some hand signs and yelled out. Ice style. Ice spikes. Spikes erupted from the ground and charged at Naruto. Naruto jumped up and added chakra to his feet, making him stick on the tips of the spikes. Naruto kept jumping over the spikes until he reached Mizor. Mizor grabbed Naruto's ankle that attempted to kick him and slammed him down onto the ground. Naruto couched up some blood that got into Mizor's eye. Damn it. My eye. I can't see, Mizor shouted. Naruto took the blindness to his advantage and threw several combos of punches and kicks at Mizor. Mizor couldn't dodge or grab anything because of his blindness. Naruto added extra chakra to his feet and kicked Mizor's chest. Mizor flew back and skidded a few times on the snow. Naruto decided to finish this and wove through some hand signs. Lightning style. Lightning arrow. A blue lightning bow formed into Naruto's hand, with the arrow in it. Naruto launched the arrow at Mizor, who couldn't see anything. Mizor heard crackling of electricity and wove through hand signs. Ice style. Ice dome. A dome of ice surrounded Mizor, protecting him. The lightning arrow crashed on the dome, but couldn't break through it. Mizor liked this jutsu because he could run away, while being protected by the dome. Mizor started to sprint away. Naruto blinked in question. He shrugged and headed back to the boat. Sasuke and Sakura. Fire style. Roaring flame sphere. Sasuke shot out a flaming sphere out of his mouth. This jutsu was much like fire style. Great fireball, but it was more bigger and much more destructive. Fubuki dodged the sphere and barely managed to dodge a swipe for her head. Sakura turned her staff so the other end would hit Fubuki. Fubuki grabbed the staff and threw Sakura to Sasuke. Sasuke caught her swiftly and shot out a fireball. Fubuki dodged it and yelled out a jutsu. Ice style. Ice pillars. Pillars of ice shot out from the ground and raced toward Sasuke and Sakura. They both jumped back in separate directions, but the pillars separated. Sasuke threw a kunai, trying to experiment with the pillars. The kunai suddenly got enveloped in the pillar and never moved. Sakura, don't even touch the pillars, Sasuke shouted. I know, Sakura shouted. Sasuke threw a kunai with an explosive note at the ground. He let himself get caught in the ice and used a replacement jutsu with a kunai. The kunai exploded in the pillar, destroying the pillars that were chasing him. Sakura did the same thing. Once both of them were out of the danger zone, they saw the Fubuki was retreating. Fubuki noticed her two teammates retreating and followed them. Sasuke and Sakura shrugged and headed back to the boat. Hiruzen Sarutobi, third Hokage of Konoha, was sitting in his desk doing the worst possible thing to a Hokage, paperwork. The Sandaime sighed as he never wanted to go back to the position of being Hokage. He had no other choice since the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, died very quickly without choosing a successor. Minato, during his Hokage days, always roamed around the village. The Yondaime never bothered to do any paperwork, instead he used Kage Bunshin to do the paperwork. Sure, Sandaime can use Kage Bunshin, but his age was getting to him. Sarutobi set down a paper on the done pile and turned his chair and looked out the window. Konoha looked very beautiful in his opinion. Many trees, many people roaming the streets, and many buildings. Konoha battled in all 3 great shinobi wars, but always won. That's why Konoha was feared throughout the elemental nations. Konoha has been through some rough times in the past. For example, the Kumogakure incident with Hinata Hyuga, the Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha massacre, but the bounced right back up. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard a poof sound coming from inside his office. He turned his chair around and saw none other than Pakun, the ninja dog of Hitaki Kakashi. "Ah, hello Pakun. How are you doing today?" Sandame greeted. "Hello Hokage-sama. I'm fine. How are you?" Pakun asked. "I'm wonderful. Anyway, why are you here?" Sarutobi asked. "Kakashi sent me. All the information is in this scroll," Pakun said. Sarutobi got up from his chair and took out the scroll from Pakun's vest. Sarutobi quickly read through it and nodded to Pakun. "My business is done now, so I will be off," Pakun said as he vanished in a poof of smoke. Sarutobi walked back to his desk and got out several pictures. He carefully looked at the pictures and slowly started to put them back inside his desk. About 3 minutes later, he got the team he wanted to send and pressed a button under his desk. Suddenly an Anbu was kneeling right in front of his desk. "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" the Anbu asked. Sarutobi gave the pictures to the Anbu and said, "Gather these certain people and tell them to meet me here in 15 minutes. The Anbu nodded and vanished. Sarutobi spun his chair around and was looking at the window again. "Considering their skills, they should find them very quickly," Sarutobi said. Land of Snow, unknown area. The 3 ninja that attacked Team 7, was kneeling down in front of a set of stairs. At the very top of the stairs was a chair. Sitting in the chair was none other than Dodo Kazuhana. He was absolutely positive that his team can handle 3 genins and 1 junin. He understood Nadare's lost because he was facing Hitaki Kakashi. "This is kind of disappointing, losing to a bunch of genin. I completely understand Nadare's lost, but not you two's lost," Dodo said as he pointed to Mizore and Fubuki. The 2 lowered their head in shame. "But no worries. We will handle those snot-nosed brats. Dismiss." The 3 junin level ninja nodded and vanished. Once Dodo was positive they were gone, he reached into his pocket and got out a bingo book. He flipped to the page Hitaki Kakashi was on and started to read it. Name: Hitaki Kakashi. Age: 27. Rank: Haya. Lives in Konohagakure no Sato. Known for: man who copied over 1,000 jutsus, son of the White Fang of Konoha, acquired the Sharingan, no one knows, former Anbu captain. Nickname: Sharingan no Kakashi, Copycat Kakashi, Mirror Nin Kakashi. Former team: Team Minato. Taught under Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi. You're an interesting man, Dodo thought. He was thinking about a decision he was offered yesterday. Dodo thought that since Kakashi is a high A rank ninja, he would need the extra backup. He snapped his figures and 2 figures emerged from the shadows. "You're hired," Dodo said. The 2 figures nodded and thanked Dodo and went back into the shadows. Team 7 Kakashi was looking at the sleeping body of Koyuki Kazuhana. He was looking at her with mixed emotions in his face. Sad and surprised. He knew that she looked familiar, but he couldn't place his tongue on it until now. When Sandayu explained about Yukie's real name being Koyuki, it all made sense to him now. His eyes wandered over to her necklace. Kakashi reached into his pocket and pulled out a fake replica of the necklace around her neck. 10 years since we last saw each other, Koyuki, Kakashi said to no one in particular. He replaced the real necklace with the fake one and sat down on a nearby chair. Minutes later, Sandayu walked in and told Kakashi it's time to shoot the film. Kakashi nodded and followed Sandayu out of the room. Once Kakashi reached the poop deck, he saw that everyone was ready to shoot the film. He also saw a group of people watching a video camera. Being his curious self, he went over to the people and looked over their heads. He saw that they were watching the battle scene. You filmed us fighting?" Kakashi asked. The people turned their heads and saw Kakashi with his eyebrow raised. Heh. Yeah, it was a perfect fight scene for the movie, Akanori said as he walked to the group. Kakashi shrugged and went over to his team. His team were cleaning their weapons and making sure it was in tip-top shape just in case a battle suddenly happened. Kakashi leaned his back against the rail of the boat and started to read his perverted book. Akinori walked to his chair and shouted, "Is everyone ready?" "Hi," everyone shouted. "Lights, check, camera, check, alright." Scene 23, Cut 6, Take 1, Action. Back with Team Kakashi, they were done polishing their weapons and were watching the set. The whole team noticed that Yukie suddenly changed when she was on camera. Her face suddenly charged from a look of laziness and stubbornness with some sort of look of passion and seriousness. Sandayu noticed Team 7's reaction to Yukie's acting and decided to tell them. Once Yukie is on the camera, her whole personality changes. It's like a whole new her. Sandayu informed them. Team Kakashi eyes widened. Who knew Yukie could get so serious when she needed to? Shishimaru. Now their bodyguard mission starts. Next day, Team Kakashi and crew were in a new area for filming the movie. In front of them were, like usual, snowy mountains. There was also a tunnel that has railroad tracks in it and a forest nearby. Naruto was on top of the tunnel and had set up numerous cage bunshin in the forest just in case for backup. Some of the clones were disguised as some rocks also. Kakashi was hidden behind a pile of snow in the mountain. Sasuke was on top of a tree with his Sharingan activated. Sakura was with the cast and crew. So far everything was good well. They were about to film, but someone shouted, "Yukie is gone." Kakashi immediately jumped out of his hiding spot and yelled out to Team 7, "Scatter and find her." Naruto was about to dash off when his head jerked. His head turned over to the forest and blinked. The Kyuubi container jumped off the tunnel and ran off to the forest. Yukie Fujikaze, otherwise known as Koyuki Kazuhana, was running in the forest, hoping to escape the movie and more importantly, this land. Yukie never wanted to come here in the first place. That stupid masked ninja put her to sleep the day they left. She growled in anger as he remembered that day. Flashback: Yukie was drinking in a bar in the middle of Konoha. This bar was never popular because it was hidden in an alleyway. She got her sake and drank everything she had left in one gulp. "Yukie!" Someone shouted. Yukie questioned as he turned her head. She saw that the door was on the floor and a blonde-haired ninja standing on the door. His fists were clenched and he seemed to be pissed off. "You're the brat from the other day. The annoying midget." Yukie insulted. Naruto was so pissed. Steam was coming out of his ears. He was sensitive about his height. He wondered why he was so short. The Kyuubi container just thought that his parents were midgets and just left it like that. "I have no time to yell back at you. We got to go. The boat is about to leave," Naruto screamed. His teammates were surrounding Yukie. If she didn't agree, they would have to take her by force. "No brat. Don't tell me what to do," Yukie retorted. She took a sip of her sake and slammed it down on the table. Sandayu entered the bar and slammed his hands on the table, making the sake fall to the ground. "You have to, Yukie," Sandayu stated. "Look," Yukie said, "just hire another actress to play my part. Movies do it all the time. No one can act like you. You're the best actress in the world," Sandayu informed her. Yeah. Just go away," Yukie told Sandayu. "Looks like I got no choice, Kakashi whispered. He made Yukie look him straight in the eye and Yukie started to feel sleepy. She fell asleep and almost fell off the stool, but Sasuke caught her. Sandayu looked at Yukie like he was ashamed of her, which he was. "Let's go," Kakashi said. Naruto put his hand on Sandayu's shoulder and nodded. Team Kakashi vanished. Flashback: end Yukie's trip down memory lane when she tripped and landed her face in the snow. She tried to get up, but her hands were too cold to even move. She tried to move her toes, but they were frozen as well. "Damn it," Yukie said. "Frostbite." Yukie attempted to get up again, but she fell again. "Let's go. Everyone is waiting," a voice said. "Baka." Yukie lifted her head up and saw that Naruto was standing in front of her. His face had a frown on his face and his eyes were lowered on the ground. His fists were clenched like he was irritated. He walked over to her and extended his hand out. She grabbed his hand and lifted her up. He set her on his back and was in piggyback style. Moments later, they were slowly walking in the tunnel that Naruto was guarding. He was kind of dragging Yukie since he was so short. Her feet were skidding the ground. Naruto still had that frown on his face. He felt something was off. It was hot in the tunnel. Land of Snow is never hot. Hey, Naruto asked Yukie, is it me or is it hot in here? Yukie slapped Naruto on the back of his head and shouted, pervert. That's not what I meant. Naruto shouted back. He couldn't rub the back of his head or else Yukie will fall. Well, Yukie won't really fall. Oh. Yukie simply said. I meant in temperature. Naruto pointed out. Huh. Yeah, it kinda is. Yukie said. Naruto could feel some sweat rolling down his forehead. He could feel his clothes starting to stick on him. Naruto could feel his feet starting to slow down because of the heat. He felt like collapsing. Before he could faint, he heard a roaring sound. Naruto questioned. He turned his body and saw something red-orange racing toward them. It filled up the whole tunnel. Fireball. Naruto shouted. Naruto started to apply some chakra to his feet to increase his speed. Ah! Yukie screamed. Shut up! Let me focus, Naruto shouted. Focus? What are you talking about? We're going to die, Yukie screamed back. I said shut up, Naruto retorted. He applied more chakra to his feet as his speed increased. He could feel the flames roaring behind him. Naruto tripped slightly, but got back on his feet. He felt that a part of his pants torn off because of the fireball. Damn it, why is there a fireball here? This is the land of snow, not the land of fire. Fire jutsus shouldn't even exist here, Naruto thought. He applied some of Kyuubi's chakra as his speed skyrocketed. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel and applied a burst load of Kyuubi's chakra into his feet. He finally jumped out of the tunnel and Naruto and Yukie planted their whole body in the snow. Naruto was panting very hard because of the stupid fireball. He turned his body so that his face was looking up at the sky. He turned his head slightly and saw that the cast and crew were there wondering what the hell happened. Did you guys see that huge fireball? Naruto questioned and screamed. What fireball? Sandayu asked. Naruto didn't even bother to respond. He looked like he didn't want to push the topic, but inside of him was thinking about the fireball. No one else saw the fireball, but he and Yukie did. That didn't make any sense at all. Could the fireball been extinguished by the snow? Yeah, that could have been it, Naruto thought. He saw that his team were running out of the forest and headed toward him. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura shouted. She got out her medical kit and started to apply some ointment on his bruises. Naruto sighed. Sakura never seemed to notice his fast recovery rate. He decided to keep the secret until the Chunin exams. He knew the Kyuubi would be involved somehow. Naruto, what happened? Kakashi asked. I need to talk to you alone though. It's kind of weird, Naruto said as he stood up. Don't stand up yet, you're still injured, Sakura ordered. Sakura, I'm fine, Naruto told her. Sakura grumbled, but didn't push the topic. Naruto told Kakashi to follow him and nodded. Which was weird because it should have been Kakashi telling Naruto to follow him. Once out of hearing distance, Naruto told him everything that happened in the tunnel. Kakashi's eyes widened when Naruto told him that the flames just vanished. It's all right, Naruto. Let's just wait and see, but keep your guard up, Kakashi told him. Naruto nodded and followed Kakashi back to camp. Once they arrived at camp, they saw that they were already shooting like nothing happened at all. Kakashi figured that they were used to this, since they worked with Yukie for a long time. Kakashi ordered his team to go back to their positions. Naruto went back to the tunnel still worried. Sasuke went back up to the tree, and Sakura stayed with the cast and crew. They were about to shoot the film when they heard a sound. Wait, is that a train? Sakura asked. I think so, Sandayu replied. His answer was very correct when a weird train turned the corner. The train looked like a regular train except there were multiple holes on the side. Kakashi eyed the train suspiciously. That's no regular train, Kakashi thought. Standing on it were 4 figures. 3 of the figures Team Kakashi recognized. It was the 3 snow ninjas that fought. The other figure was an anonymous person. He was tall and had dark brown hair. He was wearing a cloak that covered his whole body. He had a big nose and a flat face. Well, Dodo said in a booming voice, if it isn't my niece, Koyuki Kazuhana. That cast and crew acted like they knew that already, but inside they were petrified. What's this? Dodo questioned. Where are those leaf ninja? Kakashi nodded over to Sakura and she started to weave through 44 hand signs. Water style. Water dragon no jutsu. Sakura whispered. The snow around them suddenly started to release the water in them. The water formed into a mighty dragon, much to the cast and crew's surprise. The dragon raced toward the train, but Nadir stopped it with an ice dome. Lightning style. Zeus's wrath. Naruto whispered from the tunnel. The sky above them darkened. Multiple humongous lightning bolts crashed against the dome. The dome started to form cracks as it was starting to weaken. Eventually the dome broke down and struck the train. The 4 snow ninja vanished away before the train could fully crash down. They reappeared on top of the mountains. Our job for stalling you is done, Dodo told them. Naruto said as he and Sasuke jumped down. Meanwhile Kakashi was going to surprise Nadir once again. Roga Nadir! Kakashi shouted. Nadir's eyes widened when he heard the mountain rumbling. He turned his head and saw his own jutsu attacking him. Run! Nadir shouted. They were too late as the snow wolves crashed down on them. Moments of silence passed as Team 7 and crew were waiting for the to reappear. Haha! Psyche! Nadir shouted as he and his teammates jumped out. Naruto shouted. Ask Kakashi. Nadir said. Soon Naruto heard the sound of a helicopter coming this way. Naruto looked up to the sky and saw a gigantic helicopter and saw that it was going to the snow ninja. The helicopter threw a ladder out of the door and Dodo caught it. The snow ninjas climbed on the ladder. See ya, Dodo said. Thanks for Koyuki, huh? Naruto questioned. Naruto looked around and tried to find Koyuki, but she wasn't there. He looked up at the helicopter and saw that Koyuki's ankle was wrapped around a rope with a kunai attached to it. Koyuki was sent up flying with the helicopter. Ah! Koyuki screamed. Sasuke! Naruto shouted to him. I know, he replied. Naruto's clones transformed back into their clones' selves and opened their palms. Sasuke jumped on the Naruto clone's palms and Naruto threw Sasuke to the helicopter. Sasuke grabbed a pole connecting to the helicopter. Naruto threw a rope attached with a kunai to Sasuke. Sasuke caught the kunai and pulled Naruto up to him. Naruto thanked him and looked down. Let me and Sasuke handle this, Naruto shouted to Kakashi. Kakashi thought about it for a moment. Right in front of him were 2 genins wanting to handle 4 Chunin-level ninjas. Then again, Naruto and Sasuke were high, Chunin-level ninja, while Sakura was low, Chunin level. He couldn't figure the snow ninja's power level, but trusted that Naruto and Sasuke could handle themselves. Kakashi nodded to the 2 and Naruto grinned. Naruto kicked the door down and the duo barged in looking the Koyuki Kazuhana. Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi eyed the cast and crew. He saw that all of them were startled and frightened. He couldn't blame them. After all, they just witnessed their second ninja battle. Plus their star actress got kidnapped. He hoped that Naruto and Sasuke could bring her back in one piece. He heard Akinori snickering. What's so funny? Kakashi asked. I filmed that whole battle, Akinori stated. Kakashi's sweat dropped and walked back to Sakura. He saw that she was fidgeting and looked around like a wild animal looking for food. Her hair was whipping back and forth because of her turning her head side to side. Sakura saw Kakashi looking at her oddly and stopped her fidgeting. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura asked, worried, will Naruto and Sasuke-kun be alright? I hope so, Sakura, I hope so. Kakashi whispered in a low voice. He too was also worried about the 2 best friends. Kakashi could only hope that they would be okay by themselves. Kakashi turned his body and looked at the movie crew. Let's go, Kakashi stated. We have to get out of here before anyone attacks us. Since me and Sakura are the only ninjas here, we have to be more careful. The movie crew nodded and followed Kakashi back to a secret hiding place Kakashi found. Sakura asked Kakashi where should she go and Kakashi ordered her to go in the back. Kakashi didn't even walk to steps until he saw 2 figures. His one eye widened in surprise as he figured out the 2 figures. Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi said as he lifted up his headband. He knew this fight would be the toughest fight he fought. Naruto hung his head in shame as he was being hanged from the ceiling. His wrists were attached to metal chains and the metal chains were being attached to the ceiling. Naruto stared at the cold cement ground. It was his own fault that him and Sasuke got captured. He was too reckless. Kuso. Naruto muttered. Naruto lifted his head up and saw Sasuke in the same situation as he was. Naruto hung his head and looked at the chakra device Dodo put on him and Sasuke. The device made the captive have no access to their chakra at all. Sasuke tried activating his Sharingan at first, but the device stopped the flow of chakra to the eyes. Naruto tried to create some cage bunshin, but he could barely feel his chakra. Naruto closed his sky-blue eyes and tried to think of a way to get out. His eyes shot open and he stared at Sasuke. Sasuke, can you get your sword? Naruto asked. Let me try. Sasuke answered. Sasuke swung his body so his sword would fall out. After a couple of tries, the sword fell out of its scabbard. That's all I can do. Sasuke told Naruto. Good, Naruto replied. Now kick the sword over here. Sasuke played with the sword with his feet until he was positive he wasn't going to miss. Sasuke kicked the sword over to Naruto. The sword perfectly slid past the metal bars and went right in front of Naruto. Naruto played with the sword with his feet until it was standing up straight. Naruto carefully tossed the sword up slightly and it cut Naruto's thigh. What are you doing, Naruto? Sasuke shouted. Wait, I want to see if this will work, Naruto replied. Naruto, with all of his strength he could bear, separated his arms. If he could, the chain will break, thus setting him free. After a few struggles, Naruto broke out of the chain, but only his left arm. Yada! Naruto shouted in joy. Naruto reached down to his thigh and took a swipe of the blood. He wiped the blood on his seal on his wrist and his scythe popped into existence. He clicked the button on the scythe and the blade detached. Naruto cut the chain that was holding his right wrist and finally set himself free. Now how are you going to get out, Sasuke said. Easy. Naruto replied. Naruto walked over to the bars and grabbed it. He suddenly got electrocuted and fell to the ground. Naruto. Sasuke shouted. He was never concerned to anybody except to his friends. He couldn't concern for his family because of the devil that killed his clan. Itachi Uchiha. I'm alright. Naruto replied. He put one of his feet on the ground and put a hand on his knee. Naruto tried standing up, but with no avail. Kuso. Naruto grumbled. He suddenly heard a click sound and he looked up. Hinata-chan. Kakashi. Water style. Water dragon bullet. Itachi ducked under the dragon and spat out a fire jutsu. Kakashi quickly created a water wall. Once upon contact, steam created. Kakashi couldn't see anything, nor Itachi. Even though you're not a bloodline Uchiha, Itachi said through the steam, you're really good with the Sharingan. Kakashi didn't say anything as he was panting a lot. The downside of not being Uchiha blood was that Kakashi would get tired too easily, unlike normal Uchiha. Normal Uchiha can go a full 2 hours using their Sharingan with ease. Kakashi could only go 1 hour without being exhausted. If Kakashi tried to go over his limit, he would be hospitalized because of exhaustion. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Kakashi whispered. When the steam went away, Itachi was surprised to find a very thick mist. The hidden mist jutsu Itachi said. I haven't seen this jutsu in a long time. Kisame said. Itachi told him stay out of the fight. Kisame wanted to argue, but it was unlike Itachi to go into a battle. Kisame was sure he had his reasons. Itachi closed his eyes, trying to focus in the mist. Itachi heard footsteps coming from his right. He quickly grabbed Kakashi's ankle, much to Kakashi's surprise, and slammed him down on the ground. He picked up Kakashi and threw him away. Kakashi regained his balance in the air and landed swiftly on his feet. Kuso. Kakashi muttered. The mist was starting to find a way. A few seconds later, the mist vanished. Kakashi only found Kisame standing there. Where's Itachi? Kakashi questioned. Kakashi's question was soon answered when he heard a rumbling sound below him. He quickly jumped back, barely evading Itachi with a kunai in hand. Itachi calmly put the kunai back in his sleeve and stood there. I just want to talk, Itachi stated. Oh yeah, Kakashi retorted, what about? The fourth Hokage's legacy. Kakashi's eyes widened when he heard that. Only people that knew the fourth Hokage very well knew that. Those people are in Konoha. Well, you're not getting him. Kakashi retorted. Kakashi threw several kunai at Itachi. Itachi simply sidestepped only to find Kakashi gone. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Suddenly a fireball erupted from the ground, under Itachi. Itachi jumped back, but its cloak got singed. Itachi suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't see his movement with his Sharingan. Itachi tried to kick Kakashi's chest, but someone caught the ankle. Kurenai. Shino, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba. Thank you again, Hinata. Sasuke told her. Yeah, you're the best. Naruto said. Hinata blushed. Hinata was never used to being complimented. Her father always trained her, but Naruto calls it child abuse. Even though Hiashi liked Naruto, Naruto still wanted to pound him to the ground. Meanwhile with Kiba, he was feeling very left out. These three people around him are best friends. Sure, Kiba was Hinata's friend, but Naruto and Sasuke were her best friends. Secretly Kiba liked Hinata. She was so calm and pretty to her. If both of them hurt her, he would kill them. He wouldn't really kill them because he would probably get his ass whooped. A few minutes of running passed by. The three best friends found it pretty weird they haven't been stopped yet. They thought too soon. Freeze! A voice shouted. Suddenly several groups of snow ninja jumped down. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed. What's so funny, Naruto? Sasuke asked. They said, freeze, Naruto replied, still laughing. Huh. Get it? They're from the land of snow and they said freeze. Everyone's sweat dropped. Shut up. A snow ninja yelled. With that, the groups of snow ninja charged. 4 versus 50 isn't fair. Naruto mocked as he ducked under a punch. He headbutted the person who tried to punch him. The snow ninja immediately fell unconscious. Naruto charged at another person and kicked him across his face. Another shinobi came up behind Naruto and attempted to slice of Naruto's head, but someone interrupted. Gatsuga. Kiba barked with Akamaru. The two tornadoes smashed into the snow ninja's chest. Some of the snow ninja around them got cut because of Kiba and Akamaru's claws. Hinata looked around and saw that she was surrounded. She'd never been in a real fight before. She and her teammates spared a bit, but they didn't want to kill her. Hinata closed her eyes and focused. She has been trying to master this jutsu for quite a while now. The snow ninjas around her charged with kunai in their hand. Rotation. A dome of spiraling chakra formed around Hinata. The snow ninja was caught by surprise as they tackled into the sphere of chakra. They spun around and around until they flew off the dome and crashed against the wall. Hinata released the jutsu with sweat running down her forehead. I did it. Hinata thought. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and took a snow ninja into a corner. Fire style. Phoenix flower no jutsu. Sasuke shouted. Sasuke attempted to spit out mini fireballs, but he couldn't feel his chakra. Damn it. Stupid chakra device. Sasuke growled. Sasuke caught the wrist of a punch and threw the person behind him. Sasuke kicked the back of a person's knee and the snow ninja fell on his knees. Sasuke smashed his elbow against the ninja's head and the snow ninja fell unconscious. Sasuke stood up and looked around. All of the snow ninjas were on the floor groaning in pain. Sasuke regrouped with Naruto and Kiba. Hey, where's Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. His question was answered when Hinata erupted from the corner. What were you doing in the corner? Sasuke asked. Interrogating. Dodo is that way. Hinata said as she pointed behind them. All of the boys shrugged and followed Hinata, heading toward Dodo Kazahana. Kakashi. Lightning style. Lightning hound. Kakashi thrust out his hand and a hound-like lightning bolt shot out of it. Because of the lightning connected to Kakashi's hand, Kakashi can control the hound wherever he wants it to go. Itachi jumped up in the air and landed swiftly back on the snow. Lightning strike. Lightning hound. Kakashi was surprised to find Itachi able to copy his own jutsu. He wasn't really supposed to be surprised, but it was hard trying to copy a technique that the person made, even with the Sharingan. Kakashi was able to do the Rogan Adair because he saw the jutsu already when he was in his Anbu days. The hounds clashed against each other and the hounds wrestled. Eventually, the hounds dispersed. Kakashi set his hands down on his knees and took a breather. Itachi was exhausted to see at least. Itachi knew his limit was coming and decided to end the battle. Kisame. We're going. Itachi shouted. Kisame looked back at Itachi and tilted his head in confusion. He set his sword down on the ground and looked at him. I was getting to the fun part, Kisame replied. Kurenai took this to her advantage and quickly wove through her hand seals. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death, Kurenai whispered. A tree grew right behind Kisame and wrapped him around with branches. Kurenai suddenly appeared in the tree with a kunai. Kisame asked. Die? Kurenai lifted up her kunai and attempted to slice of his head. Itachi quickly butted in the genjutsu and cancelled it. Hey, thanks Itachi, Kisame thanked. Itachi simply nodded and the two escaped. Kurenai regrouped with Kakashi. Kakashi put his headband over his Sharinganai and fell over. Kurenai caught him. The almighty Kakashi Hitaki is down. Such a surprise, Kurenai joked. Haha. Kakashi said sarcastically. Kakashi's face suddenly turned serious. Kakashi turned his head over to the two genin. He saw Sakura with her usual frightened fidgeting. Shino looked calm in the outside, but was calm in the inside. His bugs were fidgeting around though because of Kisami's high bout of chakra. Shino, do you know where Naruto is? Kakashi asked him. Considering my team's special ability of tracking people, I'm sure Hinata-san and Kiba-san found him. I placed one of my bugs on Hinata-san. Just follow me and we shall find them. Shino spoke. Kakashi nodded, a bit freaked out by Shino. Sure, he worked with an Aburame one time, but Shino was more strange. Kurenai set Kakashi down on a mat and rested his eyes. Kakashi thought about the situation. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Kiba were alone in a Junin-level ninja-filled jail temple. Kakashi can only hope the four would be okay. Dodo is probably in the jail temple. Hinata or Kiba could easily find him, but I'm worried that the four wouldn't be enough since they don't know about the chakra armor they wear. Kakashi thought. Naruto barged through the door with Sasuke, Kiba, and Hinata. Naruto did a quick leap over to where Dodo is and saw that Dodo was sitting in a chair and Koyuki was right beside him. Dodo had an evil grin on his face and Koyuki still had her emotionless face. Dodo stared at the four before speaking. Is this all? Dodo asked. A bunch of genins? Get this stupid chakra thing off so I can kick your ass, Naruto screamed. Let me think about it, Dodo replied. No, fine. Let's go Akamaru, Kiba shouted. Jujin Bunshin. Akamaru suddenly changed into a clone of Kiba. Kiba's nails grew into claws. His face became more animal-like. Gatsuga. Kiba and Akamaru suddenly jumped up and twisted themselves in the air, forming mini tornadoes. The two Kibas charged at Dodo. Dodo stuck out his hands and grabbed both of the tornadoes and threw it across the room. What? Naruto shouted. Kiba and Akamaru crashed against the wall. The two partners created a mini crater and slowly fell down. Naruto and Sasuke leapt over there and swiftly caught them. Naruto slapped Kiba's cheek. No response. Sasuke put his two fingers against his neck and waited for a heartbeat. A few moments of silence passed. Sasuke slowly released his fingers and shook his head. Naruto's and Hinata's eyes widened. Kiba died. Naruto growled in anger. He never witnessed a death before. His family was dead, but he never saw how they died. Sasuke hung his head low. He witnessed many deaths during his clan massacre. Hinata couldn't even respond. Her body was on a total shutdown. Her teammate died on their very first real mission. Hinata always suspected someone dying in a mission, but not her own teammates. Naruto's eyes flashed golden orange for just a second, but it went as quickly as it came. This didn't go unnoticed by Sasuke and Hinata. Why did Naruto's eyes flash golden orange? Sasuke and Hinata both thought. I'm going to kill you. A dark voice growled. Sasuke and Hinata turned their heads toward Naruto. Naruto's head was hung low, but it slowly rose up. His cheeks were more hardened, his hair was more spiked, his eyes were red, and his nails grew to claws. Naruto slowly stood up and glared at Dodo. The chakra device on his stomach started to crack. There was a loud crash from the device as it was destroyed by Naruto's chakra. What? Dodo questioned and yelled. Naruto summoned his scythe and clicked the button. He threw the curved blade at Dodo. Dodo grabbed Koyuki and dodged the blade. Dodo threw a kunai with an explosive note at the ceiling. The ceiling exploded, exposing a helicopter. Dodo threw a kunai with a rope and the kunai wrapped around a pole. The helicopter flew away with Dodo and a screaming Koyuki. Naruto didn't even respond. He summoned the blade back to him and he jumped up through the hole. Naruto! Sasuke screamed to him. Sasuke set Kiba on his back and jumped out the hole. Hinata got out of her frozen state and followed Sasuke. Kakashi Hitaki Kakashi had a full rest of using his Sharingan. He quickly packed his stuff and went over to his temporary team. Kakashi nodded to Shino and Shino nodded back. Shino focused and didn't speak over a while. During this time, Kakashi was speaking with Kurenai and Sakura. Me and Shino are going to where Naruto is. You guys need to guard the clients, Kakashi stated. Sakura didn't like this idea one bit. She frowned. She wanted to know how her teammates are. She wanted to know how much damage she needs to repair. She was so worried. Kurenai didn't like the idea of guarding the clients either, but knew it was necessary. Kakashi looked at the two kunoichi and saw their reaction. Look, I know that you guys don't like this idea, but it's necessary. Please bear with me. Kakashi pleaded. The two girl ninjas nodded. Kakashi turned his head over to Shino and saw that he was done tracking the bug down. Let's go Kakashi-sensei, Shino said. Kakashi nodded and the two leapt away. Kurenai and Sakura walked over to the cast and crew and gestured to follow them. It wasn't until a few steps, until they came across several groups of snow ninja. Sakura quickly took out her staff, and Kurenai got out a kunai. They both charged. Sheesh, another fight? Akinori said as he got out his camera. Kakashi and Shino were racing through the snow-filled ground. Shino suddenly twitched. What's wrong, Shino? Kakashi asked. I sense a reprobated chakra, Shino said. Huh? Kakashi replied. My bugs sense an evil chakra. Shino spoke. Kakashi's eyes widened at this. If he thought it was the Kyuubi, things would get bad. Especially, since Kiba, Sasuke, and Hinata are there. Shino, speed up. We got to get there now, Kakashi instructed. Hi. Naruto. Wind style. Beast wave violent wind palm. Naruto focused chakra and wind into his hand. The wind and chakra mixed together formed a gigantic demon-like chakra on Naruto's riding hand. The claw extended and tried to grab the whole helicopter. The helicopter turned a hard right and managed to dodge the claw. Naruto turned around and saw Sasuke and Hinata following him. Naruto focused his wind chakra into his scythe blade and turned to Sasuke. Naruto, why are your eyes red? Sasuke asked. No time for that, Naruto shouted. He cut the chakra device on Sasuke and started to follow Dodo again. Sasuke growled and quickly followed Naruto through the trees. Hinata followed suit. Lightning style. Lightning spear. A spear made of bluish lightning immediately formed into Naruto's hand. Naruto aimed carefully and threw the spear at the helicopter. The spear blasted through the helicopter. The helicopter shook violently and kept turning hard turns. The helicopter flew straight down on a snow mountain. Dodo jumped out of the helicopter with a screaming Koyuki. Naruto jumped onto a pile of snow and saw that he was in the glass glacier's place. There was a column in the middle of it. Give me the blasted necklace. Dodo screamed as he tore the necklace. Koyuki tried getting it back, but Dodo kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying. Dodo ran over to the column, but tripped. Sasuke, Hinata. Let's go. Naruto shouted. All three of them jumped off and raced toward Dodo. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple Naruto clones suddenly appeared and charged at Dodo. Ice style. Twin Dragon Blizzard. Dark dragons erupted from Dodo's hands and attacked the clones. The dragons broke through all the clones and attacked the trio. Naruto jumped up. Sasuke went right. Hinata went left. Lightning style. Zeus's wrath. Naruto screamed. Several massive lightning bolts struck at Dodo. Dodo jumped back and avoided all of the lightning bolts. Fire style. Hades' anger. Sasuke yelled. A pit suddenly appeared behind Dodo. Dodo turned around and saw black-purple flames rising up. Dodo did a backflip, just in time avoiding a large blast of flames that reached the sky. Dodo ran forward, dodging another lightning bolt. Water style. Poseidon's fury. Hinata whispered. The water from the snow erupted from. The water formed a huge torrent and charged at Dodo. Ice style. Ice freeze. Once the water was in arm's reach, Dodo slammed his palm down on the water. The water immediately turned into ice. The trio regrouped. None of these attacks are working, Naruto whispered to themselves. I want to try Naru Sasuhina, Sasuke suggested. Sure, Naruto and Hinata said at the same time. They didn't even have time to jump up as 3 black dragons slammed against them. Naruto crashed against Hinata's used to be water. Sasuke crashed against the mountain and Hinata crashed against a pile of snow. This is too hard. None of our attacks are working. Kuso. Naruto screamed inside. Rage boiled inside him. Suddenly the water from below the ice erupted from the ground and attacked Dodo. Dodo's eyes widened in surprise as he was attacked with the water. Dodo drowned under the water and crashed against the mirror like glaciers. Dodo's brain was still functioning, but he was very dizzy. My water element. Naruto whispered to himself. Sasuke and Hinata limped toward Naruto. Sasuke slapped Naruto on the back as his congratulations, much to his annoyance. Hinata smiled at Naruto. Naru Sasuhina. Let's go. Naruto screamed. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Clones of Naruto made its way to existence. Hinata jumped up and waited for the next jutsu. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke shot out a stream of fire at Hinata. Rotation. Hinata created a dome of swirling chakra around her. The flames crashed against the dome and Hinata was in a dome of fire. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A violent blast of wind crashed against Hinata's rotation. The dome of chakra spun toward Dodo. Dodo just got up and started to weave through hand signs. Ice style. Twin Dragon Blizzard. The Black's dragons erupted from Dodo's hands and raced toward the flaming dome. The fire immediately cancelled out the jutsu and the dome of fire crashed against Dodo. Dodo screamed in pain and was immediately burned into flames. Nice job, Hinata-chan. Naruto congratulated. He ran up to her and gave her a bone-crushing hug. Hinata blushed and almost fainted. Sasuke smirked. As if on cue, Kakashi, Shino, Kurenai, and Sakura arrived at the scene. Naruto gave a quick report of what happened. Kurenai put her hand over her mouth and cried as she heard of Kiba's death. She was a failure of a sensei. She should just quit and become a civilian. Shino's bugs ran through his body. He was feeling very sad inside, but was calm on the outside. He let a few tears come out of his eyes. Few days later, spring. That was the treasure Dodo wanted to badly. Naruto and crew was in town, hosting the new movie Koyuki made. Koyuki was dressed in a formal kimono with a fan and a hat. She looked around and saw the grassy mountains her dad talked about. She looked at the crowd and saw so many people there. Koyuki walked over to Team 7 and Team 8. Naruto, I would like to thank you. You saved me from the dark. Thank you for everything. Koyuki thanked. Koyuki gave a kiss on Naruto's cheek, which Sasuke took a picture of. Hinata was fuming in anger, but didn't show it. Sasuke gave the picture to Koyuki and Koyuki signed it. She handed the photo to Naruto. Oh, it was nothing, Naruto said as he took the photo, blushing. Team 7 and Team 8 laughed. The two teams just arrived in front of the Leaf Village gate. Naruto kept jumping around because of his excitement. Sasuke smirked. Hinata smiled. Shino was well. Shino. Kakashi had his famous smile. Kurenai didn't really feel anything walking back home. She was still distraught because of Kiba's death. She instructed him to go and find Naruto and Sasuke. If she didn't, Kiba would be alive still, but if she didn't, Naruto and Sasuke would be dead. The council members would want to kill Kakashi for not protecting the Uchiha. Hinata would be even more distraught than her. Even a person without a brain can figure it out. Kurenai knew about Hinata's love for Naruto. Kurenai would always advise her to go and tell him, but Hinata is way too shy to tell him. Kurenai was like a mother figure to Hinata. It would break Hinata's heart if Naruto died. Plus, one death is better than two. Yatta, Naruto screamed in joy, Ichiraku ramen, here I come. Now Naruto, Kakashi replied, we still got to report the mission to the Hokage. Can't you Junin people do it? Naruto complained. No, Kakashi said. Kakashi pulled Naruto's clothes and dragged him to the Hokage tower. Sasuke snickered to himself and Hinata smiled, and the two followed Kakashi and Naruto. Kurenai and Shino didn't really care because of Kiba's death. The two team members followed Team 7 and Hinata to the Hokage tower. Hokage tower. Hee. A voice snickered. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, was taking a break of the evil paperwork. The Chunin exams were coming up, and it was being held in Konoha, meaning that the paperwork would be piling up on his desk. He read a sentence in his Icha paradise and he blushed and snickered. His snickering got interrupted when he heard a knock on the door. He quickly shut the book and put it back in the drawer. He got out his pen and pretended to do paperwork. Come in. Sandame said. Team 7 and Team 8 walked in. Naruto had a frown on his face and Kakashi was rubbing the back of his head. Sandame noticed someone was missing, but he couldn't figure out who. There was only 7 people when there was supposed to be 8. Ah, hello Naruto. How was your mission? Sandame asked as he set down his pen. Trouble. Naruto grumbled. Sarutobi turned his head to Kakashi and waited for the report. Kakashi told him everything about the mission, with exact detail. About the ninja appearance to Dodo's death. Kakashi and Kurenai agreed that she would tell the Hokage about Kiba's death. Sarutobi could merely nod his head. Sometimes he wished he could go on missions instead of being stuck in his office. He wished he could be 13 and be young and do tons of jutsus. Sarutobi sometimes wished that the Nidaime Hokage didn't put him in the position to be Hokage. I noticed that one member is gone. Who is it? Sarutobi asked. Kurenai stepped forward with some tears pouring out of her eyes. Sarutobi figured out who the person was. Sarutobi waited to see if it was true. Kiba Inuzuka, of the Inuzuka clan, has died, because of Dodo. Kurenai cried out. Sarutobi heard some venom in her voice when she said, Dodo. Sarutobi nodded his head. He knew that Kiba's mother would break out of her tough act and cry her heart out. Kiba's sister would probably cry as well, but probably not as much as her mother. I will arrange the funeral, Sarutobi stated. Where's Kiba? Kakashi took out a scroll and slammed his palm on it. There was a puff of smoke and Kiba's body was laying there. Kiba doesn't seem dead, Sarutobi said as he walked over to Kiba. Sarutobi got Kiba's wrist and pressed his index and middle finger against it. I feel a pulse. He isn't dead, Sarutobi stated as he let go of his fingers. Kurenai immediately rushed over to Kiba's side and pressed her ear against his chest. Thump, thump. Kurenai's eyes widened. She cried out tears of joy. Hinata was crying out tears of joy as well and she stuffed her head into Naruto's chest. She wasn't aware of her actions, but she didn't care. Her teammate was alive. Naruto was kind of stunned because of the action, but smiled. He put his arm around her and waited for her to get off. Shino was well. Shino, but he was smirking behind his collar. Kakashi and Sasuke smirked. Ow. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba-ed, that hurts. Get off of me. Kurenai did as instructed and wiped off the tears from her face. Sakura did a quick healing jutsu she learned from the library. A green aura formed around her hands and she roamed around Kiba's body. Kiba immediately felt a lot better. Thank you, Sakura-chan, Kiba said as he stood up. Sakura had a faint blush on her cheeks by the chan suffix. Kiba noticed Hinata's tears and Kurenai's tears. He also noticed Hinata's position. He glared at Naruto, but Naruto didn't seem to notice. Why you two crying? Kiba asked. Because you died, Baka? Kurenai snapped. Kiba winced at the tone. I did? Kiba replied clueless. Naruto decided to join in the conversation and told Kiba about his death. Kiba started to rampage the room because he was beaten so easily. He wanted to kill Dodo, but Kakashi quickly told him Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata kill him. You guys got your first kill? Kiba asked. I had mine since the start of the mission, Naruto stated. I got mine during the mission, Sasuke said. I got mine during the mission as well, Hinata said. Kiba's eyes blinked when he heard Hinata killed someone. He knew it was the life of a ninja to kill someone, but he didn't really expect Hinata to be so calm about killing someone. Why are you guys so calm? You just killed someone, Kiba said. During our training with Kakashi-sensei, He made his kill our emotions during battle. It was kind of a hectic training session. Sasuke said. Kurenai glared at Kakashi by putting Hinata through that kind of training. Killing off emotions are only for Anbu. Kakashi smirked underneath his mask, pretending not to notice Kurenai's glare. Well, now that our little reunion is done, you may leave. Kakashi and Kurenai, you two stay here. Sarutobi told them. The 8 genin nodded and walked out the door. Kakashi and Kurenai knew exactly what the third Hokage was going to talk about. I see you two know what I am going to talk about, Sarutobi stated. Hi. Do you two want your teams to participate in the Chunin exams? Sarutobi questioned. I already asked all of the other teams, including Guy's team, and all of them are participating. Even Asuma's team? Kurenai asked. Yeah, Sarutobi said. Wow. I thought Shikamaru wouldn't participate. He would think it's too troublesome, Kakashi said. I bet Ino yelled at him, Kurenai stated. Kakashi shrugged. So I take that as a yes? Sarutobi asked. He took out a few sheets of paper. I, Hitaki Kakashi, nominate my team, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Kakashi said. Kakashi took 3 sheets of paper and stood by the door. I, Yuhi Kurenai, nominate my team, consisting of Aburame Shino, Inuzuka, Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Kurenai said. She took 3 sheets of paper and walked out the door right next to Kakashi. Kakashi opened the door for her and the 2 Junins walked out. Once the two were outside, Sarutobi opened a drawer and got out his perverted book. Before he started reading, he thought. I bet Naruto will be exhilarated about the Chunin exams. A few moments later, perverted snickering came from the Hokage's office. Team 7 and Team 8, Ichiraku Ramen. Who wants to come? Naruto shouted in joy. He was finally back home and he wanted some ramen as soon as possible. Anyo, I can't come. I have to report T to my father. Hinata stuttered. I have to return to my family, Shino stated calmly. Same with Shino. Kiba said. I have to return home. My mom is probably worrying, Sakura replied. Naruto hung his head low. I guess I'll go. Sasuke muttered. Naruto grinned and grabbed Sasuke's wrist. He dragged Sasuke all the way to Ichiraku. Naruto, you look gay by dragging me. You look like you're going to rape me, Sasuke yelled. Naruto stopped in his tracks and released Sasuke's hand. Never mention this. Again. Naruto whispered. Sasuke merely shrugged and both of them went through the flaps. Old man. 10 bowls of miso ramen, Naruto screamed. 1 bowl of miso ramen as well, Sasuke said. They both sat down on a stool and waited. A few minutes later, Ayame walked out. She immediately reached over the counter and gave Naruto a hug. Hey Ayame Ne-chan. Naruto greeted. Ne-chan? You have a sister? Sasuke wondered. Nah. Sister figure to me. I kind of wish she was my sister though, Naruto said. Ah. Thank you Naruto-kun. Ayame cheered as she gave Naruto another hug. Soon Tucci walked out and gave Naruto and Sasuke their ramen. All of the time eating ramen, Naruto was telling them the story about the mission. Hour later. Bye Ne-chan. Bye old man, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded his thanks and both of them walked out. The two walked by themselves throughout the whole village. Sasuke was in deep thought about something. He never tried really going there in a long time. Ever since that incident, he was afraid to go back there. Itachi said something about a secret meeting place. On that day, Itachi told him to go to the secret area. Sasuke never really thought about going there, but ever since he saw Ayame, Itachi's ex-girlfriend, his brain thought back to the massacre. He looked at Naruto who had both of his hands behind his head. Naruto noticed Sasuke looking at him and asked. What is it? Sasuke looked down on the ground for a bit. I need a favor. Sasuke muttered. Sure, Naruto said. Follow me. Sasuke instructed. Naruto noticed the sadness in Sasuke's voice. Sasuke never really had a sad tone in his voice before. After the Uchiha massacre, every time he talked, he would always add venom in his voice, which scared Hinata. One day, Naruto literally smacked some sense to the boy. Naruto lectured Sasuke for about half an hour. Sasuke, of course, yelled back. The two made up and started going back to their old days. A few minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke were in front of a huge compound. "This is the Uchiha compound, Naruto," Sasuke stated. Naruto never been in the Uchiha compound before, but he thought that Sasuke never wanted to come back here because of all the memories will flood into Sasuke's brain. Naruto knew Sasuke must have had a good reason for coming back to this cursed place. If Sasuke wanted Naruto to come with him, he must have it hard. Sasuke led Naruto to a room and stood on a tile. Sasuke looked down on the tile he was on and just stood there. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Open the tile I'm standing on," Sasuke whispered. "Well, I can't open it if you're on it," Naruto stated. Sasuke stepped off of the tile and let Naruto pass. Naruto opened the tile up and saw some stairs. Sasuke's eyes widened, which Naruto noticed. Sasuke looked like he was being controlled as he down the stairs. Naruto followed Sasuke, looking around. About a minute later, Naruto saw a door. Sasuke kicked the door down and both of them saw a table. There was a bunch of scrolls on the table. Sasuke went over to the table. Naruto decided to stay behind as he thought it was personal business. Sasuke picked up a scroll and opened it. Sasuke's eyes widened. What he was reading were the secrets of the Sharingan. Sasuke decided to keep this, thinking it was important. He put it in his pocket and looked at the next two scrolls. One of the scrolls read Hawk and the other scrolls read Ravens. Summoning contracts. Sasuke whispered. Sasuke picked up the Raven scroll and tightened his grip around it like he wanted to destroy it. Itachi was the summoner of ravens. He remembered the day Itachi showed him his first raven. Deciding not to be like Itachi, Sasuke set down the Raven scroll and picked up the Hawk scroll. Sasuke opened the scroll and bit his thumb until it bled. Sasuke smeared his name on the scroll and wove through some hand signs. "Kuchio's no jutsu," Sasuke whispered. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard the summoning jutsu. There was a puff of smoke and a small 6-inch bird appeared. The hawk turned his head and looked at Sasuke. "Hello there. My name is Takashi. Considering that I am here, you must be the summoner," Takashi said. "Hi," Sasuke said. "Since you are now a summoner of hawks, I should tell you about it," Takashi stated. "Hawks specialize in messaging and wind jutsus. You can also ride a hawk if the hawk is big enough. If you want to be a real hawk summoner, you must pass a test. Go outside and a hawk way bigger than me will appear. Make the hawk appear in 30 minutes. I still need to check some stuff." Sasuke replied. Takashi nodded and he disappeared. Naruto was kind of stunned by the sudden appearance of the hawk. Naruto was kind of jealous of Sasuke now that he is a summoner of hawks. Sasuke put scroll back on the table and looked at the other scroll. He opened the scroll and a puff of smoke appeared. On the table was a black metal plating armor and a sword. Sasuke looked at the armor first before going to the sword. Save the best for last, Sasuke thought. The armor looked like what a samurai would wear. Sasuke found a scroll in a pocket and took it out. He quickly opened it and read it to himself. "This armor is the armor that I, Madara Uchiha, wore. I am writing this because I have abandoned the Uchiha clan and Konoha and promised my destruction. I didn't want to abandon this armor, but I know I have to. The armor was created inside of Konoha and I don't want to have any ties with the stupid darn village. Whoever finds this piece of armor, I must tell you is this. This armor is very good for defense. The thick layer of metal plating would practically knock off kunai. It will make you look fat because of the thick layer. I suggest wearing a jacket that comes with it so you won't look fat. Good luck to the wielder." Madara Uchiha. Sasuke never heard the word Madara Uchiha. Sasuke looked through all the files of the Uchiha clan's past family and there wasn't one Uchiha Madara. There was one that had the name crossed off, but Sasuke never figured it was Uchiha Madara's. Sasuke shrugged it off and took off his shirt. He put the armor on and put his shirt back on. "You look like Choji," Naruto commented. Sasuke glared at Naruto, looked at a mirror. He did kind of look like Choji. He shrugged and got the black jacket. It was just a plain black jacket, but the hood looked kind of like a hawk. Sasuke reached over to the sword and looked at its unique art. The sword was silver with a slight curve on the very top. The handle was gold in color. The handle was made up of weird lines that curled around each other like snakes until it reached the middle of the sword. In the middle of the sword, kanji symbols were written. It read, "The Uchiha's fire shall never be extinguished." Yeah, it did. Itachi extinguished all of the Uchiha. Sasuke thought. Sasuke shrugged and kept on looking at the features. On the very top of the blade, there was an eye that resembled the Sharingan. Once Sasuke touched the sword started to vibrate. Sasuke quickly let it go and dropped it on the table. Naruto reached into his kunai pouch just in case something happens. What the hell? Naruto questioned and screamed. Sasuke put his arm up as a signal to silence Naruto. Naruto immediately obeyed. Suddenly the sword had a white-blue aura around it. Sasuke, again, picked up the sword and gripped the handle. The sword again vibrated. Sasuke set it down and took the scroll that held the sword. He opened it and started to read out loud for Naruto to hear as well. This is the ultimate sword of the Uchiha clan. This sword was secretly hidden inside of the Uchiha compound. It is called Haikaito, Sword of Destruction. Sasuke stopped right there. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask. If this sword was secretly hidden, how is this sword here? Sasuke thought. Did Itachi find it and put it here? If so, why didn't he just keep it? He found it after all. Did Itachi intentionally put it here for my keeping? Sasuke shook his head, trying to get the thought out of his brain. He started to read again. The sword is only found in the Uchiha. The sword knows if you are Uchiha or not by your blood. If you're an Uchiha, cut a body part and draw blood. Rub your blood on the tip of the sword and the sword will stop vibrating. Once you do that, the sword will grow darker slightly. The sword will have an element affinity swirling around it. If you have two affinities, the element that is more powerful than the other element will swirl around the sword. Sasuke did as was read and cut his thumb. He rubbed the blood on the sword and the sword immediately stopped vibrating. The sword suddenly darkened slightly. The sword now had a slight black color in it. Suddenly electricity twirled around the sword like a snake. Sasuke usually thought that fire was stronger than lightning, but he guessed he was just used to using fire jutsus so much. Sasuke shrugged and kept on reading. The sword makes the Uchiha clan special. The powers are really destructive, thus earning the name Haikaito. The sword has 3 special powers. One of the powers is that, once you rub the blood on the sword will stick by your side no matter what. If you lose it, it will immediately come back to you. If it is taken by force, the sword will burn the body of the stealer. The second power is that it has the capability to destroy anything in its path. From poison gases, to solids, to elements, and through chakra. The last power is when the sword is confronted with a jutsu, it will suck up the jutsu and repel it back at the opponent. There is a downside though to this powerful sword. If you use it for more than an hour straight, your muscles will weaken and burn. You will have to rest for 2 hours to reuse it again. Sasuke put the scroll back on the table and picked up the sword. He gazed at it with awe. This sword was so powerful in his opinion. Why didn't Itachi use it? Thought. Itachi was the one that wanted power, so why didn't Itachi take it? Sasuke wondered. That's one hell of a sword you got there. Naruto commented. Naruto was pretty jealous of the fact that Sasuke got a powerful sword. All he got was a scythe, that has no powers. Naruto felt inferior right now. Sasuke could beat him any time with that sword. Naruto mentally sighed. Meanwhile, Sasuke was still staring at the sword. The thoughts of Irillir were long forgotten. He wanted to test the sword out right now. With his Sharingan and this sword, he could beat anybody. Sasuke saw a scabbard that fit with the sword and put it in. Sasuke strapped it on his back and nodded to Naruto. Naruto just shrugged and walked back up the stairs. What are you going to do with the sword Kakashi-sensei gave you? Naruto asked. I'll ask Kakashi-sensei if I can use this sword now. I'm sure he won't mind. Sasuke said as he shut the tile. Wait, don't you have to meet a hawk? Naruto stated. Oh shish. Let's get outside. If the hawk comes here, the compound will be ruined. Sasuke said as he made a mad dash. Naruto quickly followed him outside the compound. Naruto and Sasuke were now in the training area of the compound. 10 seconds later, there was a huge puff of smoke. When the smoke was cleared, a 20-foot hawk appeared big enough that you can ride on it. The hawk had a white chest and black wings. The hawk looked down at Sasuke and stared at him for a bit. This made Sasuke feel uncomfortable. Naruto stepped back just in case he had to run. My name is Daiki, the boss hawk. You must be Sasuke Uchiha, the new summoner of the hawks. Daiki stated. Sasuke merely nodded, not trusting his voice right now. I'm sure Takashi told you there is a test involved, Daiki said. Sasuke nodded. This is the test. Ride on my back for 2 whole hours. If you can, you pass. Sasuke tilted his head in confusion. This is a stupid test. Sasuke thought. Daiki somehow read his mind and said. Since you are going to ride as hawks, I need to be sure if you can stay on us. If you fall, we have to catch you, which makes our job harder. Sasuke nodded and climbed on Daiki's back. Can my friend come too? Sasuke asked. He pointed to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened when Daiki looked at him. I don't care. Daiki said. Naruto jumped up and landed next to Sasuke. Ready, set, go. Daiki shouted. He leapt up into the air and flew really high. Naruto looked down on Konoha and threw up from the height. Sasuke looked sick, but didn't vomit. Sasuke put chakra to his feet and stayed on. Naruto, after throwing up, followed Sasuke. Bottom of Konoha Sakura was walking down the streets with Ino. Both of them were carrying bags. Sakura bought a new ninja outfit, while Ino bought a bikini. Sakura bought a red shirt that reached just above her belly button. She also bought a red mini-skirt, kind of like her sensei, Anko. In order for perverts not to look under there, she also bought some red shorts that went under it. She wore a trench coat, like Anko, but Sakura's is red with some pink in it. She bought some fingerless gloves with the metal plate on them. The two were enjoying each other's company, when vomit splashed on top of them. Ah! Sakura and Ino screamed. 2 hours later. Daiki swiftly landed on the ground in a forest. He turned his head and saw Sasuke and Naruto laying on his back, with green faces. Both of them were vomiting throughout the whole test. Naruto could barely breathe because of all the screaming he did. Sasuke had a red face, with some green in it. This test was pretty hard for him, even with the chakra on his feet. They dived through a cliff, flew over the woman's hot springs, flew just above the buildings in Konoha, and everywhere you can think of. You pass, Sasuke, Daiki said. You are now an official hawk summoner. Daiki disappeared in a puff of smoke, causing Naruto and Sasuke to hit the ground on their back. They both groaned and fell asleep. Naruto's eyes fluttered open because of the golden yellow sunlight. Naruto was still laying down on the emerald green grass. His brain was flooded with memories of yesterday. Sasuke getting his new weapons and the hawk test. Naruto now regretted the decision of going with Sasuke. That hawk was crazy. Daiki flew above the Konoha buildings, the woman's hot springs. He even dove down a cliff. Flying down the cliff made the feeling of Naruto's and Sasuke's stomach lifting up. Naruto grumbled in annoyance. Naruto slowly got up and did a few quick stretches. He rotated his neck around a few times and looked at Sasuke. Naruto saw Sasuke that he was still sleeping and went over to him. Naruto set his face against Sasuke's and blinked. Get up, Sasuke. Fangirl's coming this way. Quick, Naruto yelled right in his face. Sasuke immediately got up and jumped into a tree. Naruto grinned at Sasuke's tree. Where? Where? Sasuke yelled in fright. Sasuke looked around and saw no fangirls in this area. He jumped down and glared at Naruto. Sasuke quickly got out a kunai and threw it at Naruto. Naruto smirked and caught the kunai. Naruto tossed it back to Sasuke. Dope. Sasuke said as he caught the kunai. He put it back in his weapon pouch. Teme. Naruto replied, still smirking. Don't we have to meet with Kakashi-sensei today? Sasuke asked, changing the topic. Oh yeah. Let's hurry up or we'll be bad as Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded to Naruto and both of them jumped into the trees and started to run. 10 minutes later Kakashi and Sakura were waiting patiently for Naruto and Sasuke to arrive. Well, at least, Kakashi was. Sakura had her arms crossed and her eyes locked onto the entrance to the training ground. She was used to Kakashi arriving late, but Naruto and Sasuke was a new thing. She tapped her foot, pretending to wait patiently. Without warning, Naruto and Sasuke jumped right in front of the training ground entrance. Naruto looked around and saw Kakashi and Sakura leaning against the tree stumps. "I think we're late," Naruto stated. "You really are a dope," Sasuke muttered. Kakashi was reading his porn book and Sakura was walking steadily towards them. Naruto and Sasuke didn't have a good feeling about this. Both of them started to suddenly be interested in the ground and drew scribbles with their feet. "I was actually on time. Hey," Kakashi thought as he watched the scene in front of him. Sakura finally was right in front of the two best friends. Naruto and Sasuke realized that Sakura was wearing her new clothes. She looked at both of them, looking like she was observing. Sakura closed her eyes and punched both of their heads. Naruto hit the floor, groaning with pain. He was used to this kind of treatment, but Sakura got stronger over the past few months. Sasuke was stunned by this action. Sakura, the #1 fangirl, punched him, Uchiha Sasuke, in the head. Naruto and Sasuke steadily got up. "What was that for Sakura-chan?" Naruto yelled, rubbing his head. "That's for being late. Even Kakashi-sensei arrived on time," Sakura yelled back. Kakashi snickered behind his book. While Naruto and Sakura were continuing fighting, Kakashi closed his book and walked over to them. Sasuke saw this action and turned towards Kakashi. Naruto, from the corner of his eye, saw Sasuke stand completely still like a soldier. Naruto looked at Sasuke's direction and immediately shut up. Sakura, confused by this action, turned around and saw Kakashi in front of them. She quickly got beside Naruto and stood still. "The Chunin exams are coming up. I nominated all three of you to participate in them. I believe you three are ready," Kakashi said. He took out 3 pieces of paper and handed it to them. "All of you three have to participate. If one person doesn't want to, Team 7 can't enter the exams." Naruto snatched the paper from Kakashi's hand. He quickly scribbled on the paper, eager to participate. Being a Chunin means one more step into becoming the Hokage. Sasuke smirked and jotted down the information he needed and handed it to Kakashi. "Time to test out my sword," Sasuke thought. Sakura smiled and took her time writing the information down. Participating in these exams lets her test out her new abilities. She grew stronger over the months and couldn't wait to test her strength. Kakashi smiled as he took Sakura's paper. He looked at Team 7 and smiled even more. This team reminded him of his old team. His old team always bickered, but when something important came up, him, Uchiha Obito, and Rin immediately paid close attention. "Sit down," Kakashi ordered. Team 7 immediately followed the order. Kakashi looked at all three of them and said, "The Chunin exams are in 2 weeks. We will train your asses off like we never did before. Your only day off is the day before the exams." "Who's we?" Sakura asked. "Why, none other than me, of course," a voice shouted. Suddenly a purple-haired woman cartwheeled into the scene. "I, Anko Mitarashi, at your service." Naruto stared at Anko. "You're one hell of a crazy woman," Naruto bluntly said. Anko suddenly threw a kunai at Naruto. Naruto swiftly caught it and jumped up before Anko could appear behind him. Anko threw another kunai and Naruto threw the kunai in his hand. Anko blasted out several snakes from her sleeves. Naruto got out a kunai and applied his wind chakra to it. The kunai suddenly enveloped in a purple aura. Naruto cut through the snakes and charged at Anko. Naruto swung at Anko's head, which she ducked. Anko grabbed his ankle and threw him to a tree. Naruto slammed into a tree, but disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto suddenly jumped in front of Anko and tried to stab her with his own kunai. Anko got out a kunai and blocked Naruto's. "You're pretty good, Gaki," Anko said. "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto said. Now, Anko. You know why you're here," Kakashi said, trying to settle things down. Naruto grunted and went back to Sasuke and Sakura. Anko went back to Kakashi and stood right beside him. Anko wrapped her arms around Kakashi and put her head on his shoulder. Kakashi smiled. All 3 of them questioned. "Me and Anko are dating," Kakashi bluntly said. Naruto and Sasuke just shrugged. Both of them didn't really care. Sakura's eyes expanded. Her sensei dating her other sensei? Sakura shuddered. Kakashi saw her shudder and shrugged. "Now back to business," Kakashi stated, I know you free weapon training is great. The genjutsu, Sasuke and Sakura can handle. Naruto dropped his head in shame. Kakashi chuckled, the taijutsu. I need to know how it's going. My wind is up to my elbow and knees, Naruto said. My fire is up to my elbow and knees as well, Sasuke stated. My water is perfected, Sakura replied. Naruto and Sasuke dropped his head in defeat. Anko snickered. My student even surpasses the students of Almighty Hitaki Kakashi, Anko shouted out. Kakashi sighed. This is the final one we're talking about. Ninjutsu. Naruto, you just got your water element, am I correct? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. Okay, this is the schedule. You three meet here at 7 in the morning. We eat lunch at 1 o'clock to 1:30 p.m. We eat dinner at 7 o'clock to 7:30 p.m. We end the training at 9 p.m. Every session is 1 hour. Like I said in the very beginning, me and Anko-chan are going to bust your asses. Damn. All three thought. Naruto, you will stay with me the whole time. Me, you, and Sakura will be learning water jutsus. Sakura, you will also stay with me the whole time. Sasuke, you will be with Anko and me for the sessions. Anko for fire, me for lightning. Sakura, while me, Naruto, and Sasuke are training, you will be learning the water jutsus I teach you, Kakashi said. Let me see if I got it, Naruto said, trying to figure this whole thing out. Me, Sakura, and you will be working on water jutsus. Me, you, and Sasuke will be working on lightning jutsus. While me, Sasuke, and you are working on lightning jutsus, Sakura will be practicing water jutsus. Sasuke will practice fire jutsu with Anko. That sums it up. Kakashi replied. What about breaks? Naruto complained. We need our chakra to recover. Your lunch and dinner time will be your breaks. Kakashi bluntly said. Naruto and Sakura grumbled. Your training begins now. Kakashi shouted. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Time for hell, I mean training. Anko snickered as she grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Let's go, Naruto, Sakura. Kakashi said. Anko. Listen up, twerp, Anko growled. This training session is going to be a living hell for you. Endure it. I'm going to train you so hard, that you're going to vomit blood, then I'm going to make you keep training. First off is this. Anko got out 7 mini scrolls. This scrolls contain ninja weaponry, such as kunai, shuriken, senbons, spiked balls, etc. I'm going to throw these at you and you have to dodge them. Naruto was right, this woman is crazy, Sasuke thought. Easy enough. Sasuke said. He activated his Sharingan and got ready. Anko smirked. Since you have the almighty Sharingan activated, I'm going to triple the amount. Anko stated. She got out 14 more scrolls, making 21. Nani? Sasuke yelled. Ready, set, go, Anko shouted. She quickly picked up one of the scrolls and threw it up in the air. The scroll unraveled and a volley of weapons shot out of it, heading toward Sasuke. Sasuke managed to dodge everything, thanks to his Sharingan. Anko pushed him even more, as she threw up 5 scrolls in the air. Sasuke's red eyes widened. I wonder how Sakura got through all this crap, Sasuke thought. Oh, and by the way, Anko said, we're going to keep doing this until the hour ends. It works on stamina and evasion. Anko got out even more scrolls. This woman is a lunatic, Sasuke thought. How does Kakashi-sensei handle this chick? Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi jumped into an empty training, not too far from Sasuke and Anko. Naruto looked around and saw a lake, a river, and a few broken tree stumps. Kakashi looked around for a bit, and closed his eyes, focusing if there was anybody here. Kakashi, feeling satisfied, opened his eyes and looked at Naruto and Sakura. In order to do water jutsus, you need what, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Water, of course. Naruto replied. Good, Kakashi said, there are 3 ways of getting water. One is from the air. Taking water from the air requires extraordinary chakra control. The second one is, of course, a water supply. The third one, and probably the most deadliest one is, taking water from your body. If you have do one water jutsu, you will immediately die from dehydration. Only use this as a very last resort. Naruto and Sakura nodded. Time for some water exercises, Kakashi said. He walked over to the lake and stood on it. Kakashi raised his arms up and the water immediately rose up. Kakashi moved his arms around and the water followed it. This exercise helps the user to control the water flow. This is the first step. The next step is to create it into some form of shape, Kakashi stated, still flowing the water around. He thought of a tiger and the head of the water turned into a tiger head. Naruto stared at Kakashi with awe. Kakashi stopped the flow of water and let it drop. Now, this is what I believe. Sakura, your chakra control is the most excellent out of the team. I believe you can take water from the air. Naruto, you and I know that your chakra control isn't very good. You will need a water supply, Kakashi said. Sakura, you try taking water from the air. If you can't do it, just go with Naruto to the lake. Naruto and Sakura nodded. Your training begins now. Hours later Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura limped through the village of Konoha. Naruto had his arm to his hip and several bruises and cuts around his face. Sasuke had his arm around Sakura, limping like Naruto. Sasuke had cuts on his face because of all the weapons Anko threw at him. Sakura would have yelped in delight of Sasuke putting his arm around her, but she knew it wasn't this kind of case. Sakura didn't have any cuts, just bruises. Naruto and Sasuke asked Sakura to heal their wounds, but Sakura said she was out of chakra. Naruto and Sasuke understood because Sakura, all day, was doing water jutsus. Sasuke grumbled in pain as he limped with his team. Out of all of the team, he had the most injuries. Anko was a crazy woman. She kept throwing weapons at him like she wanted to kill him. Some of the weapons almost sliced his face off. Sasuke only managed to dodge everything thanks to his Sharingan. Sasuke was about to scream at the woman for being so crazy, but declined it because he knew she will only increase the weapons. Sakura was the most exhausted person out of the team. Sure, she had some bruises, but she could easily heal them once her chakra got back. Trying to take water from the air was hard. Kakashi-sensei couldn't even do it. The bruises she has was because of all the water exploding in front of her face, making her fly back and crash to the ground. Sakura realized she couldn't do it, so she went with Naruto. She managed to finish the exercise and started on doing the water jutsus. She gave Naruto some tips, which worked a little bit. Naruto was the least exhausted out of everyone in the team. Thanks to the Kyuubi, his cuts and bruises easily healed quickly. The water kept exploded in his face, making him fly and crash on the ground. Sometimes he even gets thrown back into the bushes, making him have cuts on his face and every visible parts on his body. Kakashi kept telling Naruto to be one with the water. Naruto still didn't get it. Naruto grumbled and Team 7 turned a corner. Time for your punishment, Gaki. A voice yelled. Team 7 heard the yell and looked at the direction of the voice. The voice pointed at a guy with a cat-like hat, makeup on, and a mummy wrapped around his back. The makeup guy was picking up Konohamaru, who was trying to kick his way out. Behind the guy was a girl. She had 4 blonde pigtails and a fan on her back. She's pretty cute, Sasuke thought as he stared at the girl. She looks like a pretty serious kunoichi as well. Naruto saw Sasuke's gaze and smirked to himself. This will probably make Sakura-chan pissed. Naruto mused. Team Kakashi walked over to the cat ninja and stood behind Udon and Moegi. If I were you, I would put down the grandson of the Sandame or I will kick you guys' ass. Naruto muttered. Udon and Moegi looked up and saw Naruto and his team standing behind them. Konohamaru turned his head and around and yelled. Naruto Oni-san. Oni-san? Sasuke asked. Same thing like a Yamane-chan. Naruto answered. Kankuro dropped Konohamaru on the ground and went over to Naruto. Kankuro glared at him and Naruto shot back his own glare. Kankuro picked up Naruto by his collar and made him look straight in his eyes. Considering you two's headband, you are here for the Chunin exams, am I correct? Naruto said. Hi. The blonde girl said. Listen here, midget, I will kick your ass so hard that, Kankuro said as he was interrupted by a blast of wind. Kankuro immediately dropped Naruto and crashed against the gate. No fighting until the exams, Kankuro. The fangirl said. Sasuke tilted his head in wonder and walked towards the girl. Sasuke stared hard at Temari, making her blush. He's pretty cute, Temari thought. Name? Sasuke asked. Name's Temari. Temari replied. Sasuke suddenly swung his foot in her head. Temari, surprised, slammed her fan down on the ground, blocking the kick. Sasuke twisted his body, making him roll up the fan. Sasuke put his palm on the top of the fan and pushed himself until he jumped up. Sasuke attempted an axe kick, but Temari put her fan over her head. Sasuke did a handstand on the fan and swung underneath it. Temari quickly jumped back. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and charged at Temari. Sasuke swung his kunai, but Temari swung her fan. Both of the weapons collided. "You're pretty good," Sasuke said, still holding his kunai. "Likewise," Temari commented. Temari set her fan down and Sasuke put back his kunai. Sasuke stared at Temari, making her blush even more. Sasuke never actually done this before, but this girl seemed to be a good kunoichi. Sasuke mumbled, "Will you like to go on a date after the exams?" Sakura-chan is going to be pissed off. Naruto thought again. Temari's blush deepened. The Konohamaru Corps made a vomiting sound, sticking their finger in their mouths. Sakura had a tick mark on her forehead and charged at Temari. Naruto blocked her path, trying to calm her down. Sure. Temari stuttered. But Temari, Kankuro said, but was shut up by his older sister. "So where are you staying at?" Sasuke asked. "K Konoha Plaza," Temari said. "Pick you up at 7 o'clock then," Sasuke replied. He put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Naruto and Sakura. He saw Naruto, blocking Sakura's path. Sakura looked like she wanted to punch him, but he shrugged. Naruto managed to calm her down. Sakura crossed her arms and grumbled. "Makeup dude, you want to fight or what?" Naruto asked, trying to restore the almost fight between him and Kankuro. Kankuro stood up and got out the mummy on his back. He slammed it on the ground, pissed. "Time for you to die," Kankuro stated. He was about to unroll the mummy when he heard a voice. "Stop it, Kankuro. You're a disgrace to our village." All 8 of them looked up and saw a red-haired kid with some sort of gourd on his back. He had a tattoo on his forehead that had the kanji for love. "I didn't even sense him," Team Kakashi thought. "Gaara?" Kankuro stuttered. Gaara suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Gaara saw the whole fight between Sasuke and Temari. Gaara thought that was strange, but he could feel the power radiating off of Naruto and Sasuke. "Names?" Gaara asked, more like a command than a question. "Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara stared at the duo, with killing intent towards them. The Konohamaru Corps fell down to their knees by the massive amount of killing intent. Sakura's knees shook, but she didn't fall down. Temari and Kankuro were used to this and didn't react. Naruto and Sasuke shot back both of their killing intent, canceling out Gaara's. "You two are strong," Gaara stated. "I will enjoy killing you two in the exams." Gaara turned around and took one step, then vanished in a swirl of sand. Sasuke winked at Temari before she and Kankuro left. "That was some scary shish, Naruto grumbled. "Hell yeah it was," Sasuke said. "Thanks Naruto Oni-chan," Konohamaru Corps shouted together. "No problem," Naruto replied. Konohamaru Corps dashed off. 1 hour later Naruto and Sasuke were walking through the streets of Konoha, hands in their pockets. Sakura left already, heading home. Her mother didn't want her to become a ninja, but Sakura was determined. Naruto and Sasuke were bored out of their minds. The Chunin exams weren't going to start until 2 more weeks. Naruto grumbled in boredom. "What should we do today?" Naruto asked. Sasuke thought about it for a moment before replying, "Maybe we should visit Hinata. We haven't seen her since the Land of Snow mission." "Sure," Naruto said. Both he and Sasuke jumped on a rooftop and headed out to Training Ground 8. 15 minutes later Naruto and Sasuke jumped on a tree branch. The duo peeked through the holes in the tree and saw Hinata sparring with Kiba. Gatsuga. 2 mini tornadoes charged at the lavender-eyed girl. Hinata's Byakugan flared and yelled out. Rotation. A spinning chakra dome appeared around Hinata. The 2 tornadoes slammed into the dome. Kiba applied even more force, trying to break the chakra dome. Hinata applied more force. The dome got too fast and it made Kiba fly over to a tree. Kiba quickly got up and went over to Akamaru. He did a quick check-up on his dog and nodded. Suga. Kiba yelled out. He jumped in the air and did a quick spin. The spin caused him to turn into a single gray spinning tornado. Water style. Water-hardened drill. A drill made of water enveloped Hinata's right arm. Hinata slammed the drill against Kiba's tornado. Kiba applied more pressure, making Hinata add chakra to her feet so she won't crash down. Hinata added more of her water chakra, making the drill bigger. Hinata quickly thought of another idea. She lifted up her left arm, still focusing on the drill. She applied some chakra on the tip of her index and middle finger. She tapped Kiba's tornado, closing off Kiba's chakra point. The tornado stopped spinning and Hinata's drill slammed into Kiba's chest. Kiba yelped in pain as he was sent flying back, skidding across the ground, and then slamming into a tree. Hinata quickly ran over to Kiba and applied some ointment on his wounds. When she was done, Kiba thanked her and the two walked back to Kurenai and Shino. "Well done, you three. I'm sure you will do excellent in these exams," Kurenai stated confidently. "Of course we will," Kiba shouted. "Naruto, Sasuke, you can come out now," Kurenai yelled out to them. Hinata smiled. She already noticed the two while she was sparring with Kiba. Her Byakugan saw them. Naruto and Sasuke jumped out the tree and ran towards Hinata. "That was great, Hinata-chan," Naruto yelled as he gave her a hug. Hinata blushed, Sasuke smirked, and Kiba frowned. He hated Naruto. How can Hinata like him? Kiba growled mentally. Sasuke noticed the frown on Kiba's face and made a mental note to talk to him. "Can we take Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked Kurenai, releasing the hug from the blushing Hyuga. Kurenai nodded her approval. Naruto grabbed Hinata's wrist and threw her up in the air. "Hinata!" Kiba yelled. Hinata yelped, but Sasuke smirked. "Show off," Sasuke thought. Naruto caught Hinata, bridal style. "Yane!" Naruto yelled as he, still holding Hinata, and Sasuke jumped away. 5 minutes later, "Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered, "you can put me down now." "Oh, sorry." Naruto apologized. He tilted his arms, so Hinata will slide of his arms. Naruto looked at the cave he, Sasuke, and Hinata found. He smiled at the memories. Sasuke and Hinata walked inside the cave. Naruto, deciding not to be left behind, quickly followed them inside the cave. Naruto went over to the end of the cave and got 2 twigs. He rubbed them together until it made a flame. Naruto set the flame down in the middle of the cave and walked over to Sasuke and Hinata. "Hinata-chan, is your team participating in the exams?" Naruto asked. Hi. Hinata stuttered. "Cool. We get to see each other during the exams." Naruto yelped in joy. Hinata smiled at her love. "Oh, and guess what?" Naruto shouted. "What?" Hinata asked. "Sasuke has a date with a girl from Sanagakure," Naruto shouted. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Hinata turned her head to Sasuke and raised an eyebrow. "You're not the type to ask out a girl," Hinata stated. "She was a powerful kunoichi. Plus she was pretty cute," Sasuke said, smirking. Hinata snickered. Naruto pointed at Hinata. "What kind of guy do you like, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked. Hinata deeply blushed crimson. Sasuke held in a laugh. "Stupid," Sasuke thought. Hinata suddenly started to become interested in her fingers as she started to poke her 2 index fingers together. She looked down and tried to think of Naruto's description, and stuttered. "I'll like G guys that protect teethier precious F friends. Strong, lots O of courage, F friendly, and I is willing T to die F for anyone." Sasuke smirked. Trying to describe Naruto Hinata? Sasuke thought. Naruto muttered, "I wonder what guy are you talking about?" "Are you serious? You dense idiot," Sasuke thought, frowning. Hinata hung her head low. Naruto decided to change the topic, but was still thinking what guy Hinata liked. Day of the Chunin exams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood in front of the building the Chunin exams are going to be held at. Kakashi and Anko weren't kidding when they said they were going to bust their ass. All the hell training they went through was worth it though. Naruto managed to learn 5 water jutsus, 1 wind jutsu, and 1 more lightning jutsu, thanks to his clones. Sasuke learned 2 fire and 2 lightning jutsus, and Sakura learned 5 water jutsus as well. Sasuke had to admit, Anko was a scary woman. All the evasion training made him go to the hospital every day. The fire jutsus made him had burn marks on his skin, which made his hospital time increase. Naruto didn't have to go to the hospital thanks to the Kyuubi. Sakura had her own medical jutsu, which she, of course, used. Sasuke could already hear the voices of the ninjas participating. Naruto already saw ninjas entering the door. Sakura was looking at all the ninjas, trying to figure out if they're strong or not. "I guess it's time for you three to go Kakashi said as he jumped into the scene. All three of them looked up and stared at the face of Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi had a smile behind his mask and for once, not reading his porn novel. "This Chunin exam is very dangerous from what I heard. You can die in the second part. I trained you three the best of my abilities, and I'm sure you will make it to the finals," Kakashi stated. "What was the Chunin exams like, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked. "I was only 6 back then, so I can't really remember," Kakashi mumbled. "You were 6? Naruto screamed. "Yup. I became genin when I was 5, Kakashi stated in a matter-of-fact tone. "Wow," Sasuke mumbled. "I only have one advice for you three. Don't die," Kakashi said. He jumped up and vanished. Team Kakashi continued staring at the door once Kakashi was gone. All three of them couldn't go through it, but they knew they had to. Once they signed those papers Kakashi gave them, they knew they couldn't back down from the challenge. "This is it," Naruto said. "Yeah," Sasuke muttered. "I have to agree with Shikamaru. This is troublesome," Sakura muttered. Naruto and Sasuke could only nod their heads. "Let's go," Naruto said. He opened the door and Team 7 walked inside. Team Kakashi walked up a flight of stairs, following a team of sound genin. The trio recently learned of Otogakure, hearing that it was new. It was rumored that the village suddenly appeared over a destroyed unknown village. Team 7 has yet to discover their powers. Naruto observed the sound team. One of them looked like a mummy because of the gauze covering his face, leaving his left eye only. He wore a large poncho with long sleeves, some sort of snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a large raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf. Naruto observed the large amplifier on his right arm. Naruto assumed that was for his attacks. Naruto turned his eyes and looked at the one next to the mummy. He had spiky, dark hair and dark eyes. He wore a beige shirt with 2 black stripes and 3 prints of the kanji for death down the front. His forehead protector had a face guard. Like his mummy teammate, he wore a scarf with a snake pattern. Naruto looked at the final teammate. Unlike the others, she was a girl. Naruto noticed that her hair was almost touching the ground. She must trip a lot. Naruto mused. Naruto kept observing the girl. She wore a pale green vest, similar to the flak jacket Junin and Chunin wear. Again, like her teammates, she wore a scarf with a snake pattern. Does Otto like snakes that much? Naruto thought. The Otto team turned a corner and heard a ruckus. The sound team observed it, until the trio shrugged and climbed up the other flight of steps. Naruto and team turned the corner and saw a guy with a bowl-cut hair. He had several bruises across his face. The blonde-haired genin looked at the 2 Chunin guarding a door. Kakashi said to them that the exams are in the 3rd floor, but they only climbed up 2 flight of stairs. "Genjutsu," Sakura whispered. "Right," Sasuke agreed. "Let's go up the stairs. That way if we leave these people, it will be less competition," Naruto muttered to his team. His teammates nodded in agreement. Before Team Kakashi walked up the other flight of stairs, he walked over to the bowl-cut hair guy. Naruto raised his eyebrow in wonder. Why would he wear spandex? Naruto shook away the thoughts and bended down. He whispered in his ear. "This is a genjutsu." With that, Naruto and his team left. Naruto didn't bother waiting for Hinata's team because he was positive that Hinata and Shino would be able to immediately tell that was a genjutsu. "Why did you tell them?" Sakura asked. "It would be less competition like you said." "I only told him because that I felt like it was needed. I felt bad for the guy, so I just told him," Naruto replied. Sasuke and Sakura just shrugged. Naruto saw a door a couple steps away, figuring that was the exam room. "Ready?" Naruto asked his teammates. "Ready," Sasuke and Sakura said simultaneously. Naruto walked over to the door and opened it. Needless to say, all of Team Kakashi was startled. All pair of eyes glanced over at Team Kakashi and glared at them. This is a lot of ninja. Naruto stated. I don't think your less competition thing didn't do anything to decrease these numbers. Sakura replied, still stunned. Sasuke nodded slowly. Naruto looked around the room and saw the whole room filled with ninjas. Some ninja were even standing on the ceiling because of the small space. Naruto saw some from Rain, Grass, that Suna team, the Auto team, and some Konoha ninja Naruto never noticed. So much killer intent was in the room, and it was pointed to Team Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke shot back their own killing intent. Naruto added a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra, making all the killing intent disappear. Naruto heard a click sound and turned his head to the door. Naruto jumped in joy and raced toward Hinata, giving her a bone-crushing hug. He lifted her up and spun her around. Hinata, of course, blushed by this stunning action. Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered. Hinata-chan, you made it. Naruto screamed in joy, causing pairs of eyes to glare at him, including Kiba. Naruto, you're causing too much attention. Quiet down. Sakura muttered. Naruto put the blushing Hinata to the ground and put his hands behind his head, grinning. I'm glad you made it to Hinata, Sasuke acknowledged. This is way too troublesome. Shikamaru complained as he and his team walked through the door. Choji, as usual, was eating his bag of chips, grinning. Ino had her arms crossed over her breasts, frowning. Probably from Shikamaru. Naruto thought. He shrugged off the feeling and greeted Team 10. Of course, Ino just wandered off and jumped on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. I knew you would come, Ino shouted. Sasuke grumbled and said. Ino back off. Sasuke mumbled. He didn't have to complain any longer until Ino's body suddenly lifted up. Ino turned her head and saw Tamari holding her up in the air. Better let go of him or I will kick your ass, Tamari threatened. I will kick your ass if you keep holding on to me, Ino shot back. Both of the team girls glared at each other. Listen to here, Ino. Sasuke commanded. Ino hung her head and Tamari let her go. Tamari winked at Sasuke and she went back to her team. Who's she? Ino asked, still ticked. Sasuke's future girlfriend, Naruto bluntly said. Nani? Ino shouted. Sakura sighed and told Ino all about the little incident. Ino ed in sorrow and hung her head. My. You people are causing a lot of ruckus. A voice said. The rookie 9 turned their heads and saw a guy with black eyes and gray hair kept in a ponytail and had circular glasses. He wore a dark purple shirt with a white undershirt and a white obi around his waist worn at an angle. He had dark purple pants and a shuriken holster on his right leg. Naruto saw the Konoha headband on his forehead and greeted him. Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. That's quite a future, Naruto-san. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, Kabuto replied. I never seen you around, Kabuto, Sasuke mentioned. This is my 7th time taking the exams, so I am quite older than the 9 of you, Kabuto stated. 7th? Ino shouted, hurting Shikamaru's ear. Yes, but during these 7 tries, I collected data of each person competing. Kabuto replied. He reached behind himself and took out several orange cards. Name someone. Kabuto said. Gaara of the Sand. Naruto and Sasuke both said. Kabuto gathered his chakra and put it in the card. Let's see here. He is the youngest son of the current Kazekage. His team has never gone on any D-rank missions, only B and C and a couple of A. It also says here, he has never been scratched in a battle. Kabuto read. Never scratched? Impossible. Kiba scoffed. My cards don't lie, Kabuto said. That Auto team over there, Naruto said, pointing at them. Their village is new, so I couldn't find any data on them, Kabuto said. They're probably weak though. The whole rookie 9 just shrugged. There was a sudden puff of smoke and a man appeared. The man wore a gray-looking suit and a dark blue trench coat. His headband looked like a beanie. Shut up, maggots. It's time for the first part of the Chunin exams, Ibiki shouted. Sheesh, Shikamaru muttered, trying to take a nap, quite down. One person from each team come here and get a number. Ibiki shouted, ignoring Shikamaru's comment. Sakura nodded to her group and she went to get the number. Hinata bowed to her group and ran over to the line. A couple of minutes passed and everyone got their number. "We're number 10. Sakura stated. "Number 6, Hinata said. "Did everyone get their cards?" Ibiki asked, still shouting. Everyone nodded their heads and Ibiki nodded. He did a quick hand sign and everyone vanished in a puff of smoke. Few miles outside the village there was a large puff of smoke and all the genin appeared in a forest. The genin looked around and saw several large castle-looking towers. They had a big flag on the top with a number. "Okay. This is your objective. Go to the castle that has your number. Inside this castle, there is a scroll. You have to retrieve it in 30 minutes and make your way up to the tower. Once you're on top of the tower, remove the flag, which makes us know you're done," Ibiki stated. "That is really simple," Kiba muttered. "Not really. There is exactly 100 guards up there. You have to make sure you're not seen or heard. You can knock out the guard, but you can't kill the guard. The guards are going to come at you with the intent to kill. I only have one word of advice for ya, good luck," Ibiki replied. "Oh crap." Naruto mumbled. "I might as well just walk on the side of the tower," a girl said. "There is going to be 4 chunin around the castle, so you can't take the easy way," Ibiki said, hearing what she said. "Go!" Ibiki shouted. All the teams quickly dashed over to their assigned castle. "Good luck, Hinata-chan," Naruto shouted over to her team. "Good luck to you, to Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. Naruto and his team ran over to the number 10. Eventually, Team Kakashi made their way toward their assigned castle. "You guys ready?" Naruto asked. "Hell yeah," Sasuke replied. Sakura replied by tightening her gloves, grinning. They heard a shot in the air and all 3 of them dashed inside the building. In the castle, Team Kakashi ran up a flight of stairs, hoping to get this down as soon as possible. They jumped over half of the steps. The trio skidded on their feet, silent as possible. "Sasuke. Anybody here?" Naruto whispered. "Yeah. Only 10. Sasuke replied back. "Okay. Sakura, throw a kunai against that wall over there," Naruto instructed. Sakura nodded and swung her arm. A kunai erupted from her sleeve, piercing the wall, making a ding sound. All the guards hurriedly rushed toward the direction the kunai came from. Team 7 latched onto the ceiling. The guards swarmed under them, poking their heads through corners. Naruto noticed each guard had a spear. "How much time, Sakura?" Naruto whispered. 25 minutes, Sakura muttered back. "Let's go," Naruto said. All of Team 7 quickly punched and kicked every guard to the wall, unseen. All the guards quickly became immobile. Naruto nodded to his teammates and leapt over the second flight of stairs. Team 8. Hinata-san, how many? Shino asked, quietly. 30. Hinata replied back. "It seems that the number of guards is times 10 of the floor we're on," Shino stated. "Let's go," Kiba shouted. Shino elbowed Kiba's stomach. All the guards rushed toward where Team 8 is. Team Kurenai quickly jumped on the ceiling. "Kiba-san. You are a baka," Shino whispered angrily. "Sheesh. My bad," Kiba muttered. The guards swarmed right under the trio. Kiba gulped. He held his breath because he was breathing hard. Hinata closed her eyes and activated her Byakugan. She gathered chakra to her heel and jumped off the ceiling. She did an axe kick to the ground, shattering it. The guards flew in all directions and crashed into the wall. Shino looked around and saw that no guards were in their area anymore. He signaled Kiba and both of them jumped down. "Thank you, Hinata-san," Shino said. "Yeah, you really helped us there," Kiba agreed. No problem," Hinata said. That was pretty scary in her opinion. Going against 30 guards that are meant to kill them. It was like the land of snow all over again. Slightly. Hinata put her hand on her chest and breathed heavily. Shino tapped Hinata's shoulder and all 3 of them darted up the stairs. Team 7 Naruto elbowed the guard on the neck, knocking the guard out. Naruto smirked and looked over to Sasuke. "You done yet?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, this is our last floor, right?" Sasuke replied. "Yep. All we got to do is climb up the flight of stairs and grab the flag," Naruto answered. Naruto and Sasuke were about to open the door to the stairs when they realized something. "Hey, where's Sakura?" Naruto asked. Sasuke shrugged. Sasuke realized it was a bit too quiet. Naruto noticed Sasuke tense up and summoned up his scythe. Sasuke got out his sword and whispered loudly. Sakura. Silence. Naruto and Sasuke heard kunai dropping on the floor. They looked over there and saw Sakura with a kunai in front of her neck, a hand covering her mouth, and a mysterious guy behind her. Hello. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the guy whispered. How about we have a little chat? Hello. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the guy whispered. How about we have a little chat? Who the hell are you? Naruto blurted out. A person, the man whispered. Damn it. We're not messing around. Let her go. Sasuke yelled. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, making his kamas in his eyes spin wildly. Naruto quickly observed the man. The man wore a black cloak that hid every body part. The hood covered the man's face too much so Naruto couldn't see the man's face. The man's twisted his head, so Naruto could see one of his bright ocean blue eyes. Now, the man said, calm down. Naruto took a deep breath and said, how did you get in here? They're guards outside. Let's just say those guards is going to take a nice long nap, the man said. You killed them? Sasuke shouted. No, I just put them in a coma for 3 months, he answered. This man said that like it was nothing, Naruto thought. What do you want? Naruto questioned, but shouted. I want to have a little chat, that's all, the cloaked man said. We will let you talk if you let her go. Sasuke muttered in an angry tone. The man nodded and let go of Sakura. Sakura quickly ran back to her group and hid behind Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke waved his hand in front of his face, making his Sharingan disappear. He has a frightening aura surrounding him. It made me freeze, Sakura whispered to her team. We can tell. Naruto said. Since I let her go, I can talk now with no interruptions, right? The man asked. No promises. Naruto and Sasuke both said. My little chat is about these exams, the man started to say, ignoring the duo's remark. There's this man that needs something. He's a disguised genin competing in these exams. He is higher than an Anbu level. Wait, but the only thing higher than an Anbu is a cage, right? Sakura muttered. I know, the man said, but then, Sakura started to say. Anyway, the man spoke, interrupting Sakura's sentence. He's after a certain something and that certain thing is among your team. All of Team 7 looked at each other. Could the man be after the Kyuubi? Naruto thought. Is this guy even telling the truth? Sakura wondered. What the hell? Sasuke mused. Why are you telling us this? Naruto asked. Naruto, let me just say this. I know the guy that you're going to know any day now. The man spoke. How the hell do you know my name? Naruto shouted. That is a secret. What? Naruto muttered. Before any of them could ask another question, he was gone. What the hell was that about? Sasuke mumbled. We don't know if he was telling us the truth, but we might as well keep our guard up just in case it was the truth. Sakura noted. I agree. From here on out, keep your guard up when you're sleeping, fighting, eating, peeing, poo. Naruto said, but Sakura quickly punched Naruto, sending him flying to a wall. Naruto bounced right back up and said, you know what I mean. Sasuke sighed and said, let's go. We got to get the flag. Team Kakashi quickly sprinted up the flight of stairs and grabbed the flag. Once they took hold of the flag, they heard a loud bell ring. 30 minutes later Ibiki, the instructor for the first exam, looked at the 26 genin teams standing in front of him. All of them were sweaty and tired. I would have thought this part of the exams would have been hard, but it turns out that for these 78 people, it was easy. Ibiki thought in his head. Hurry up and tell us what to do next, Ino shouted. Troublesome blonde. Why do they have to be so stupid and impatient? Shikamaru muttered. What was that? Ino said, raising a fist, and nothing. Muahahahaha. Inner Ino thought. Anyway, Ibiki said, resuming back to the topic, the second part of the test is going to start in an hour. The instructor of the second exam is here. Ibiki pointed to the window, making every genin look at it. What the F? A random genin said, but was interrupted by a crash through the window. Everyone ducked their head down and covered their heads with their hands. The genins glanced up and saw a girl with purple hair. Team Kakashi quickly crawled their way to the back of the crowd, hiding from the mischievous Anko. I am Mitarashi Anko, second exam proctor. Welcome to Hellbrats. Anko yelled as she did a front flip and landed on the desk with ease. When she looked at the crowd of genin, all she saw were faces filled with dumbfounded faces. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Every genin thought, except the Sand Trio. Follow me to the entrance of hell, Anko said as she waved her arm, and Team Kakashi, come to the front. Anko continued with a grin. Damn it. Team Kakashi thought. Everybody looked behind them, and stared at Team Kakashi. Naruto grumbled and stood up. His team members followed suit. His team members walked steadily toward Anko, who had an evil grin on her face. Team 7 could feel the stares they were getting by the other genins. Anko slapped Naruto hard on the back and muttered to them, I see you guys passed the first exam. Nah. Naruto muttered sarcastically. Anko snickered. Well, just to let you know, the second part will be hard. Some people even die during it, Anko stated. Yeah, we know, Sakura said. Kakashi-sensei told us. Sasuke suddenly whispered, should we tell her? Naruto and Sakura immediately knew what he was talking about. I don't know. Should we? Naruto questioned. Tell me what? Anko said, sensing the seriousness in the group. Sakura nodded her head and said, there was this guy that appeared to us in the tower. A guy? Impossible. There were guards out front. No one could get in or out, Anko said. Well, he appeared inside. He said he put the guards into a coma for 3 months, Naruto said. Impossible again. I would have been informed about it, and plus, Ibiki would have had a talk with you three, Anko said. Maybe the guy was telling a lie, Sakura remarked. He wasn't, Sasuke said. I could tell he wasn't lying because of my Sharingan. But you deactivated your Sharingan. I saw your eyes, Naruto said. Plus, how could Sharingan tell if you're lying? I put a contact on my eye, blocking the image that I had my Sharingan on. The other thing is that, since the Byakugan made the Sharingan, I guess it just passed along. Anyway, back to the story, Sakura continued. The guy said that another guy wanted a certain something among our team. Could it be the Kyuubi? The Sharingan? But then again, we don't know if this guy is telling the truth or not. Anko mused. Anko broke out of her thoughts and stated, just be careful. I can't let anything happen to you three, especially since you're Kakashi's students. I will do my best to try to set up some security around the exam. Speaking of the exams. Anko stopped. Team Kakashi looked straight ahead and saw an enormous forest standing in front of them, surrounded by gates. Anko twirled around and shouted at the other genin teams, welcome to the Forest of Death, the second part of the amazing Chunin exams. Let me tell you some stuff about these exams. This area is normally used for Anbu training. This place is so terrifying that even some Anbu are scared of it. She was right. That does look like hell. Forest style, Naruto thought. Anyway, these are the rules. Each team will get one of these 2 scrolls, Anko said as she grabbed 2 scrolls from her pocket. One of them said heaven and the other one said earth. Each team will find the other team with the opposing scroll and try to gain their scroll with any means necessary. Gaara grinned madly. Once you get both scrolls, you go to the tower in the center of the forest. Do all of you understand me so far? Hi. Everyone said. Now, everyone go to that tent over there and sign your death warrant, Anko said, which made everyone face fault because she said it like it was nothing. After you sign your death warrant, go to the tent beside it and an assistant proctor will give you one of the 2 scrolls and a number. That number is your assigned gate. Go. Oh yeah, I have a word of advice for you. Don't die. Everyone raced toward the first tent, wanting to get it over with. Looks like Kakashi-sensei wasn't kidding when he said you can die here, Naruto said. I'm getting the chills. I already feel a frightening aura coming from the forest. Same here, Sasuke said as he finished signing his death warrant. Just ignore it. Let's go get our scroll and number. After a couple minutes, Team 7 got their gate number and their scroll. Looks like we got a heaven scroll, Sasuke said as he handed it over to Sakura. Why do I have to keep it? Sakura asked. You're the most responsible out of us, Naruto stated. Whatever. Sakura said as she grabbed the scroll from Sasuke's hand. She put it in her pocket and sighed. Our gate number is 37. Let's go, Sasuke said. He put the number back in his pocket and started to walk to their assigned gate. They walked past the sand trio and Gaara said to Naruto and Sasuke, I will enjoy killing you in these exams. I was about to say that to you. Naruto growled back. The demon containers glared at each other so fiercely that Sasuke could feel the killer intent. Let's go, Naruto, Sasuke muttered angrily. Naruto grumbled and walked with his team. Before he could even walk back to his team members, he saw a certain indigo-haired girl walking with her teammates. Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled in joy. Hinata turned around and started to blush. Before Hinata could even blink, Naruto appeared right in front of her. Hey Hinata-chan. What scroll did your team get? Naruto asked. Hinata. Don't tell him. He might attack us, Kiba ordered. Naruto-kun, I is not like that. Hinata stuttered because of Naruto being so close to her. I agree with Hinata-san. Shino agreed. Whatever, Kiba muttered. We got the Earth Scroll. Hinata said. Cool, my team got the Heaven Scroll. Good luck, Hinata-chan. Be careful, Naruto whispered in her ear, please don't die. Hinata heard the distraught tone in his voice and nodded slowly, I won't. Naruto backed away from her face, but very slowly. Naruto was very worried because of these exams. Kakashi and Enko-sensei told them that they can die, and Naruto doesn't want Hinata to die. She was the only girl that he liked and understood him. Good luck, Hinata. Try not to die on us, Sasuke said as he and Sakura walked toward Team 8. We won't, Sasuke, Hinata assured. Let's go, Naruto, Sasuke ordered. Wait. Naruto replied. Naruto nervously kissed Hinata's cheek, making her blush heavily. Sasuke smirked. Sakura smiled happily for Naruto. Shino was. Shino. Kiba made a furious face. Sasuke shook his head at Kiba's reaction. Naruto-kun kissed me. Naruto-kun kissed me. Naruto-kun kissed me. Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint. He kissed me. Hinata mused with a blush. Sasuke walked over to Kiba and stood beside him and whispered so that only both of them could hear. Get over Hinata. You know Hinata loves Naruto. What are you talking about? Kiba yelled in a whisper. You know what I mean, Sasuke said as he walked back to Sakura. F for G, good luck. Naruto stuttered. All poor Hinata could do was nod her head with a blood-red blush on her face. Naruto started to walk to gate number 37, with a blush on his face. Sasuke chuckled and Sakura just smiled. PSH. Let's go. Kiba ordered his teammates. Don't tell me what to do. Shino replied, walking with Hinata to their assigned gate. 15 minutes later. Are you ready? Enko yelled out through a bullhorn. Hell yeah, we are. Naruto shouted. HN. Gaara's team said. Let's do this, Akamaru. Kiba yelped in excitement. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. Let's show these other teams our flames of youth, Lee said while kicking air. Ready. All the teams, except the Sand Trio, got in dashing position. Set. All teams grin, except the Sand Trio. Go. The gates immediately opened and all the teams darted inside. Team Kakashi. Okay, first off, we need an order, Sasuke said as he and his team raced through the trees. What do you mean? Naruto asked. He means that we need to be in a certain position so the enemy won't attack us that easily, Sakura told Naruto. Oh. Naruto, you're in the middle. Considering your Kage Bunshin, if we get ambushed, your clones can help us get away easy. I'm up front since I have the best senses in the team. Sakura, you're last because you can set up traps, Sasuke stated. Naruto didn't want to agree with Sasuke, but Sasuke had a good point of logic. Once Naruto landed on a tree branch, he did a backflip making him in the middle of the line. When Naruto was in the air, Sasuke dashed up to the front. Sakura stayed where she was. I already smell blood, Sasuke muttered. Me too, Naruto and Sakura replied simultaneously. This is troublesome, Sasuke muttered. After a couple hours, the trio decided to take a break. But breaks are for wimps, Naruto shouted. Shut up, Naruto, Sasuke whispered fiercely. Because of your loud mouth, the other teams might know our location now. Let's set a fire. Why? Sakura asked. If we do that, everyone will know our location. That's why we hide and ambush each team that shows up. We need to kick out as much teams as we can so there will be less competition. Plus, one of the teams we ambush might have the Earth Scroll. I guess so. Sakura replied. I got to pee. Naruto said while clutching his balls. Sakura slowly walked over to Naruto and gave him a smile. She put her hand behind her back, pretending to stretch. She formed a fist and punched Naruto far enough for him to pee. That was a bit too much, Sakura. Sasuke mumbled as he was making a fire. Sakura just shrugged. Naruto. Oof. Naruto yelped as he slammed into a tree. Naruto fell to the ground with a thud. He steadily got up and rubbed his head. Damn it, Sakura. Naruto mumbled. He went over to the nearest bush and was about to take off his pants when he heard a rustling sound. He flung his arm to the sound, shooting a kunai out of his sleeve. Come on out. Naruto growled, summoning out his scythe. Instead of a person, he found a bunny. He set down his scythe against the tree and walked up to the bunny. What's up, little fella? Naruto said as he picked the bunny up. You don't look like you belong in this hellhole. That's when Naruto realized that's exactly the problem. Damn. Naruto thought. He threw the bunny away from his body as far as he could. The bunny flew up in the air and blew up. Naruto covered his face with his arm and sighed. Luckily I figured that out, Naruto said. Time to pee. Naruto was about to take off his pants when he heard another rustling sound. Damn it. I just wanna pee. Naruto muttered. He flung his arm, shooting a kunai out of his sleeve. Naruto waited for another creature to pop out of the dirty green bush. Naruto sighed and walked over to the bush. He brushed the bush leaves away and stared at the creature. What the hell are you? Naruto wondered. Oh yeah. You're a snake. Naruto tried to pick up the snake, but it turns out it was too heavy for him to carry. The snake lifted itself up, revealing it to be the most enormous snake Naruto has ever seen. The snake opened its mouth and attacked Naruto. Oh shish. T. Naruto yelped as he jumped back. The snake lifted its tail up. When Naruto was about to land back on the ground, he landed on the snake's tail. The snake flung Naruto with its tail up to the air. Damn it. Naruto yelled. The snake opened its mouth once more and swallowed the Nine-Tails jailer. Sasuke. Sakura. Damn it. Where are all the teams? Sasuke muttered loudly through the headphones. Sasuke was hiding in a pile of bushes while Sakura was hiding in a tree. Both of them were waiting for several minutes and it was getting on Sasuke's nerves. Maybe they didn't see the fire, Sakura said. Besides, where's Naruto? He'll come back. Just wait. Sasuke replied. Guys? Naruto said as he walked to the fire. Sasuke and Sakura jumped out of their hiding places and greeted Naruto. Where the hell were you, dope? Sasuke mumbled. I was peeing. Naruto replied back. That took you wah. Sakura said. She got interrupted when Sasuke dashed behind Naruto and put his sword up to Naruto's neck. Sasuke-kun. What are you doing? Sakura asked loudly. Where's Naruto? Sasuke whispered, loud enough only for the three of them to hear. I am Naruto. Naruto replied. No you're not. I called you a dope. Naruto always replies with a teme in the sentence. Sasuke whispered. I must be stupid to not have noticed that. Sakura thought as she took out a kunai. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, making his pupils blood red. The komas spun around like a pinwheel. Nice job, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto lifted his arm up and punched Sasuke's face. He elbowed Sasuke's stomach and uppercutted his chin. Naruto jumped back and latched himself to a tree. Where's Naruto? Sasuke yelled as he wiped off the blood coming from his mouth. That's a secret, Naruto said. Now Sasuke-kun, give me those special eyes. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sasuke remembered the quote from the man. He's after a certain something and that certain thing is among your team. The man wasn't lying, Sakura, Sasuke said. This is the guy that he was talking about. Sakura's eyes widened and got in her taijutsu stance. Sasuke also got in his taijutsu stance and inflamed his sword. Considering you're in these exams must mean you have a scroll. So what is it? Sasuke asked. Earth. The disguised man said. Hey, Sasuke said, might as well give it to me. You're going to lose. Sasuke completely forgot about the fact that this man is higher than Anbu rank. Oh yeah. Want my Sharingan? Come and get it, Sasuke said, making his Sharingan spin. Gladly. The man replied. He undid the disguise of Naruto, revealing to be a pale-skinned man with a rectangular head. Grass Village Sasuke mused as he looked at the headband. The man bended his knees and sprung himself at Sasuke. Well, this is very gay, Naruto muttered. He threw out a barrage of punches and kicks, attempting to get out of this snake that ate him. His red shirt and his cloak was all covered in slime from the snake's stomach. Naruto got in a comfortable position and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a couple of kunai and some ninja wire. He tied the kunai together with the ninja wire and started to crawl around the snake's stomach. He stabbed the snake's insides with the ninja knives. The snake hissed in pain. Get over it, Naruto mumbled, you're going to die soon anyway. Naruto took out a small scroll from his pockets and unraveled it. He made some hand signs and slammed his palm in the center of the scroll. A small puff of smoke erupted from the scroll. Naruto blew the smoke away and looked at the item that he got. It was explosive tags. Either I die from these explosive tags or I seriously get injured, Naruto said to himself. Naruto wrapped the tags around the kunai that he embedded into the snake. Naruto closed his eyes and thought this plan through. If I activate the tags it will explode in my face, Naruto thought, so how do I not die when I activate the tags? Naruto deeply thought and his eyes snapped open. I don't know if this will work, but let's try, Naruto said. I will not die, but I will get some bruises and shit. Wind style. Wind repelling shield. Naruto shouted. Breezes of wind started to form around Naruto. The wind formed into a small ball. In a couple of seconds, Naruto was enveloped in a small ball of wind. Let's hope this works, Naruto muttered. He made a hand seal and the snake exploded. Sakura Sasuke was panting heavily. This man was insanely strong and fast. Sasuke had bruises and scratches all over his body. The grass ninja didn't even look tired. He didn't even have a single bruise anywhere. Sasuke wiped off the blood off his mouth and smirked. Why are you smirking, Sasuke-kun? The grass ninja asked. Even though you're beating the living hell out of me, I'm not going to give up just yet, Sasuke replied. Sasuke got out his sword and got in his special stance. I see you get your precious family sword, the Hokaido, sword of destruction, the mysterious ninja said. I see you have done some research of my clan, Sasuke spoke. If I didn't do any research, I wouldn't be wasting my time trying to get your eyes. Good luck with that, Sasuke mocked. The pale grass ninja darted toward the Uchiha. Before the Uchiha could even blink, the man was right in front of him. Fast, Sasuke thought. He dodged the man's punch to the face, but couldn't evade the kick to his stomach. Sasuke grunted in pain as he was sent flying back and crashed into a tree. He wiped off the blood off of his cheek and thought. Even with my Sharingan, I can barely keep up with his moves. I will just have to stall until Naruto gets here. Lightning style. Lighting arrow. Sasuke shouted. A bluish-yellow lighting bow popped up into his hands. An arrow was already ready. Sasuke aimed the arrow and shot. Is that all you can do? The man mocked. He sidestepped and evaded the arrow. Sasuke quickly got out some kunais and threw it at the man. The man simply smirked as he got out his own kunai and blocked the kunais Sasuke threw. The grass ninja lunged at Sasuke. Crap. Sasuke brought his sword up and blocked a swipe to his head. He jumped back and readied himself. The grass ninja did not speak as he threw a barrage of swipes at the leaf ninja. All Sasuke could do was block the deadly swipes that could kill him. Sasuke ducked under one swipe and grabbed the mon's shoulder. Sasuke brought his knee up and kneed the grass ninja's stomach. After the hit, Sasuke threw the man to the nearest tree. Nice job, Sasuke-kun, the man said as he got up. I picked a good choice in picking you than your brother. My brother? Sasuke replied. The man didn't reply as he threw a barrage of kunais at Sasuke. The kunai came so quickly that Sasuke didn't have enough time to dodge or block. Water style. Water wall. A voice shouted. A wall enveloped in front of Sasuke and the kunais merely bounced off the wall. Sakura suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke with her staff in motion. Arigato Sakura. Sasuke thanked. No problem Sasuke-kun. Sakura said without taking eyes off of her enemy. My, the man said, an interruption. Well, I can't have those. Fire style. Running fire. The grass ninja shouted. Crap. Sakura. Run. Sasuke yelled as he and Sakura jumped out of the way before they were enveloped of fire. Water style. Water blast. Sakura shouted. Sakura moved her arms around in a gentle pattern until water started to appear. She shot her hands toward the grass ninja and the water followed her commands. The grass ninja jumped out of the way and jumped on a nearby branch. He glanced at the branch he was just on and saw it gone. You're annoying me now. The pale-skinned man said. He lunged at Sakura. Sakura didn't have time to breathe before the man appeared in front of her and kneed her stomach. Sakura coughed out blood and grunted in pain. The grass ninja grabbed Sakura's arm and threw her at a tree. Sakura collided into the tree and went unconscious. Fire style. Flaming hawk. Sasuke shouted as he finished the required hand seals. Sasuke formed a ring with his hands and put it near his mouth. He spit out a hawk made of fire and shot it toward the man. Water style. Water wall. The man shouted. A wall appeared in front of the grass ninja and the hawk crashed into it, causing smoke to erupt. This is my chance to get Sakura and get out of here and find Naruto, Sasuke thought. He darted toward where he saw Sakura faint. He landed silently by Sakura. He quickly pulled out a scroll and unraveled it. Sasuke swiftly took out his weights and sealed it inside the scroll. He picked up Sakura and carried her bridal style. Sasuke ran forward and away from the mysterious man. That man was not a genin. Sasuke mused. Who the hell is he? Sasuke shook his head out of his current thoughts. This wasn't the time to think. He had to find Naruto and fast. Sasuke didn't even bother to look back. If he looked back, it would probably slow him down. Sasuke focused his attention to his surroundings. He quickly looked right and jumped on a body of a tree and lunged right. Naruto. Sasuke silently shouted enough for the blonde to hear. Naruto turned his head right and saw Sasuke with Sakura in his arms. Both of them looked heavily wounded. Naruto didn't look any better either. Dude, what happened to you guys? Naruto shouted. Quiet down. The enemy will hear us. Sasuke whispered fiercely, we have to get out of here or else he will. Now, the grass ninja said as he jumped a couple of feet in front of them. Why did you run, Sasuke-kun? Naruto and Sasuke leapt backwards. Naruto didn't even know the guy, but he immediately knew that he was strong. Naruto glanced to his right and studied Sasuke. There was several cuts on his face. Some of the cuts had small amount of blood leaking from it. There were bruises on every visible part of Sasuke's body. This guy isn't one to underestimate Naruto. Sasuke whispered enough to Naruto to hear. I can tell, Naruto whispered back, look at you. What happened to you anyway? Sasuke muttered. Now is not the time to answer. Naruto mumbled. Sasuke nodded in agreement. He set down Sakura beside him without taking his eyes off of the enemy. Sasuke got out his sword and readied himself. Naruto bit his thumb and summoned out his scythe. He twirled it up in the sky and got in position. 2 versus 1 isn't fair, now is it? The grass ninja complained. Naruto and Sasuke didn't reply. Naruto clicked a button on the bottom of his scythe and his scythe and staff detached. Naruto threw the bladed part at the mysterious ninja. The ninja ducked under and dodged the blade. Before he could even look back up, Sasuke's foot connected to his face. The grass ninja was sent flying back and crashed into a tree. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted. Dozens of Narutos appeared and charged at the man. Well, this isn't a jutsu a normal genin can use, the man said as he destroyed the clones. Naruto attached the scythe back to the staff and jumped next to Sasuke. This guy isn't a genin, Sasuke said as he watched the man destroy the clones. His power is at least Anbu level, maybe more. Sasuke. Naruto said. That's the guy that other guy warned us about. I know, Sasuke replied. I have no clue how we're going to defeat this guy unless some sort of miracle happened. The duo prepared themselves as the grass ninja jumped down a couple of feet in front of them. The man bended on his knees and sprung himself at the duo. Fast, Naruto thought. Before he knew it, he was sent flying and crashed into a tree. Sasuke's eyes widened and barely dodged the kick to his fast. Sasuke jumped up slightly in the air as the man attempted to sweep Sasuke's feet. Sasuke ate his leg back and attempted to kick the man's head. The ninja brought up his arm and blocked the kick. He grabbed Sasuke's leg and threw him where Naruto was. Naruto and Sasuke both stood up and were both panting heavily. "How are we going to get out of this mess?" Naruto grumbled. "I have no clue," Sasuke replied back. "Let's throw some jutsus at him." Naruto nodded and detached his side. He threw the blade at the man, giving them time to weave their hand signs. "Wind style. Great breakthrough," Naruto shouted. He thrust out his palms at the man and a strong breeze of wind suddenly erupted behind Naruto. The wind cut Naruto's back slightly as it charged at the man. The grass ninja leapt out of the way and looked at where it was just a few seconds ago. The tree that was behind him was blown away. "Lightning style. Lightning beast running jutsu," Sasuke shouted. Sparks of lightning erupted from Sasuke's hand. Sasuke thrust out his arm and a hound made of lightning shot at the grass ninja. The mysterious ninja jumped up only to be met by Naruto's fist. The ninja was set spiraling to the ground. Naruto jumped back to where Sasuke was. "We're lucky to even hit him," Naruto muttered. "I know," Sasuke muttered back. "Okay, it's time to stop messing around," the grass ninja calmly said as he stood up, unharmed. "Just great," Naruto and Sasuke both thought. The grass ninja suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto. He sent a barrage of combos at the blonde. All Naruto could do was grunt in pain as he was getting beat up. He sent out a final kick at Naruto's fast and he was sent spiraling to a tree, knocking him unconscious. "Fire style. Great fireball jutsu," Sasuke shouted. He spit out a giant fireball and sent it out at the man. The man did a back flip enough to dodge the jutsu. The grass ninja got out a kunai and lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke got out his own kunai and blocked all of the hits, barely. Sasuke swept at the mon's head, and he ducked. He punched Sasuke's stomach, causing Sasuke's blood to get spitted at his face. Sasuke flew back and crashed into a tree. The Uchiha survivor attempted to stand back up, but failed. The man appeared a couple of feet in front of Sasuke. "Now, it's time, my precious Sasuke-kun," the man whispered as he licked his lips in pleasure. "What's your name?" Sasuke asked as he spit out blood. "Orochimaru," Orochimaru said. "The Sannin. What the hell?" Sasuke thought. Orochimaru licked his lips as he turned his neck a bit. Orochimaru did an abnormal stunt that would even gross an Anbu out. He extended his neck from where he stood and lunged at Sasuke. He opened his mouth and hissed out. "You're mine now, Sasuke-kun." Before he could bite Sasuke's neck, something stopped his movement. "This is troublesome, but if you mess with one of the rookies, you mess with all of the rookies," Shikamaru muttered. Orochimaru turned his head slightly enough for him to look behind. There stood all of the rookies, smirking. Even Tenten, Neji, and Rock Lee were there. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.